Hello, Oz. I guess we're starting early today because why not? Like just like a kind of an unplanned stream because I had like usually like Monday night is our game night, but I had nothing going on tonight. People are busy. Kind of an unplanned stream because I had like
What the
usually
fuck?
like Monday night is our game night. I'm having a pro streamer moment. I forgot to mute my stream, my own stream. I like to keep it open to see the chat in case I miss something, in case they're plumbed with StreamYard. That's what happened. Hello, Squad Branded Lift. Welcome. I don't know if many people are gonna join, but hopefully we're gonna have a few people because I wanted to have like this. What I'm trying to do tonight. I was working on Bastard Sword, as I should, but I wasn't being very productive, as I'm off an hour because I get distracted. People like poke me and stuff like that. But I said, you know what? If I'm trying to write and it's not working great, might as well try to do it on stream. Maybe like with the chat and stuff like that. Maybe that's gonna help. Maybe I'm gonna get some. Maybe I'm gonna get some stuff done. I'm trying to work on something specific. I'm working on character creation because at some point people will need to create character, right? I've been doing a lot of tests with the pre-gen and stuff like that, which I could just like make up, like, oh, okay, I want to test this thing, so I'm gonna make a character that's good at this. He's gonna be good at combat. He's gonna be good at this one thing. He's gonna be good at the riding horses or whatever, right? Just like put the point where they need. But now that obviously doesn't work for a finished game, so I need to do something for character creation. And I already started. And for now, what I'm looking like, I started like I don't have the detail, but what I want to have, because the character creation is a life path system, where you pick basically like what kind of like early life you got, like what you pick your race, you pick your origin, the kind of place you came from, your social class, occupation. It's a bunch of a choice you make like that, and each choice that you make gives you some experience and some skills, right? And then at the end, well, you got your character done like that. Give me a second. I just need to do a little quick thing here. So the one thing I want to what I want to work on today specifically is those life events, right? So I thought that together we'd come up with a series of life events that would be meaningful in somebody's life, but still mundane enough that it's okay if there's stuff that happened like in the background off camera and stuff like that. I often say, like, it goes with my last stream where backstory, right? Oh, your backstory, like the most important thing in your character life should happen at the table. Shouldn't be like stuff that is like, oh, this happened before I became an adventurer. No. But those should be things that we're gonna give you some experience in some field and lead you to become an adventurer, but are not like so life changing that and just like that that they're gonna overshadow everything else that you can do at the table. Am I being clear? Yeah, unwanted got trashed. You were thrown into the dirt water as a baby and managed to somehow survive. And now you're resistant to disease. Yeah, that could be one. There you go. Shauna is gonna join me. Hello, Shauna. How are you doing?
Hello.
You got an haircut?
Yes.
Yes.
I tried. I tried and died.
A nice summer look.
Yeah, I was starting to look like the old man in the mountains.
Yeah. Well, you look much stronger now.
So we were talking about design.
Yeah, I'm talking about the design. I'm working on I'm working on my character creation, which is a life path.
Yay.
Which you're
That's
familiar with because like
best
Traveler
part.
used one. Yeah. Yeah. I like it because that it gives you an idea already with who your character is, right? But now like the specific part I'm looking at, I'm looking for are life events that would happen in your life, and they need to be important enough that they're meaningful to mention, but not so big that they're gonna overshadow what you're gonna do during the game, right?
Right.
So it's not like I saved the king, right? That doesn't fit there.
I'm
That would be like stupid.
I'm Paul Atreides. I'm going to I'm Muad'Dib. I'm going to
Yeah,
be the story arc for everybody here.
exactly. And there's other thing that are need to be considered because of the other step in the character creation. Well, one of them is where you were born, like if you're like, which your origin, like are you born in a city, or you're born in a fishing village, or you born those kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So the life event shouldn't step on that. Another part of the character creation is your occupation, basically like the work you did before going like becoming an adventurer. So again, like so a life event that say like, oh, I started working as a blacksmith. Well, that's going to be taken care in the occupation, right? That
Right.
belongs somewhere else. So those would be to be avoided. And also like I have like also social class. So then again, like, oh, I became a slave. Well, that's all. I also got this thing like, well, social when you pick your social class early in the character creation, like you could say like I was a slave. So
Yeah.
or
Have
a
you ever
noble.
played a game where character creation ends up telling you what you're doing, like what you're supposed to do on your first turn? Have you ever seen that before?
A character what you're supposed to do on your first turn?
Yeah, right after you make your character, it then tells you where you're at and what you're doing.
I never saw that before. That would be interesting, especially for one shot, right? You create your
Yeah.
character, and then like the first move you got to do is that.
Yeah.
That'd be wild. Yeah, no, I
Instead
never
of
saw that.
instead of the players trying to think of something, okay, so I made my character, I've had it written down for a few weeks now. What should I do with my character in this game?
Yeah,
You already know.
that'd be interesting.
That'd be like a kickstart in the pants for sure.
Yeah, but I have something in my character creation, like in the later step. Two of the later step, one is your what motivates your character.
Yeah.
So are you like
You
and
have
that
to
can
have
change,
that.
like yeah. So are you motivated by profit? Are you motivated by honor? Are you motivated by like all of those kind of stuff, right?
Right. Like personality type
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. And one of them is also like your initiating event. So why did you become an adventurer? Why did
Yeah.
you quit? Why did you stop doing what you're doing before? And I wanted to keep those two separate because you could say like, well, you know what? I
I'm too old to adventure. I'm gonna do something else. I'll just be a space pirate.
well, there's a reason that you are right. You like
That was my
Luke's
past.
farm, like Owen's farm got burned, and then Luke went with Obi-Wan, right? Just like
Right, exactly.
yeah, there's to be something about that.
My homeworld was destroyed. I'm one of a kind.
Yeah. Talk
I mean
about
that
wise
would
men.
that would
Ask, how about the weapon do more damage? The more accurate damage, like a sword and dagger, do similar damage. Um, that's a,
plus
that's a,
one
that,
damage no matter what the weapon is.
well, that's a bit all outside the topic, but like in what I do is like
How do you use the
if
weapon?
you basically if you score like if you score better on your attack, right? Just like then you're gonna roll more damage dice. And the dagger also got some or small bladed weapon got something special that you can ignore armor. If you grab the guy, you can just say like, well, I'm grabbing him, I'm stabbing in the eye slit, right?
I
So
mean, what if you just know where organs are in someone's chest and you know where to
yeah.
stab them instead of just randomly stabbing in
Well, but
random
the guy
spots.
is not just staying there either, right? Just knowing where to stab. Everybody can know how to stab, right? Just like
Yeah.
the
You're not
problem is
trying
like
to
the other guy
you're not
gotta say as well.
you're not trying to stab me in the heart, are you?
Yeah, exactly. Why?
Dodging, dodging.
That would be very impolite.
Oh, you got my kidney. Oh, well, I still live for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, yeah.
I have more than one kidney. Dun dun
So should I
dun.
share like let's share let's do that. I'm gonna do like I'm gonna present something
Present.
which
I liked it when it was share. Now it's present.
yeah, well,
It's like a PowerPoint presentation time.
maybe I should make my window a little bigger. It would look more less stupid.
Sharing from a phone.
Well, no, it's because like I have like I'm tiling my windows, right? Just like
Yeah.
I'm a window tiler.
Oh, you tile? You
Yes.
cascade?
Yeah, you don't do that.
I haven't hit that button since 95. Or no,
Um,
since Windows 3.1 I haven't touched that.
I'm a Linux guy, so it works a bit different. But yeah, I got like the meta key arrow and then like my window tiles so I can work on
Okay.
half screen. I like it. So I can have my note there and then my video playing there and then something, yeah, my chat's there, right? It's all that bit. Yeah, a presentation just like being at work. Hello, Shadow. Nice seeing you. Yeah, a presentation just like at work, exactly. Like that's what I'm doing. It's a nice presentation of a notepad document with nothing in it yet, but that's the point. I'm gonna fit it. Yeah, using
So
Kate.
so which app is this? This
Kate.
isn't Kate?
Kate. Kate.
Kate?
Kate is the KDE notepad basically.
So I'm staring into Linux right now.
You're steering to Linux. It's gonna corrupt your soul.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now you will want nothing to do with window anymore.
Do you still use term
Term, yeah, of course.
and console?
I use it all the time. It's faster.
I haven't
use a mouse.
used Linux in 30 years, but I'm guessing it's still the same.
It got much better, and then now it's getting worse again.
Yeah.
In the last like 10 years, like it's starting to go on a downward trend since like anyway everybody went stupid. Yeah. Distro fever, the most common disease in Linux. I'm suffering it right now. I'm in the midst of changing my distro.
So
So now like after
how long do
computer
you
on
keep a
one,
distro? How long do you use a distro before you try a different one?
like I'm not that bad at it, but I keep it until I get sick of it. Until they do something stupid. There's an update, and then like it's just like what the fuck you change that? Like if it's fixed, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But like that's the biggest fucking disease in Linux now. Like we need to do something new, and like no, it fucking worked.
Actually, I prefer this random number generator.
Well, or like you know what, like the whole fucking paradigm of having like those window with menu and stuff like that work since fucking Windows like what 3 or whatever, like
Yeah.
since forever. Like let's change that, and let's make like something that's all fucking big screen. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent now. Like I hate the
when
new,
each version of Windows does that with their GUI, people get upset, but then you get used to it.
You get used to it, or you mod your Windows to make it like the old one, right?
Yeah. I want my Windows NT classic back, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I hate changes. I'm a very traditional
Windows. I hate the Metro UI that Microsoft
that was
used
awful,
in Windows.
That was, but like like everybody hated the Metro UI, and then fucking like Ubuntu, the Linux distro, said, you know what? Let's copy that.
Yeah, let's copy. Like, we need a start button too.
Yeah, exactly. Let's copy the thing that every fucking like hate.
I never use the start button in Windows.
No.
Nope.
What do? You do like window R?
Meta
key R.
I'm one of those crazy people that just puts all the shortcuts on my desktop. No, I'm joking.
Oh man, I have like nothing on my I have nothing on my desktop.
Yeah, I just have wallpaper on my desktop.
But I also like never see my desktop. I don't even change my default background, right? I got the default background for the distro. I never change it because like I'm always in tiled window, so I never saw it.
Yeah.
I never saw the fucking desktop. Yeah. Anyway,
I guess I just do a search, and I find the app and I click on it.
Yeah. It'll work. Just like
it remembers my last 30 searches, so I'm good.
Are you like a mouse user? Are you like using the mouse a lot? Or are you like all right, I use the mouse as little as I can?
I only use the mouse.
You only use the mouse?
And arrow keys. I use the arrow keys.
Yeah. I'm doing the keyboard snobberies.
You have the clicky keyboard.
Yeah, I have the clicky keyboard too, but it's not my favorite though. Like I'm grown so used to my laptop keyboard. I can type much faster on it, which is a little softer. But now on my desktop here for the streaming.
I'm weird. I like half-stroke keyboards that don't make any noise.
Yeah. Membrane?
Nope.
Oh yeah, the
Almost,
half stroke. Yeah,
almost.
with the like 2 millimeter. Yeah, like that's what I have on my laptop basically. I'm writing on a ThinkPad, right? So
I've been using half stroke keyboards since '83.
yeah. It's quite Benjamin lives say in before Vim. Yeah, Vim I cannot wrap my head around. That's a bit too. That's like fucking like Ginger Fraser from Black Lodge Game. He's Emacs. You know that?
I
Look
used
there you go.
I
Like
used
here he is talking about the devil. The devil.
I used Vim before it was called Vim. I never used Emacs.
Yeah, when it was Vi.
It was just Vi. V.
Yeah.
I called it V.
Yeah. Yeah. I still Sam with Max there. On that I use the show until they break, and they always do exactly. So, like, yeah. Like Ubuntu back in 2012, 2016 was great, and then like they went like, oh yeah, let's do Unity. But
Which one's the Penguin? Is there a Penguin distro, or is that just the
Penguin?
Linux?
Penguin is the General Linux. Is the General Linux
mascot.
mascot? Yeah. Yeah.
I remember there was Red Hat for a while.
Emacs is great if you run brain damage. Emacs like is basically like a OS in itself, right? And they say like, what's the jokes say? Emacs is a great OS. Or the only thing it's missing is an editor. He's a good editor. All right.
Well, when I was on Windows, I used Notepad for everything when I was in Windows.
Yep. Well, I'm a big like that's like now I'm using Kate just because that's the default. I'm a big user of Kate. Like those like say like the KDE Notepad because it's good enough. It does what I need. It does less distraction. Yeah. So let's think about like a life event, and I wanted to have like something like I want if we can organize them in some kind of like logic too. That'd be great for me. Like group them in some way, like like personal event or familial event, stuff like that, right? So I guess like we can go with the obvious, get the obvious first, like lost a parent or lost a sibling. That'll be in the familial stuff, I guess. And it'll be like a accident maybe, and maybe almost drown. You see where I'm going?
Yeah.
Yeah. Try Obsidian. It's awesome. Yeah. Man, people want to talk about like a bunch of nerd in chat. V rules. The control key is the natural weapon of my human being. Yeah. It depends also what I'm doing. Depends what you do, right? I had to get the Kinesis Advantage 2 keyboard. You know what?
Why?
I got AMAC Pinky.
Why?
AMAC Pinky is a real thing. You know what the Kinesis Advantage 2 is? Or the Kinesis Advantage?
Yeah.
Those keyboards are like split and
yeah.
It's literally
you can rotate them so your hands are like this while you're typing.
Yeah.
You can type like this if you want.
Yeah.
Just sit ergonomically and you'll be fine. You won't get the carpal tunnel. I've been typing since high school. Never had carpal tunnel.
I had it, but like I had it, but because of
But if you sit weird, if you sit with your hands like this or something, or if your wrists are like this or like this while you're typing, you're in trouble.
It's very constrained for me to bring my hand close enough for what I would like to have really is a keyboard that's like same layout, same proportion, but like 25% bigger. Exactly. Yeah. So because I have like quite big hand, like I have to be like this, and then like my elbow.
You don't want your wrist like that, and you don't want your wrist like that either.
But that's the thing. Because of that, like I'm typing like
no, not like that. Orangutan, no type like orangutan.
But I can still get like 75 words per minute, which is not too shabby, I guess, with 98% accuracy.
Yeah.
Like, it's below like the 80s, that what you would aim for, but
I turn off the autocorrect while I type because that's annoying.
Oh yeah, I always turn it off. Especially because I type in many language, right? So autocorrect never know what I'm talking about.
Are you using Dvorak? Or QWERTY?
No, but I'm QWERTY, but like that's also something that BLG does. He admitted. Well, he didn't admit to it. He was messaging me, and I noticed when his typo was saying, I said like, what kind of typo is that? You're fucking using Dvorak? You can tell, right? You miss a stroke, but this key is not supposed to be next to this one.
Yeah, it's like, how do they type that? How do they get V when they're supposed to be typing, Q or something? What? There's no way that could happen.
Yeah.
Because my dad, he loved Dvorak, so he would switch the key on the keyboard, and then my mom would sit down and she would have to switch it back to US. But he's like, but the other ones, and then they had like different stickers on all the keys for all the letters. Like, come on.
Yeah. Oh, it wasn't you that I thought it was you then that was doing the who did I cut like in flagrant like what did I got like in committing Dvorak use? I don't know.
Wasn't me. I don't even know that style keyboard.
Yeah. Like also like when you go in France, like now they have like the AZERTY, like just like another like fucking like why?
Yeah.
Right? Like it's man. Yeah. But no, I'm QWERTY boy. But I'm also like doing the QWERTY, the Canadian QWERTY, the French Canadian QWERTY. So like the accent, because of the accent, like so some key are different.
Yeah. It's not your typical 104 keyboard.
Well, it is, but like
or it's got function keys for things.
It's like if I want to do like the Arab the at right the like it's like it's gonna be different keystroke than in a normal QWERTY.
Okay.
And so like because like or like the quote mark and stuff like that, all those all get shifted along, so I can use the accent easier.
Yeah, that bugs me if I don't see the @ sign and the number sign where they should be.
Yeah. Well, my keyboard is still in English, so like there you see them on the keyboard where they should be, but if you press it, it's not gonna do what you expect.
Get the stickers out for your keys.
I'm not fucking bothering with the sticker. I don't need them. Yeah. All right. I guess we're being derailed now. Maybe that's like he said, how can we make this chat even more nerdy, right? That's like it's a fucking RPG channel, but we managed to like bring the nerdiness even higher by talking about
keyboard. But I learned to type in high school because it was an easy A. So I thought, I'll take a year and a half of typing just to get my grade point average up from D- or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I'm never going to type after this class. I'm never going to be, this is secretary stuff. Girls, it's all girls in the class.
Well, when you code, you type a lot, right?
Yeah, and then that very same year, I'm like working on mainframes and crap, typing away. So I was like, oh, good. I learned something that's useful.
Yeah, exactly. In the end, right? Just like ended up being more useful than his keyboard as a Dvorak button Black Logic game. Was using Prime.
Those teletypes were not touch type. You had to push down on the buttons. It was like a manual typewriter.
Yeah. When you had like some weight there.
Yeah.
Give you like some strong finger. The Primogen is using Dvorak. And Akin is this keyboard as well. I know you're a fan of the Primogen, right?
Yeah, I started watching him 2 years ago. He does the reaction videos like I do, so that's cool.
Yeah. That's very nerdy as well.
He finds old articles to read from like 4 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
he's good. He's good. He's entertaining.
People in his Reddit tell him what to go find, what to read from.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of entertaining. Like that's sometime when I wanna get something not RPG related or not like outside of like my usual like niche that I watch. So it's a fresh it's a nice palette cleanser. If you don't know people in chat we're talking about like a guy he goes by the Primogen, but I think his YouTube channel is like just Prime Time, right?
He has 2 channels with Prime in the word.
Yeah.
He worked at Netflix for 10 years, then he quit his job last month, and now he's full-time on Twitch.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know he quit his job. Yeah.
Yeah, Thor talked him into quitting and just working full-time as a streamer.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, there you go. But you put clip on YouTube if you want to avoid Twitch for
Yeah, he
like I do.
he simulcasts to YouTube because there's a lot of YouTube subscribers like me. I don't use Twitch, so I
Yeah,
watch him on YouTube.
yeah,
But he only answers chat on Twitch.
yes. Well, he doesn't like stream on. He only put the clip on YouTube. I don't know. He does stream
Yeah,
on YouTube. He does stream on.
he makes clips as
Yeah,
he's streaming, and then
yeah.
he deletes the stream
Yes,
and
you're right.
uploads all the clips he made.
Yeah, yeah. I still ask, how do you access the function key? I think he's asking to Black Lodge game that said new Kinesis keyboard doesn't have function keys, and they're like, it's a layer. They have layer keys, right? You have like 3 or 4 layered keyboard, which is fucking annoying, if you ask me. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, when you shift, you press shift on your keyboard, then you access a different layer of key.
Yeah.
Alt is a different layer of key. The function
Like,
key.
I don't use the function keys unless I'm playing Skyrim,
Oh yeah.
because that's the save and load buttons.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Quick,
No,
quick save.
I'm thinking about like you got like the FN key, like this key there.
Yeah, that one. Where's mine? I probably don't have one because I have all the keys. If you're missing keys, then you need an FN
Yeah.
button.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you pull yours off so easy? Oh, I see it. I have one.
I don't know.
My FN button is for controlling my my DVD player and adjusting volume on my computer.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I do as well. Yeah. All the I never used it. I never used those fucking
And changing the brightness on my screen
Yeah, I never used that.
and bringing up calculator.
But you can program them like for if you go like you can program your keyboard, like you could add any kind of thing, right? You're just like,
yeah.
If you want to create like a whole bunch of shortcut, like I have like my shortcut, like, oh, if I play the meta key and T, then that I open a terminal, and meta key and E, that Explorer, which everybody got that, but I'm a big fan of that. That's the trick. Every software you use often, you just like meta key them. Boop, boop.
Yep. Yeah, I got the function key. I've never used it. It's next to another key I never use. The Windows key. I never use Windows key.
Yeah, that's the meta key I'm talking about, like Windows key, meta key. I use it all the time because for those things, right? Just like if you press like the Windows key and E, it's gonna explore. It's gonna open like Windows Explorer.
Yeah, I got some keys here. I don't know what they would open. I guess one would open up my default word processor if I push it, or maybe my email. It might open my email.
Yeah, your email that is not like on a on a website. Oh,
I don't know what my default email is.
I just saw that I got a message, but I forgot my phone upstairs. Anyway, I won't reply to it. Just they come to my computer as well, so no worry. Anyway, it's the big fucking geek talk.
Yeah, it's the guy with the mustache, the Primogen.
Yeah.
I want to say he's from
Montana.
But before that, he's from Prague, or that neck of the Kosovo, that neck of the woods.
Oh, really?
Are they even near that area? Are they even near each other?
Yeah, it's all like in they're all like Slavic country, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his family's from Slav?
There. Could
be.
Could be.
He knows the language. He can speak.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He can probably speak. I don't know, whatever people. There's no Czech. So my grandmother, she's from Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore.
No,
now it's Slovakia and the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
Then split up. Grew up under the
but then they go to Montana because they come in through Canada.
Yeah.
Or they go to Minnesota because they come from Canada.
Montana is nice.
But it's freezing cold up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen those Western movies where they freeze to death before they rescue the woman who's been kidnapped by Indians.
Well, you high up. It's a big sky country.
Down here we got the Donner Pass.
Yeah.
People eat each other on the way to California.
Okay.
But I guess the Oregon Trail is pretty safe nowadays.
Well, now, like, just for
In
now, but
in
gonna come back.
1848, it was probably a hazard.
Just give it another 20 years. It's gonna be like the road.
Yeah, the road.
Yeah. Oh no, those cannibals. It's gonna like fall out.
That was cool how they recognized cannibals by their shaky hands and stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's what is it
Because
called?
they had mad
Voodoo?
cow disease.
Well, it's
You're not supposed to eat brains. You already have brains. You don't want to. It's like cholesterol. If you have cholesterol, you don't want to eat cholesterol. You already have cholesterol.
But that's a real thing. You see that in Africa still.
Oh, in Africa?
Yeah. They call it like uru, something like that.
Hoodoo guru.
Like it's a bunch of things with U's. Yeah, but like it's cannibal disease. Yeah, you're also not supposed to eat a brain of a squirrel. If you eat squirrel, that's because it's also gonna give you that bacteria that's dangerous. Yeah. Dinner pass, nobody feels like family. Exactly. Yeah. Donor pass. Oh yeah. Yeah. So, tell me about something that happened in your life that shaped your that shaped who you became as an adult.
Well, as far as you got to add more for accidents.
Yeah, I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm gonna add more from my family as well.
You need to add it. You need to add in the plague. There's always a plague.
Yeah.
Or someone got injured. They got infected. Gangrene.
Got amputee, maybe.
They were blind. They got blinded for some reason, so now you're in trouble. You need your health back in those days. If this is an old setting, you need your health.
Yeah. Do we add blind? People want to play fucking blind character. Those are annoying.
Sure.
But, no, why not? Why not?
It can be annoying.
Blind character.
They're blind to you, but to them, they see perfectly fine in their surroundings because they just know the place. But if you move their furniture around, they're screwed.
Like cats. Witness a miracle?
Maybe they died and came back, so they remember a hint of the dream.
I'm not adding wheelchair bound though. We're not gonna do the fucking combat wheelchair.
Ironside? No Ironside.
No Ironside. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You're the younger brother and the older brother inherit everything. That's interesting. How would
that happens? Happens a lot.
Like got what's the word when you get got cheated of inheritance? Let's say.
Or you just envy, jealous, whatever, hatred.
Well, that's also got cheated. Like that's from his perspective. I like those names doesn't need to be definitive.
He got to be king. I want to be king.
Yeah.
Or here's the other thing.
I think written lies before you join. Like I mentioned, like slave. Like I already have also a social class thing. So like slave would kind of end up in maybe. No, I think you know what? I'm gonna fucking put it in because what if you were born a noble, which is your social class, but then you became a slave? That could be interesting. I'm gonna put it there because I don't know which category I'm gonna put it in. Became a slave, or
started out as a slave. Yeah.
Or escape.
Yeah. Or they bought their self out of it.
Yeah.
They paid for freedom.
Somehow exactly, like avoided slavery, left slavery.
They did their term.
There should be a joined wizardry school. We're just gonna put that there.
So what setting are we talking about? So I'm not.
It's like
stuff that
late medieval, early Renaissance, which is your favorite setting, which you know a lot about.
I do.
No, I know you. You keep saying I don't know anything about this setting. Yeah.
Well, there's Dark Ages. Where would you say Dark Ages were?
Dark Ages are much earlier. That'd be like between like the 5th century and 9th century, about.
See, I was lied to because in public school, guess what they taught?
What? That the Dark Ages was
It
dark.
went Roman
Yeah,
times to 500 AD.
yeah,
Then it was Dark Ages
yes. That's
until
correct.
the around the mid 1400s.
Yeah, no, that's like Dark Ages went until like what we call like High Medieval time. That went until like the mid 15th century or early
Yeah, because
16th.
there's the whole Crusades. They skipped through the whole. They don't even mention the Crusades, which like 1000, 1100 era.
The first crusade was in 1196, I believe. In 1166, in 1066. No, wait, in 1096, because in 1066 the Norman took over Great Britain, which is base because like I'm Norman supremacy.
Now, would you say
And 30 years later, they went to the crusade.
would you say the Crusades took place in the Dark Ages or medieval times? Medieval age.
Time. It's past the once like the Dark Age. Basically when the Viking raid like stopped and the Viking became Christian, then the Dark Age was kind of
So
over.
each age gets shorter and shorter and shorter, right? Because you end
Well,
up with the Enlightenment era, and then you end up with
well, the medieval time, but like the Dark Age is usually like considered as part of medieval time, and that's like 1,000 year. But like High Medieval
Yeah.
time, which is after the Dark Age, it's like 500 years, so it's like pretty long. The Roman time was about 1,000 years as well, I guess.
Yeah.
But the
'Cause
Roman Empire was
after
only like 500.
because after Renaissance, things just get really short after that. It's like you got your agricultural, you got the Iron Age, you got industrial, you got the information age, the space age.
Yeah.
You got the stream age now.
But it's also like it's closer to us. So I think also just the fact that it's closer to us, we tend to distinguish them more. So, you know, we made like smaller categories because for us it seemed more different, right?
Well, a lot happened in 100 years compared to the 100 years before that, and compared to the 100 years before that. So
yeah, that's true. With the Industrial Revolution, accelerated a lot of stuff. The Industrial
You know,
Revolution and its consequences.
100 years ago, they were trying to get sound movies because movies didn't have any music or anything.
Yeah.
That was only 100 years ago. Now look at us, like streaming live on YouTube in HD.
Yeah, if you just look at 20 years ago, like life was much different, right?
20 years ago, we had real audio, we had AVI, we had MPG.
Yeah,
300 by 200
MP3 player, right? Just like the like big fucking thing that fill your bucket.
Yeah, if you had a condensed microphone, you had it made.
Yeah.
These earbuds I'm wearing are from 25 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they came with my Creative Labs Movo, which I still use.
Man, I never had like I don't like earbuds, but like can't fucking stand them. But like my headphone, like I can't fucking find a pair that will last me that I like, right? But I'm also like a very specific taste. Like I like those I like the little like open ear one, just basically the little speaker that hang by your ear, right?
Yeah. It's just Creative Labs.
Like those one I liked a lot, right? Those little thing like that you just hang on your ear like that.
See, I've never tried wireless or anything.
Because I like to walk a lot, and especially when I'm on streams, I might want to go piss and stuff like that, right? Just like so I can still hear what people say. But they don't go inside your ear because I cannot fucking stand having something inside my ear. And also, I like to be able to hear what's happening around if the dogs or the cats are fighting, right? Something that shut off the noise too much. It's not good for me.
Once in a while, I get the heebie-jeebies if I put one of these in my ear and it's ice cold.
Oh,
it's like putting an ice cube in your ear. What?
Yeah, you need to warm it up before.
Because in the morning, it'll be cold in here when I wake up.
Yeah, like in-ear monitor from Etymotic. Yeah, but like they're in-ear, right? Just like.
But they have to be in your ear because you don't hear anything this far away.
Yeah, those are made for that, so you can. They also do like the bone conduction sometimes, like where the speaker just like go to your skull. I never tried those; they sound annoying. Also, like one thing I cannot stand the noise canceling one. When I was in the office, like in those fucking big studio with fucking 400 people like in a room. It's open, like that's fucking hell, man. I don't know how people can work with that. You always have to have your headphone on, like that cup the noise, and people like try the noise canceling, like, but
Oh, the
like I
open offices I worked in. Oh my
yeah
goodness. Everyone can see each other,
yeah
and everyone can see what everyone's doing at their
yeah
desks,
yeah.
and no one spoke, because if you did, everything you said echoed throughout the whole
Oh
room, and
man, I wish it
everyone
was
would
like
hear
that,
you.
man. The studio I was working at, people would behave like they were fucking bowling alley. They would like yell at each other, like between like from one alley to the other, right? Oh, you do that. I think some of us are fucking trying to work.
I always felt
Man, I
like I
hate
was in
it.
a library, being really quiet,
I
trying not to
wish it
make
was
any
like that.
noise.
But I wish I had a fucking cubicle. Like people used to rant about cubicles, stuff like that. Man, I would take a cubicle over like an open space office any fucking
Well,
day of the
see,
week.
I've been in cubicles too, and you go cabin fever in those things.
Oh yeah, that doesn't bother
Your
me.
little 8 foot by 6 foot cubicle, you'd go
Yeah, but then
crazy
like
after a
nobody,
while.
no, like people are not fucking watching on your, looking on your screen. They don't. You cannot fucking hear them like every time they speak. If you want to talk to somebody, they can come in the cubicle. You can talk like softly, and then nobody around here,
Yeah, you
right?
just walk into their cubicle. Everyone had a spare chair in their
Yeah,
cubicle, so you
exactly.
just sat down next to them and talk, and no one could
Yeah,
hear what
and
you're
then you just
saying.
hang out for a while, shoot the shit,
Yeah,
and yeah, no, that was great. But yeah,
but
like the
still,
stuff that does in the open office are
you don't
hell.
have any. I mean, some cubicles are made of glass, but
Yeah,
most of them are made of carpet, so
but
you can't really
that's
hear
also like
anything.
fucking manager. Like, oh, I need to see what people are doing. So like, what the fucking like you don't even know what I'm fucking doing. Like you have
Yeah,
no clue what my work is. Like what like you're just gonna watch on my screen and you see something moving and you think I'm doing something, right? You have no idea, right? Are you just gonna walk by and read what I'm typing in that fucking like text document, right? Just like,
yeah.
is it a script? Is it just like my groceries list? You don't fucking know. Yeah. Die still, so I'm never going to a cubicle. I'll die of starvation first. Are you in a closed office or are you in a
Remote.
or remote? Yeah. Because obviously like the closed office is better or like working from home is better, but cubicle is better than open space. That I would die on that.
I mean, I liked traveling and going to different places to fix computer stuff, internet stuff,
Yeah.
upgrade stuff. You get to meet people, and but then talking on the phone, answering phone, operators standing by, kind of thing, trying to talk to somebody, and you don't have any. You have to they have to share their screen so you can see what's going on with their computer.
Yeah.
It saves time driving. That's all I can say. But I'd rather be at the place.
Yeah. You like going to people's place.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I worked with these one guys, right? I worked with these guys who would on purpose break all the hot chicks' computers so they'd have an excuse to go drive somewhere.
Oh, that's next level.
and
That's
then
next.
and then then they would not fix the problems. And then the girl calls me up and says, "Hey, these guys are coming over here and they're making my stuff worse." And I said to her, "Oh, they come over there because they want to oogle. They want to oogle you.
Yeah.
You're hot. You're probably hot. Because guys, if you're ugly, you'll never get your computer fixed." So anyway, she ended up suing after I told her that. I thought that was so cool.
Working outside is better. I agree with that. I love working outside. And I said, say no fucking potluck birthday or any of that crap, man. That I hate it as well. Like I'm not here to make friends, right? I'm just like I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna do my fucking work, and I'm gonna leave. Go see my actual friend, right? Just like I don't want to fucking fraternize with you because now I'm gonna say something weird, and then it's gonna be weird all the time we work together, right? Just like I don't know you, you know. I don't want to know you. You don't want to know me. I don't gain to be known. The more people know me, the less they like me.
You tell them you're on YouTube and already they hate you
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
because they think
We're all there.
they think it's weird to be on YouTube.
Yeah. They still say, if you're ugly, we won't fix your computer. If you're hot, we're going to break your computer more. Yeah, exactly. Well, you have to delay it, right? I'm gonna fix it, but I'm gonna put something that's gonna break after a little while. You lay trap, or you give yourself an access in case. Anyway, now with people sharing, right? Just like,
So this would be mystical in
oh, I put
medieval
some,
time.
I put some, yeah, because like it's low fantasy, but there's still some fantasy. But that's the thing, right? If you see something like it should be like life, like you see something magical or something like that,
Yeah.
it should like
Yeah.
mark you enough.
Yeah. Oh, it would stand out. You would notice it something's amiss. This isn't normal.
Yeah.
It's not like Skyrim where everything you eat has magical properties in it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big problem I have with like those eye magic setting, right? Just like where magic is everywhere, then magic become mundane. You know, just like, oh, and just people like fucking light up their cigarette with like a fire spell, right?
Like
Just like, who cares?
stim packs in Fallout are mundane. It's, oh, my leg came off. Just give me a shot.
Yeah, exactly.
You grow a new leg.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to keep like the mystical, like still mystical. But
What about no implants then? Like no cybernetics, no magical legs for the crippled.
yeah, if you lost a leg,
No
the leg is
magical
lost.
eyeballs for the blind people.
You can regrow your leg, but it takes years. You start with a tiny little baby leg.
Yeah, you do the lizard. You take the lizard
Yep.
potion.
Yeah, you start like a tiny baby leg, and then like after like if you're like after like 20 years, gonna be grown to adult size. So nobody does it.
Like if okay, let's say a lizard loses its tail, and for some reason another animal eats the tail.
Yeah, the lizard
Does-
they come back to eat their tail when they lose it.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I was wondering, whoever eats the thing, do they get some lizard properties after that for a time bit, for a little bit?
For a little bit, but it's not enough to get any change.
Their cells remember what's missing and start putting that stuff back.
Yeah.
Like you lose a pinky, how does your brain know to put the pinky back?
I know, like we're getting through there with the stem cell, eh?
It would have to be. You have to graft cells somewhere somehow. I mean, you can do it with skin. You can make skin grow back.
I'm not if you put like the stem cell like they're unspecified cell, right? You put them like you lose a pinky or whatever, like, and that's still a little far off, but like that's the idea. Then the stem cell you put like on the wound, they look at what other cell are around them and they decide what they should be based on that. So they say, oh, okay, no, like this is pinky, like remain of pinky finger, so I should be a pinky finger cell. So they become that, right? Just like, and then yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, some guy lost a thumb. So what they did was they took one of his big toes and made that a thumb for him.
Yeah.
So he's got one less toe on his foot, but he's got the
useful.
thumb's it's not as big as a thumb, but it works like a thumb.
We were talking about keyboard and like typing earlier. Eh? When I was in high school, my computer teacher was I lost a finger. And he had learned to type before he lost his finger, right? And now he was typing pretty fast. And every time he was coming to typing with a stroke that wouldn't need his missing finger, then it would go like. It was funny. Yeah. All right, let's see what the chat say. That is not that is putable on screen. Bleaker say I had a woman sexually harass me at work. Yeah, that's about the only thing that I miss about working in the office. I miss.
Yeah,
that's a good one, right?
I mean, at the time, if you're young, you're thinking, "Oh, this is cool. I'm getting hit on by the girls." Then you look back at it and you think, "Oh, it's kind of cringy." Some of these girls just throwing their bodies at you.
Well, I don't know. Depends
dropping
on the girl,
dropping things all the time. Oh, can you pick that up for me?
Yeah, they want to find their work husband.
Their spousal, their what do you call it? Work spouse.
Yeah, exactly. Fat bald guy. I never had a problem with a woman harassing me. Well, nowadays, change, cultural change. Yeah.
The 90s were weird. Women changed in the 90s, and that's why we have the mess we have now.
Well, they change now as well.
They changed even more. Women don't look like women anymore.
Or anyway, I'm not gonna go there. That's a very yeah.
There's no Farrah Fawcett's anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no bombshell women. Everyone's a hoochie mama.
Well, they either like they try to be men, they try to be absolutely repulsive to men,
Yeah,
or they try to be whore, right? Just like
yeah. It's
like
that's the only two.
can we just have like a normal
Yeah, that
like,
configuration. Yeah,
morally
that
wifely,
the
right?
normal configuration tab for default settings is not in their profile.
Yeah, exactly. Just like I just want somebody that's gonna be like a
Like
wife and a mother to my children, right? Just
what is okay? What's a cool masculine female? Is there one, or is it just in movies where they're sort of cool?
well, I don't find them cool in movie either, right? Just like for me, I always say like that. I think the best female character, like one of the best female character I've seen on TV, was Skylar in Breaking Bad, right? The mother.
Oh,
I
see,
think she's.
I didn't watch that show, so I don't know anyone
Oh,
on
you
that
should.
one.
It's very good. It's very well written show. Like we don't.
Remember Vasquez from Aliens?
Yeah, yeah. She
And
was in like
Hudson says, "You ever get mistaken for a man?" And she turns around and says, "No, have you?"
yeah, yeah. You know, like I don't know, like some people like say like, oh man, like like, that's not what I want in a woman.
Yeah, women welders on ships are all like Vasquez. They're all
But
like that.
now
They
that
wear guy clothes and they act like a guy. And
I talked about that before as well, right? I just like I've been accused of being a misogynist. I'm like a misogyn. What's the word?
I
Like
don't
I've
know.
been to be
I don't know.
misogynistic. I've been accused of being misogynistic a lot, right? But I always say like I
Oh
think
well.
no, I'm not. I think it's a society that's misogynistic. Society fucking hate women. I love women as women, right? But society is always trying to turn women into men. Like they always like devalue like what is feminine and try to push them like oh we need more women playing video game. Why? Why? It doesn't matter if women are not into video game and they have
Okay,
their own hobbies and they're not
I've
less
seen
valid, right? Just like
I've seen hot women play Max Payne and
yeah,
Grand Theft Auto.
yeah.
And don't mess with it. Let it stay. Don't say, "Hey, did you know you're a hot woman playing this game?"
But
Don't
it
poison the
can
well.
happen, and it doesn't matter. Like people can enjoy different thing, right? What does it matter if like in general, like in RPGs, right? There's more men liking RPGs than women. That doesn't matter. That's fine. Women can like different thing, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to share the same interest. But now it's always like, well, all the male hobbies.
All of
Oh,
it.
we need to
All of
bring
it.
women into them, and the female hobbies are looked down onto, right? Just like
Yeah.
their crap hobby. I said, no,
Boys
that's not
aren't
hobby.
joining the Girl Scouts, but the girls destroyed the
Yeah.
Boy Scouts.
Yeah,
The Boy Scouts are gone.
yeah. Where are the Audrey Hepburns? Well, you won't find them there anymore.
Once in a while I see one. But they're not from US. They're from another
Yes.
country.
Yeah,
They're from Russia, or they're from one of those places. The Ukraine. The Ukraine is full of Audrey Hepburns.
Well, but the Ukrainian woman, you have to be careful with them. they're
Don't marry that. Don't marry them online.
No. Can we? And even when they're here, can we just have one with feminine without the warness? Exactly.
This is what you do with Ukraine women. This is what you do. Look at their mom, and that's what she will look like.
Sorry? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This was not meant to be totally flippant. They're learning about what they are and finding good men to be with and doing it quietly. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like also, like I have to say, a lot of the good women, we don't see them because like they're the one that are not like whoring up on Instagram. They're not they're the one that are not like screaming against the patriarchy on TikTok, right? They're just doing their shit.
They're not doing OnlyFans.
Exactly.
They're already married. They've already got kids.
Exactly. Or if they're not, because like they're still young and stuff like that, they haven't got married yet. They're doing their stuff, and they're not like terminally online. Like so, when we are like, and I am terminally online, I can admit that. Well, less than I used to be because I quit Twitter and stuff like that, right? Just like, so it's a little bit better. But I'm still a YouTuber, so I'm still online a lot. But yeah, when
YouTube
you're in the
is
real world, like I don't know what
you-
women do in the real world. What's a woman will be now? What do women do in their spare time? They scroll TikTok.
they're on their phone.
Yeah,
They're
they're
on
on
their
their
phone and they're believing everything they see on their phone.
yeah, they're binge watch Netflix while scrolling TikTok. But anyway, I don't know.
But the normal women know that that's all toxic stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Now
I
they're
don't know.
not on
I don't
They're
know.
not on TikTok saying, "Where are all the decent men?" They're not doing that. The crazy women are on TikTok saying, "Where are all the decent men?"
And like like, girl, you're 35. The decent man.
They all think they're tens.
Yeah, but like you're aged out now, right? Just like you fucking whore out, like you're like, and you played around, you fooled around during your 20s, and
Yeah,
now like you're
high body
35, and you
count.
say like, why can't I find a decent man
Yeah,
anymore?
they have a high body count, and the guys have it made in the shade because now they can just sleep with anyone and
Yeah,
not have to get married.
yeah, yeah.
So the
They used
guys
to say
don't.
that.
The
Hey,
guys
oh,
don't
why
care.
buy the cow if you get the milk for free, right? Just like
Yeah, stuff like that.
yeah.
Now how are we going to tie this subject into your character history here? Oh, you were talking about magic. So magic, is it going to be naturally occurring, or does it have to be ritually learned, studied? Do you have to
Oh man,
Do you have to know how to manifest magic for there to be magic? It doesn't just rub two rocks together and poof, things happen.
no, I got like I got 6 branch of magic. Uh, half of them come from other entity. So like one is like like the clerical magic.
Secondary?
You come from you get from a god, you get from demon or dark entity, or you get from like old spirits, like the shaman, right? So those are 3 of them.
Now, are these blessings kind of magic,
Yes.
or cursed kind of magic,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
or is there like a spirit thing floating around
Well,
just
one of them, like
granting wishes?
like the shamanism, you lock spirit into fetishes like grigri, like like those. So you're gonna have like, oh, this, I trapped a spirit into that skull, and then you have to
Oh,
carry the
okay.
skull around, and like, so
Yeah.
you got like those character with like a
It's, what
bunch
do they
of like
call that? What did you call that?
shamanism.
No, after that you called it something. What is it called? It's
A grigri, a fetish.
or is it a relic?
Well, yeah, that could be a relic, but like people like the term fetish. That's where the term fetish come from. If you're not talking in a sexual context, it's called a fetish.
Yeah, I was thinking of fetish, but
Yeah.
I mean fetish is too
Well, nowadays like the
too
term
mundane. Fetish
Yeah.
means anything now.
Yeah, well, literally it.
I mean,
But
eating pizza is a fetish, I guess.
well, yeah, I guess.
A habit. Fetish has become habit.
Yeah. Well, now like also like because people like it's so celebrated, right? It used to be something like shameful. Well, man, don't make a fetish out of that, right?
Yeah, like
Oh, it's my fetish.
don't tattoo your entire face to make yourself look like a lizard man or something.
Yeah, yeah. But like he's asking like a fetish or fetch. Fetching is a fetish.
So how
You don't
long
know
would you?
what fetching is?
Okay,
I'm not
so
gonna explain it on stream because
so
it's really
what race would you have in your game?
great.
What's your base race?
Uh,
Base bonus race.
human,
So how
but
long do humans live in your game?
same
What's
as
the lifespan?
like same as in our world, like they're pretty basic
Okay.
human. Well, it depends, like
Okay.
that's the thing what I'm doing, right? I got 9 race. They're divided into 3 different culture. One is human, and the human, like there's like the what I call the I men, which are like regular human, like you and I, right?
Yeah.
More or less regular human. And like my equivalent of dwarves and hobbits or halfling are also like part of human. Basically, they're just like human that long time ago became shorter, and because like they want to live in the mountain.
Genetic
Yeah,
drift or something.
yeah, exactly. So they
So
develop,
the
they develop their own
dwarves are
culture.
humans still. So
Genetically, they're still human, right?
okay.
They still have, they're just like just like the pygmy or
What were the
still
other ones called? Halflings
the halfling
or elves? What did you say they were?
halfling. halfling
I don't understand half.
or hobbits.
Can't people just say hobbit?
No, because of it's copyrighted.
So who can't? Is there a better word than halfling?
Well, I call them halfmen.
Halfman. Okay. Because
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I'd hear halfling. All I think of is, oh, you're half human and half something else when I hear halfling.
No.
They say, no, 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 no. And then
Yeah.
they try to tell me what a halfling is without using the word hobbit. It's like, why?
Well,
Just use hobbit.
if you want to know a little more the detail, like what I'm doing is like there's like the human that at some point they split into the half men and the what they call I men, right? Just to make a distinction. Which I men is still like regular human, and then the half men went to live in the mountain.
Yeah.
But some of them like came out of the mountain later on, and then so down there's the island half men, which are like the dwarf, and the lowland half men, which are like the hobbit that
Okay.
live in hills. Yeah, that's the whole fucking story of human. And like the other culture are the fays. So they're elves, fauns, and trolls. And they all have like a
Now,
specific.
are they related to each other or are they
They're related
separate?
to each other slightly in the sense that like it's like a creation story that like the trolls have been created from stone, the elves have been created from plants, and the faun have been created from beast, right? So
Okay.
it's like when the gods were trying to make
Yeah.
sentient being, they started with trying making them of
The
stone.
experiments.
Exactly.
Now,
So
do
they're
they
related
live
in that.
longer than humans then, I'm guessing?
Yes. The trolls basically like some like they are as they get injured, when they scar, they turn back into kind of stone, right? And at some point, like, and they lose dexterity. At some point, they become unplayable because they just like petrify themselves. They just like they heal
Wow.
very fast, but in the healing, they petrify themselves. So at some point, just become back a boulder, and
That's
they're gonna
cool.
stay dormant for like hundreds of years. And at some point, they wake up and they kind of lose their memories somewhat, right? Just like,
Yeah.
but they're basically
Senile.
like, and they don't have sex because like they were the first one created, and they've been a certain number have been created. We don't know how many, but that's it. Just sometime they come back, they go back dormant as boulder for like very long time,
Yeah,
and then
they
they
were
wake
just
up.
they were all created at the same time.
Yeah.
And they didn't have sex to do that. They just poof, they're here.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the god that
Okay.
created all the same time from rocks.
Can you kill one? If you kill one, what happens? Does some
Well,
magic leave the realm?
that's the thing. When you injure them, they're just gonna heal back, right? But like as they heal back, like they just become a big lump of rock.
Okay.
So they just become like clumsier and clumsier that they have a hard time like walking around because of that. And at some
So
point, it
they
becomes
look
like
like-
so
they
much that that's when they go back dormant.
They look like stone atronachs after a while or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then at some point, it becomes like so burdensome to move that they just go back dormant as boulder for centuries.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And like
I wouldn't mind encountering a few of those in it with
Yeah.
my human character.
Yeah, I was trying to do something. I don't know. I was trying to do something a bit different. And the elves basically because they're made out of like they live like long as trees basically because they're basically like kind of like almost half elf, half dryad almost. You know, they're kind of part trees. Like some people say they have sap in their vein instead of like blood.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
dryads in my Skyrim.
Yeah. And the faun they typically live shorter than human because they're made out of beasts, so they have like more like a little more beast-like lifespan.
I want to say they live as long as trees do.
Yeah.
Until they burn.
Yeah.
If they can burn. Some trees are hard as rock. They don't burn.
Yes.
Try to burn a eucalyptus tree. It's not going to happen.
Oh, but when they do, it makes like you cannot fucking put them off. That was a big problem in Australia. I don't remember. Like
The
all
leaves
koala would die.
burn. The leaves burn just
Oh,
fine.
maybe. Oh, yeah, it's true.
And-
And the
and
trunk
that's-
stay there. Yeah.
And the leaves have like kerosene or something in them.
Yeah,
So
that's
because
what happened.
they're poisonous leaves to people.
Yeah.
Koalas can eat just fine without dying.
And the third race, or like the third culture, or like the orcs, basically. And which
Now,
are
how big are your orcs?
they're like big, like a big man, the orcs. Like they're
Okay.
they're a little taller than man.
Like
muscular.
Andre the Giant big?
Maybe not as quiet, right? Just like
Jaws. Jaws from 007?
Maybe like Dwayne Johnson, right?
Okay. He's like
Yeah,
6'3", 6'4",
yeah,
right?
yeah. But and the orcs and the goblins, which are also the same kind of thing, right? Basically similar species that spread that split up over time, right? And just like a uh
Depending on the climate.
no, depending on its social class, basically
Or
like the
they're,
goblins are
I
like
was gonna
slave of the
say,
orcs.
I was gonna say what deity they may have been involved with led them somewhere.
Well, they're all created by that's also like based on creation, further experiment, and
So the politics, is it different with all these things? Are they all like, if you see an elf, would they be wearing human clothes and talking to you as a human, or
they're
would they
like
have a totally different culture?
no, I'm trying to make them like a different culture, and there's tension obviously because of the humans encroaching on the natural world, and the orcs are mad. Uh, the orcs are obsessed about destroying wealth. Basically, they're basically
Yeah.
Democrats.
Because you know how in D&D everyone knows about each other's gods.
Yeah,
Everyone can worship whoever they want to. Everyone can eat each other's foods, wear
yeah,
each other's clothes, use
yeah.
each other's weapons.
Now, what I'm doing, like, I'm making them that they live like pretty separately, and even in the character creation, I say like pick one culture. Like I strongly suggest to pick one culture, and make all the party member from that culture, if not from the same race, right?
That's a good
So
idea.
you shouldn't have like humans with face, with
Yeah,
orcs.
it's like, oh, we
You
need
want to do
the cleric has to be an elf because they have higher magic than other
yeah.
humans do.
Exactly. It's like you want to do a fake campaign, do a fake campaign. You want to do a human campaign, do a human campaign. You want to do orc campaign, do orc campaign. If
Yeah.
you mix and match all of them, like you can do it, but it's like with caution, and then there's also like cost and
So
consequence.
diversity in your
It's frowned
game
upon.
is adversity instead,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
just like in real life.
Yeah, yeah. The orcs, like they have this thing, like they have this compulsion of destroying wealth. Uh, they're really into destruction and stuff like that. Like they see like all luxury like as a sinful in the sense they're very
Yeah,
religious for some reason,
yeah,
and they always like they raid to capture like wealth from other culture,
yeah.
and then they just like bury it in mound or throw it in lakes. They have like these sacred lakes that people say like there's like more gold in the bottom of that lake than in every kingdom put together. But you can go there because it's full of orcs living around it.
Okay, would you have dragons inside of mountains and wonder how did they get inside the mountain in the first place?
I have dragons, but they're also not natural being. It's something you like they're like embodiment of vice or virtue, and it's like people becoming dragon.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's like something like if you like at some point in your life you can like turn into a dragon, but it's kind of like a weird thing, and
it's
they're
a
like kind of
one-way
immortal.
thing. It's one way, right?
Yeah, it's one way.
Once you turn, you're there.
You're there.
You
Yeah,
can't just morph back to
yeah, and
Sam Wellington,
it's something
farmer.
like extremely rare. You really need like to push yourself and become like very like the embodiment of something that you turn into a dragon, and even then like most people become insane and then just become like savage beasts, like those dragon that you
Can
that
you
just like
still talk in your native tongue if you're a dragon, or do you think as a dragon?
if you manage to not go insane in the process, yes, you can still talk.
Okay,
Yeah, they're like they're pretty
that'd be a
smart.
good encounter. Also,
Yeah, yeah.
the dragons. You're wondering how did the dragon get into this cave? It's too big. Well, he came into the cave as human
Yeah,
eons ago.
and it's like, and then he just sat there and like did work
Question.
on his self improvement until he can transform, cocoon, and transform into a dragon.
Yeah.
But there's no like young dragon, there's no like dragon egg and stuff like that because of that, right? Just like they're not natural being. It's something like you transcend. Like
Yeah, you
there's
don't want baby dragons. That's too.
yeah,
You're making it too mundane. You're making dragons too ordinary, too
exactly.
common.
Exactly. They're basically like it's basically the closest that a mortal being can become to a god, right? Just become a dragon.
It's like if they bring dinosaurs back, it's not going to be like, oh, Arizona, it's all dinosaurs now. No one lives there. It's all
It's gonna be
dinosaurs.
like
No,
in
it's
the
going to be like one or two dinosaurs, and then they die, and then they make one or two more dinosaurs, and then they die.
Is it gonna be like in the? They're gonna bring dinosaurs. Gonna be like in the Mario movie, the Super Mario movie.
Oh,
Like
it is. I don't know.
decades ago. You don't know.
To me, it
You know
would
what
be
that?
just some guy, some guy and his girlfriend or whatever, some hippies, whatever. They thought they'd make a dinosaur,
Yeah.
and so somewhere in Washington State, and they made a dinosaur, and it's on a leash. Don't go near it. Don't pet it. It's not a tamed or anything.
Yeah, there was like some scientists in McGill McGill University in Montreal, few years back, almost 20 years back. So I don't know what happened with that, but they were trying to turn back chicken into dinosaur, and then like they breed like chicken with like big fucking teeth.
Yeah,
Like that's
yeah. You can tell chickens to have feathers or scales or
Yeah.
teeth or no teeth or claws or just flip the genetic code when they're still.
Jacobite Wiseman asked, "Are there subreddits of big focus humans?" Yes, there are. I made three, which are basically like people living in temperate climate, people living in the north, people living in desert. Just keep it simple.
You know
Because
how
I like
there's art. You know how there's artificial flavoring now for real? Like before it was fake artificial flavoring. Now it's real. I mean,
What do you mean?
like you can go to Walmart and buy water that tastes like raspberry.
Oh yeah, man.
But
I
it
never
looks
do
like
that.
water.
Yeah, I never do that.
But
Yeah.
the scientists, the pharmaceutical types, they just put the chemical. They know the chemicals that some
all.
fruit has.
Yeah.
And they just synthesize that chemical, stick it in the water.
Yeah.
So it's not artificial. I mean, you're still drinking. You're drinking. The taste is real. It just didn't come from snozberry. It came from a lab.
Yeah, they do that.
Now
with,
they can do that with
truffle
DNA.
oil.
They can do that with DNA. They don't have to worry about, oh, we have dinosaur DNA, but it died. The DNA is dead. No, they can replicate the DNA on a computer, 3D print the stuff.
Yeah, but
They
now they
just
have,
need
they
to
have
know
a
the code.
flavor air. Have you seen that? The flavor air.
Flavored air.
Yeah, people like people like vape.
Maybe.
Now, like
Yeah.
that's the next step outside of vaping. Like you just like have this device that you suck
Yeah,
on,
well, like
I guess, and
well,
then just like the air that goes
Febreze.
through got flavor.
That's that
You
Febreze.
put you put your can of Febreze.
you spray. Now they got the chick commercials where the girls are spraying their self with Febreze, their whole
Yeah.
body.
Now those companies like are reaching out to YouTuber for a sponsorship. They didn't reach out to me yet, but I wouldn't do it anyway because.
But I remember as a kid, you have the mist sprayer and you're spraying this lemon smell in the house, and it's just, yeah, you're just spraying goop everywhere. Same with candles. You're burning candles in the house, and your house ends up being covered in goop.
I like burning candle and incense.
But now you can get the synthetic stuff, and it smells, and it doesn't leave goop everywhere.
There's always like, I don't know, man. Just like when,
Just
like,
watch
I like,
out.
I like traditional stuff.
Watch out from sprays from China, because they might put other stuff in the spray besides just scented air.
Yeah. Mercurius Solicus ask, is there a difference between the sex and strength for humans? I didn't go there. I didn't feel like going, like opening this specific kind of worm.
They're just base stats.
Yeah, and also like it's
like
based on your
Traveler.
experience, right? Just like you
guys are more brave than women, or
no,
women are just as brave.
I didn't put any like difference of sexes, just because for like one, I didn't want to fucking like deal that fucking like issue, and like have people like complain or people whine about it, right?
Yeah.
I'm still trying to make a game that I want to sell maybe at some point, but also
what about politics wise?
It was like deeper detail that I don't want to go through.
What about politics wise? Can a woman be commander in chief of an army?
Well,
or only guys get to have that spot.
I won't put any restriction
no women
on it. But
no women in foxholes.
And I won't put them in the, if I put like some setting story and stuff like that, I won't put like this like Simbarum do, like this strong fucking like monarch female king, right? Female.
That book, is that a story or is it just a setting? Because people read the book and they say, it's not as good as Lord of the Rings, but I think it's just a setting, isn't it?
Well, it's a setting with a lot of story in it, right?
It has some stories in it.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah.
telling you about all the story of the world and what happened in the recent like 20, 30 years or so, and then like what's happening now. And
Okay.
yeah, I don't like it.
I mean, technically, a woman could be queen.
Yeah, but
She
like
could,
now she's like leading army and stuff like that, right? Just
you
like
know,
in the
like the
front
queen. Does
line.
the queen ever go out on the battlefield
No. Or
to
just she stay in the
for
back, right?
morale, or is
Stay in-
she just there? She's just there as a symbol of hope for the troops who are.
If she's there, usually she's gonna send like somebody else in her stead, right?
The queen's here, but she's in a tent far away from the battle. But
Yeah.
she wants you to read this letter she wrote specifically for you to read.
And she might just stay in, it's not very fun going on campaign either, right? Just like it's messy, it's smelly. You're always like in horse shit. Yeah, just like
See, that's why you need a queen who is of the land. She was born there. She's shoveled poop. She's fed cows and chickens and crap.
nah,
And
it doesn't work.
she's seen some real shit, man.
Nobility's in the blood.
She's a weathered queen.
Yeah. But
And she
that's
can
the thing.
drink.
What I'm doing, because a lot of the thing like you do when you choose your like when you create your character, if you were to choose a lot of like you create a female character, let's say for some reason, and you choose a lot of like woman, like traditionally womanly activity in your background, right? Then that that would lead to a difference in strength, just because like you won't get an experience point in that, right?
They didn't go to boot camp.
They didn't go to boot camp.
They don't
Exactly.
have survival skills, maybe.
If you want to create like a woman character, but all the experience you picked in the past are like typically male experience, and you're just creating a male with boobs, right? So I don't know why you
Yeah.
do that, but
Private Benjamin.
before like lost a child, I should say got a child, I guess.
Well, you say I don't know, you're brought up by your uncle or something, you're adopted.
Yeah.
You don't know. You're an orphan. You just don't know who you are.
Yeah.
You know, you're like Oliver Twist, and you were brought up. Eventually, you're brought up by, some rich family. Happy ending. You have a twin brother who's king when you should be king.
No, that's too that's too that's something that should be discovered in play. It's not something you
Okay.
put in the background, Yeah, that now that we're going too
I'm
much.
not real. Yeah, you find out that you're not really royal blood. You've been lied to your whole life.
Yeah, you're a bastard. Oh, being a bastard could be, yeah, that could be interesting.
In Traveler, they have that. You could find out you're not the race you think you are.
That you're not the race you think you are. What
Yeah.
happened? You're just like been transformed, like.
You've been lied to, but the government can find out real easy through DNA test.
But
in some totalitarian worlds, you have to be a certain DNA to even have a job there.
Bates.
Remember Gattaca? Did you ever see Gattaca?
I was about to say that. Yeah.
To go to Titan or Triton, whichever place he was going to, you had to have good genetics.
Yeah, and then they cheat the genetic test.
Yeah, there's planets in Traveler that are just like that.
Yeah.
Blade Runner is sort of like that. You're either the perfect being, or you're just some loser like J.F. Sebastian who gets stranded on Earth. He can't go anywhere because he's not good enough. His genes aren't good enough to spread.
People didn't really want to in Blade Runner. People didn't really want to leave. Like it sucked going to Mars.
Well, you don't want to go until after everything's nice and pretty and terraformed.
Yeah, but that's why they had the android there.
No one wants to do the work.
The android to Mars to do the shit job because it was a shit place to be.
Yeah, they can handle vacuum easier, temperatures easier.
Would you like to go to Mars?
Me?
Yeah.
I've always been wanting to go on a one-way trip to Mars.
On a one-way trip?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I would not expect to come back. I would just go and die there.
Yeah, like Musk, Elon Musk. He said, like, I want to die on
Mars,
if possible, not on landing.
I don't have $100 million though.
Well,
But
maybe you
yeah,
can
I
make
wouldn't
do with
mind. I would go on the short trip. I wouldn't do that long ass, 8th month or
Yeah.
longer. I just
I
want
don't know, man.
4-month trip to get there.
That's not a
And hopefully, this is assuming the base is already built, of course, before humans arrive. The drones build all the bases first.
this the building the base, the base, the part that sound the most fun for me. Going there when there's nothing and being the first one and building everything.
Well,
That's
okay,
but I like
in
building
role
stuff.
play terms, you do it as a character, but in
Yeah.
reality, that's all done by self-driving trucks and crap. And
Yeah, I guess it's all like a robot, right?
yeah,
But
the
I like
robots
building stuff.
are gonna dig for the water and make fit the wells and all that stuff and get the atmosphere going inside the caves.
But the thing that bothers me is the gravity.
Because he has
Having
that
like lower
boring.
gravity.
Elon has something called the Boring Company.
Yeah.
Put that on Mars. Instant tunnels, the Hyperloop tunnel things.
Yeah.
So you travel underground. Everything's
Mars.
underground.
Underground
Everything has
sea.
air.
I don't know.
Food is grown. The drones start growing the food.
I
You
would
know,
much rather like we send all the people I dislike from like on Earth to Mars. Use it as a prison planet. It's gonna
But
become the
even
new Australia.
but even if it was a chance to go to Mars in my lifetime, sure I'd go. Even if I died instantly when I got there,
Yeah.
it'd be worth it. To
Yeah.
see Earth from Mars, a little blue dot in space, that'd be so cool.
Wow. You would barely see it, no?
You'd see it like you could see Mars from here.
Yeah, but it's just like a little white dot, no?
Yeah, it's just a dot. It's just a dot.
Yeah.
And it has to be like on the far side of the sun. Otherwise, you're not going to see it.
Yeah, it's that's
It'll just be a dark dot.
but that's the thing, the Earth is always gonna be between Mars and the sun. Unless it's even further away, on the other side of the sun.
It'll be like how we see Venus, nice and bright, because Venus is on the other side of the sun.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, how does it work? When do we see Venus?
We see Venus when it's dark.
But if
Sunrise,
it's dark,
sunrise, sunset.
Yeah, exactly. It need to be sunrise, sunset, and like the Earth should be here, the sun should be here, and Venus should be like on the side, no?
Usually we see Venus behind the moon.
Because if you see
like
like
a
in
full
front,
moon, you'll see the full moon, and then you see Venus behind the moon.
but you still need to be able to see the sun somewhat.
Oh, the sun would be right behind you. Like 8 o'clock at night. Pacific Daylight Standard.
Yeah, like when the sun is
Pacific
setting,
Daylight
and
Saving,
stuff like that. Like if the
PDT.
sun is setting in the west, maybe you can see Venus in the east, right?
Yeah, it's always going to be in the east.
Yeah.
All the weird stuff shows up in the east, in California.
And it's all end up in California.
The
weird stuff, all the weird people from the east, they end up in
the
California.
left coast.
Yeah. There's nowhere else to go after that.
But yeah, you can see Jupiter, you can see Mars, you can see Saturn, you can see Venus, but they have to be, the sun. It's going to be noontime on their planets that you're looking at.
Well,
otherwise you might miss it if it's just a crescent.
It's always noontime somewhere on the planet.
I don't think you can see a crescent. Now that I think about it, I don't think you can see a crescent planet of Saturn, because that would be behind you.
Saturn? No, Saturn we can see because like Saturn is further away than us, so we can see at night.
But I mean, like in the movie Alien, they have that one planet with the ring around it.
Yeah.
And you see it's a crescent. You see like only a fifth of the planet is in the sunlight.
If there's a big moon. If the planet is a big moon.
Oh, if you have a telescope like Galileo did, you could see the 4 moons going around Jupiter.
Yeah.
And you can see that
more
Saturn
than 4
has
moon
rings.
around Jupiter, no?
Oh, there's a bunch now.
Yeah. But only 4 big one.
Which
one are they? Io,
Ganymede, Io, Europa,
What's the other one?
I always forget the last one.
Me too.
They didn't make a movie of the other one, did they?
You should. I don't know. I don't watch movies.
I remember them because they made movies of them.
No way. I never. I
The
didn't see.
Io's the one they use all the time for dystopian worlds. That's the planet that or the moon that's really small and you die instantly if you stand outside because it's so close to Jupiter.
Yeah, and Europa is the one that's all ice
It's all ice, and they say there's water underneath there,
underneath the ice.
so you can get a submarine or whatever and go looky loo.
Maybe life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe someone in chat knows what
Yeah.
the second largest moon is called. If I hear the name, I'll remember right away.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Ganymede is almost as big as Earth.
Oh, really? I know that. That's the biggest one.
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
Oh, what is it? Did Holtz ever make a song for that moon? He did the planets.
He made the
but
planets.
I don't know if he did the moons.
I don't think he went that far. The planets,
Phobos,
those
Phobos and
old
Phobos.
songs are amazing. I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah.
2004, somebody said Pluto. Actually, Pluto's a moon.
No, they say it's a what is it? It's not a moon. It's like a
It's
something
an
like
asteroid. It's an Oort thing.
Yeah,
It's an Oort cloud thing.
But yeah, it's been declassified as a planet because it's not round.
Oh,
Its
that's
gravity is not important enough. It's not like it's too small, so the mass is too small, so it doesn't like round itself.
it doesn't influence anything.
Well, does it? I don't know.
Like you find out that, was it Uranus and Neptune? They got little tiny moons and crap and rings and shit.
Yeah. That's just have they even discovered that one when you wrote the planets? Well, Pluto was there.
Pluto? That was discovered what, in the 30s or something?
Oh yeah, but it was rediscovered recently. But the ancient talked about it.
Pluto influenced H.P. Lovecraft a lot.
Yeah, I would thought that you would be influenced by Saturn a lot.
Because the Pluto's was always called Planet X, or they were looking for Planet X, or
well, there still are. Planet X would be the 10th one, no?
Yeah, the 10th one is
that's X,
the rogue planet that comes by every 10,000 years and kills everybody.
Nibiru.
Just like Fifth Element had one.
Yeah. Are the giants in the game? They are as like monster, right? Just like regular old monster
creatures.
Yeah, creatures. I don't know. Like that's something I haven't like worked on too much. Like the bestiary and the monster and stuff like that. I want to keep most interaction, most conflict between like sentient being, right? People, but yeah.
Would your giants live together, or would they be living in isolation from each other? Like some fish, you can't put them near each other, or they kill each other.
Yeah, maybe some familial clan, right? But because like you don't want to have like too big. You don't have like many giants living together because it would take too much resources. So they would need to be like small, very small group, right? 2 or 3 individual.
Yeah, Dice tells they knew about Saturn having moons back then. But
yeah,
I mean, Saturn's got what, 18 moons or some nonsense?
Well, yeah,
but back then we knew of 3 at least.
We
didn't know about shepherd moons.
The orbit of Uranus. That's how they discovered it.
But yeah, they used the Palomar telescope, whatever. They used that to look at Pluto when they found out there was a Pluto. Then they'd look at Andromeda and stuff and go.
That's a good one.
They were trying to figure out how many galaxies there were in the universe back in the 50s.
Can you read that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was like, because I had to put like it's very small in my Saturn has 146 moon. There you go. We got the exact number there. I don't know how true it
What?
is. Right? It's all like Saturn is like full of a.
Hey, I have a house. I have a floating house bigger than some of their moons.
You know, in my Friday night stream, right? The sound, the music in my countdown, that's recorded from Saturn.
Really?
Yeah, they sound like a sound around the planet to record sound, and
I
this
thought
like
I
eerie,
was
creepy fucking noise. That's the sound
was
of
that
Saturn.
was that no, what was that? What was that probe called that went out there and did that?
I forgot the name of the probe, but
What is it called?
Saturn is very weird.
Yeah, you can look at the sun through the ring and get the frequencies.
Yeah, and there's like this weird hexagon on top of
Was
it.
it called
Right?
Galileo? Did they call it the Galileo?
The sound, maybe. Well, I'm sure they made a sound
The
called.
probe was named after an astronomer
Yeah,
back in the
I'm sure they did.
1700s.
Yeah. Saw a monster. Oh, maybe saw a ghost would be a different one, or would it be the same one? Maybe I'm gonna join those two together because sometimes I can put like option as well, right?
So how do ghosts work in your game?
Ghost.
Are they solid? Can they
They're
pick things up?
they're like Jello.
Can you talk to them? Do they make noises?
Maybe that is something I haven't thought. I haven't.
Are
put
they
too much thought in.
happy, sad? Are they
Maybe. Depends.
lost?
There's a variety of them, right? Some of them are just like spirit coming back from the grave to tell you like to be nice to your neighbor, or you're gonna be alone in Christmas. And some of them
Do they
try to
wear
scare you.
clothes?
Just
Do they
some
show
of them,
up?
like some of them
Do they
want to
show up
go.
naked or with their clothes on they died in? Are they wearing the clothes they were buried in?
Buried in or died in?
Oh, I
Probably
don't know.
died in.
I don't know. Usually ghosts show up the way they died. Like if they died in a car
Well,
wreck, they'll have
the
glass in their
ghost
face.
the ghost that used to be like in the bed sheet, right? Just like that was like the lintel, right?
That
was the
kind of
ghost they were
ghost?
buried in. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's what I am. But
Are you saying they're wrapped up?
yeah,
When
people
they're
used to
just
wrap
buried?
up the body, right, to bury them in lintel, so
Okay.
and in a shroud, basically, and that's why we have this image of the ghost. Just
I did not know that.
yeah, where it come from.
I learned from the interwebs.
We're all learning together. That's yeah.
I always figured it was a Ku Klux Klan thing.
That's a.
But they probably copied the ghosts.
They did no. They copied the Catholic Church.
How?
We
mean,
we have those
like-
procession with but we do it in black, right? Those memento mori procession when we have those big pointy hat, black pointy hat, and those black robe, and with just the hole for the eyes, right? And then we walk around with skull.
When was that? When was that done?
Some places still do that. It's a traditional Catholic thing.
See, now I have to go on YouTube and do a search.
Yeah, I can. Maybe I can probably show you a picture. I always have them like around.
I've probably seen pictures of it, but it would have been like paintings from like 300 years ago.
No, there's picture. There's like actual photograph because I cannot find one now. Usually I can.
Show it. I can tell you if it's a fake or not. Oh, what'd you hear? Did you see D&D's video this morning?
D&D?
They say that the artwork in the new edition of D&D is going to match the text that you're reading.
Really?
What do you think of that?
They're gonna use it. They use that for prompt?
No. Just the artwork in the book will be an illustration of the thing you're reading about in the book.
Well, I can find it. Well, I think that's
Because
how it should
in
be.
the past, what
Yeah.
what most RPGs do
Right.
is they just put in random artwork in a book. That means it doesn't have anything to do with what you're reading currently in the book.
Yeah, no, that's something. That's something
It's
I
just
dislike.
placeholder artwork.
Yeah,
Traveler's done it forever. It's like let's talk about Space Command stuff, and they have a lizard dude with a sword in his hand for some reason. Has nothing to do with what you're reading about. It's like this artwork looks cool. Let's just throw it in the book somewhere. When I wrote my book, I made sure the artwork matches what you're reading about.
That's what I want to do as well. That's what I told my guy as well. Like, it makes sense, right? But
Otherwise,
sometimes just like
you're just putting random illustrations in your book.
to fit whatever like empty space that you have there, right?
Yeah, it's like, oh, I need a quarter of a page. I need to put an art piece in there somewhere. Just pick something.
Exactly. Pick something random, right?
You draw me some random artwork, and I'll use some of it in my book.
Yeah. Can I add something else?
No, you can prompt. You can prompt the AI now what you just wrote in your book, and it will do a spitting image.
Yeah.
And then you just crop it or make room for it in your book.
How do I, man?
How do you
StreamYard
what?
is not very good at. I'm trying to share an image.
Make sure you save your video ideas.txt file.
Oh, yeah. That's my
Or is this your untitled?
that's my own title. Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah. I'm bad at saving.
I have a video ideas text too. It's filling up like crazy. I need to start going through some of them.
Mine is getting empty. I'm running out of idea, guys. So that's why you have to leave your question in the comments.
I started making videos like I did 10 years ago on YouTube.
I'm gonna share something else.
30-second long.
Yeah, I saw that.
I just asked.
See?
Oh, okay. What does that say?
It's fui lo que eres y será lo que soy. It means as I am, so you will be.
So what does that mean?
It means like it's a skull saying that. So like
the skull is saying that?
Yes, it's an old thing that say like as you are, so I was, as I am, so you will be. Basically, like remember that you will die.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So is this on All Souls Day or something? The day after Halloween?
Before Halloween. I don't know when they do that exactly.
November 1st? You have to go to church on November 1st, I think.
Yeah, you're right. After Halloween, yeah, exactly.
Holy Day of Obligation.
Yes, Holy Day of exactly. Yeah. I don't know when they do that. That's on.
So what year is this? Do you think?
Well, I don't know. They have photograph. So
I'm gonna say this was in the 50s.
50s, you think maybe?
The way the women are dressed, it looks like the 50s.
Yeah.
Might be the
kid.
Might be the 40s.
Maybe.
Early 50s.
Yeah. But yeah, so we had those before the Ku Klux Klan, and we like a memento mori. Yeah, remember that you'll die.
Well, in I want to say in Mexico, that's when they have all the skulls painted up and everything.
Yeah, and they do the Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
But also,
and they eat them. They eat them like candy.
Yeah, in Mexico they do like they celebrate like Santa Muerte, which we see as an heresy, the Holy Death, just like, and they do like Santeria. Now it's all like fucking like Catholic rabbit hole.
It's whatever your custom was before the missionaries showed up at your house and explained to you why you're doing the things you do, and just rename everything.
I cannot save on stream. I'm gonna stop sharing because otherwise I'm gonna see all the shit I have on my.
Gonna see your entire folder.
You're gonna see on my folder.
Can you just do Control S, save as untitled for now or something.
I'm gonna put somewhere I'm gonna find it again. But also, like I'm gonna put it so it can get back up in the cloud, right?
It's on your desktop. It's saved to your desktop with all your other files.
Nothing is saved on my desktop. I fucking hate it. But sometimes like you save something and then you put like maybe like a name that you don't want necessarily people to see because you're upset something doesn't work. Then you just like do a save and then say, oh man, just like, and then you put some slur in that. Anyway, that's a thing. That something happened. I showed you Did I show you like what we're working now for the logo?
Which logo?
For Bastard Sword, my game.
Nope, I haven't seen nothing about it.
No, show you. I need to open it now because like.
Did you update your website so it has the names of everything?
Yeah, I
So
did
I
update
went
that.
to one page and it was still called Winter.
Yeah, no, I did update it. The link in the description should. No, we're going with that maybe.
Oh, I've seen this before.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, it's cool.
We're trying some other stuff as well, but I quite like this one. It's classic.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah. But I also updated the document recently for more change in the rules. I added like a quick start kind of like a section. So if you want to have an idea of what the rules are about, you can go just like it's basically like the rules, just like without all the except because when you write rules, one thing that takes a lot of time is like padding up for exception and stuff like that. So people like, it's fucking rule lawyer, right? They make the game like much more clunky to write because now you have to say like, well, okay, you can do this, but in that case that works in that way, and you have to think of all this exception, right? And also you have to put example for the slow learner, right?
Also, the the degree of description for every section, you want it to be the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I may
King was Spinner
have
don't care about that, right? King was Spinner
I
doesn't give
may
any example.
when I wrote my book, I may have failed because the first few chapters are just introduction chapters, and then you get to the fourth or fifth chapter, and it's like, bang, this is how you role play.
Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes I'm tempted to do that.
But
Just like
I build up. Each chapter builds on the previous
yeah.
chapter.
Like
Instead of
when you read like the TPS system, like he doesn't fuss around, right? Tell you like he doesn't like overspend time to explain you and pad the thing for exception. He doesn't give you an example. He's just like, this is how you do it.
yeah,
You didn't get it,
he
read it
assumes
again.
you're an old fart that's played RPGs at the table
Yeah.
before.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm tempted to do that, but
He doesn't even explain what a GM is.
Oh, I,
But
I won't,
but he
I'm
says
gonna have
that.
like
He says that in one of his books. I don't need to tell you what this is. I don't need to tell you what dice are.
yeah. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have like a what is role playing section, but just because like I talk about it a lot, and it's a way to say like I always say like if you put a section like that in your book, I'm okay with it. But what I fucking hate is when game put a section like that in their book and they say nothing interesting, right? They just say like the most fucking
You
basic and
play
generic stuff, right?
you role play a class.
Yeah.
Your class is
Oh,
a
it's like
role in the game.
when we were like playing cowboy and Indian as a kid, but now we use dice and more rules. Like, shut the fuck up, nerd! You're saying nothing.
Yeah.
Like I was
It's like,
talking about that with the crispy
just
today. Like,
just
like people don't have a definition
do
of role playing outside of like the circular definition of like, oh well, you play a role. Okay, what does that mean, right? What does that imply? Well, I don't know. You just like, well, there you go. You don't know, right?
put those notes throughout the book saying best practice use or best use of this, and you have like an example of the player stating their intentions on their turn, and then the GM says what their characters, you have like a little sample 2 or 3 sentence thing back and forth between players, and you just have a little side note saying best practice.
Yeah.
Players will read that and sort of get an idea of what it would look like at the table when they play your game.
Yeah, I have like I'm doing like example obviously, and I want to do like longer play example, but that's gonna be going further in the writing process. And I'm doing like I have like section like nota bene stuff that it's important to know, right? Some like okay, this pay attention to this specific thing.
Yeah.
And I have like designer note like it's more me talking about like okay why the rule is that way, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I asked people to write me examples, and they sent them to me in emails, and the bad, terrible examples I used in the terrible examples section of the book. And the ones that wrote amazing examples I used in the amazing examples of the book.
yeah. Yeah, well, why
Because
not?
I knew I'd get a handful of crap examples from some of
Yeah.
these guys who don't role play. So they got used as here's how you don't role play.
There you go. That's from Dice Tale there, like influenced by a comet. Yeah, so yeah, there could be something like that. Yeah.
What if you have a second life? Is that possible in your game? Like you're reincarnated? Or you have a past life?
Oh man, how would I do that? Wait, my video idea? You're gonna say all the spoiler?
Is that a magic thing or a spirit thing or
That's interesting. Is it even real? Maybe you have some vague idea of like, oh, I have like those visions from a past life. I'm gonna put that. It's interesting. Vision from a past life.
the
I don't
gods
know.
told you need to go back. You're not finished. You're
Well,
still malleable.
I think it should be like pretty vague. I don't even know where how I would do that. Maybe it's not gonna be in the life event. Maybe it's gonna be some other section. But that could be something interesting to think about. And like keep
Is
it
there resurrection in your
uncertain.
game?
No, no, no resurrection. You die,
Okay.
you dead. You dead, you dead. But
Because in comic books, someone would come back to life and they would always be a schizophrenic type character.
yeah, but that's what I'm
And
saying.
they wish they were dead because maybe they were cursed when they
You know,
came back to life.
you see those new age women that think like they have like vision from the past life. They're all fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, all of them read that one book from the 70s that some guy wrote and they all believe it.
Yeah.
The
Oh, you
overlords
the
and
Egyptian queen.
there's yeah. When you die, you go into this room and you talk to these people that control the universe.
Ah man, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, when you hypnotize somebody, you're not necessarily going to get the truth out of them. You're
No.
talking to their brain, and their brain is in dream mode.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. What about that? Survive a bandit raid? That could be something that shape your life in some sort, right? Mm,
Maybe they're tormented by war. Shell shock. Is that a thing?
yeah, that'd be a thing. Yeah.
Or they're a pacifist. They don't believe in war.
No,
After
I was thinking more like maybe there was war when you were young, right? You
yeah,
like grew up in a war-torn country, or
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You're basically Conan. You saw your mom beheaded in front of you,
Oh, yeah, in the movie, yeah,
and she was hot.
yeah.
I wish she lived because she was hot.
She was the. Oh, was she the hottest character? Like, yeah, I think she was.
She was
The
super
second,
hot.
the witch was pretty hot too, no?
Yeah. Conan's mom was hotter than Superman's mom.
I forgot
She was hot
Superman
too.
one. I forgot her. Been too long.
Susanna York, I think.
Yeah, but like
She was kind
Conan's
of
mom
old.
was hotter than Conan's girlfriend for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the witch was hotter too, but he burned her like as he should.
Yeah, he
Right?
kicked her into the chimney.
Yeah.
And then she flies out like she's not even hurt.
Yeah.
So
Abducted by
who
aliens.
knows what body she was using?
Oh, was she not hurt? I don't know.
No, she was just using some girl's body.
Yeah. Well, I
Possessing.
would too. I would have used that girl's body as well.
And then Conan goes, Crumb. They don't make movies like that anymore.
Let's put that been in jail. We're gonna put that with two together. Like, maybe you've been accused to a crime, but you've been acquitted. Maybe you've been in jail. Maybe like one depend on. Why can't I fucking type that? Spend some time in jail.
But see, you're under mystical though. Does this belong in mystical? Or
No,
should
like
this be
mystical stuff here. Those are like unclassified yet.
Oh, okay. These are
Like
miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous that I like. I need at some point. I'm gonna put them back into. Yeah. Kidnapped by orc. I think that might be too much because like I think if you get kidnapped by orc, you just get killed. Then you don't become an adventurer.
What if you're raised by orcs?
Nah, I don't want to encourage that.
What
I don't
about
want to.
what about Pocahontas?
Nah, I don't
Yeah,
want this kind of character. I don't want to encourage this kind of character.
You see the bad guys and you find out they're not too bad, and you side with them against your own army.
Yeah, well, the European coming in.
That would be the pacifist guy.
I
He
never
was in
saw, like,
battle
the
and he
Pocahontas
turns
movie.
pacifist.
And I don't know her story much, but too much.
If you saw Avatar, same thing. If you saw Dances with Wolves, same thing.
Well, Avatar. Wait, in Pocahontas, isn't Pocahontas siding up with what is his name, John Smith?
Yeah.
But in Avatar, it's the opposite. No, it's like the colonial guy.
John Smith is the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah, but he's not siding like it's not like the alien chick siding up with him. It's him siding up with her.
Either way. Either way.
Important distinction.
Who started it first? The end result's the same, right?
Yeah, but it's sided with the bad guy.
But doesn't John Smith get killed? I don't remember. Or maybe I'm thinking of John Cook. Too many Johns.
No, and
one of them got ate by cannibals.
Oh, John Smith. Yeah, I don't know. No, they brought back Pocahontas to Spain, no, or to Europe.
Did she live after that, or did she die immediately?
No, she lived.
Because usually when they bring the isolationist girl to another country, they die from the cold. They get the flu and die.
Yeah.
That one girl who got left on Dolphin Island, she lived there for like, I don't know, her whole life. And they bring her to San Francisco or something, and she dies within a week.
Yeah.
She never had a cold before.
What is it we want?
I've been to that island she grew up on. It's, yeah. You can't get sick on that island. There's nothing there.
You can't?
Can't. It's so windy that the birds don't fly.
Really?
They'll blow away. So
Where's
they crawl on the ground.
Where's
San
that?
Nicolas Island?
I don't know that. I don't know what that is.
It's top secret classified U.S. government military facility.
The people there?
You can go there if you're in the military, but it would be like going to Venus when you live on Earth as a vacation.
Yeah.
It's like, why would you go there?
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I guess you have some peace, no?
Yeah, you're by yourself. Take a camera, do some photography. Interesting rock formations. You remember in Skyrim? In Solstheim? Do you remember?
I haven't.
You ever go there?
I played Skyrim in like 10 years.
Well, do you remember the terrain on Solstheim? It had these hexagon columns sticking out of the ground, and they're like honeycomb shaped stones.
Oh, I don't know.
And you can walk on them.
Yeah, I think so.
They have those. They have those at San Nicolas Island.
Oh, really? It's like the Giant's Causeway, no?
I don't know. It's just when you look down off the cliff, down below, you see these hexagon-shaped formations sticking out of the water.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Those
and the seals rub their bodies on them to scrape off their dead fur.
Yeah,
when they shed. Something about the lava.
Parasite. Yeah, it's basalt.
It crystallizes stone or something. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it creates those hexagon shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a place. Is it in Ireland or is it in the UK? Called the Giant Causeway. That's like famous for that. Like those like hexagonal column of basalt.
Huh. Yeah. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
Never heard of it. I just know the cliffs of Dover. That's about it.
Yeah, that's the white.
But that's not in Ireland though.
No, that's in the UK.
Yeah.
In the east. The east of the UK.
So how big is your planet in this game?
Well, the planet is not all explored, so they don't know. Make it as big as you want.
Is it Europe you're modeling?
Yeah.
With some British stuff up north?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't. I actually don't give a map.
There's no Florida in your game. It's always Scandinavia.
I don't give a map. I give like general idea. Like that's why I say like the human, like there's like okay, like I call it the riverland. Like it's just like there's like the temperate place. Make it the shape and the size you want. And the desert, make it the shape, the size you want. The north, right? Just like because I want to encourage people to create their own setting. Like I'm giving building block and stuff like that, but like I don't want to give you all the detail. Like I say, like you choose an origin, right? And you can say like I come from a city, and then you pick like two feature of your city. Like I'm not saying like, oh, I come from that city. You say I come from a city,
Yeah.
which is the port city that was also fortified, right? And then like you pick, so now you know two things about your city that is like make it specific and unique in some way, like make it like a distinct. But you don't need to like if you want to call it like Baldur's Gate, something else. You want to call it like Chicago, then well, that's on you, right? Just like I'm
So
not there.
do you have things like how old the city is, or how populated it was, or
Oh, that's a good idea. I should
is it
add
an
that.
abandoned town these
Yes,
days?
like you basically like you pick two feature of the city you come from that are marking. Doesn't mean it's the only thing, right? And there's like oh, is it on a trade route? Is it a military center? Is it an artistic center or a scholarly center? Is it like super populated? Is it dying off? Is it, you know, like, so there's kind of those kind of things at 45. Is it isolated? Is it, you know, and same
Yeah,
thing,
is it a no-go zone?
yeah, so you got a bunch of a feature like that to pick of option, and that kind of change also like the kind of experience. Is it very cosmopolitan, very diverse, or is it like so? And same thing if you come from a village. Well, it was a rural village. Was it like a farming village? Was it like a fishing village? Was it like a mountainous village? Right? Something that
Yeah.
it doesn't mean it's the only thing, but it's the thing that kind of like mark that make the village special, right?
Yep.
The distinguish the village the most. So that's where I'm going. So I want to keep it like somewhat vague, like just for the race, and also like all the setting information I said about the race. I debate a lot. Like, am I gonna put it in the book? Sometimes like there's thing I decide for myself, right? Just in the creative process, I can make things make sense, right? It's information I have to know. I don't know if I want to tell you. Maybe
Yeah.
I want you to come up like, you know, it should like it will like transpire in some stuff, right?
Yeah.
In the mechanics and stuff like that, in the little details here and there. I don't know if I want to explain to you all, right? Just like in the people that are buying the book, because I want to encourage them to come up with their own stuff,
Right.
right? So I don't know. It's something I'm a bit debating there still.
Because some
How
people like
much?
to homebrew
Yeah,
when they
and I
buy a
like
game.
I encourage that to homebrew. That's like, you know, I want to give you like breadcrumb here and there, and I want you to fill in the blank, make it your own, right? That's what I like.
Like
That's
I
what,
wrote a book. I wrote a book, and you guys came up with 4D.
yeah, yeah,
You modded it. You modded my book. Right now, I'm modding my Skyrim. Last night, I reinstalled the Skyrim.
yeah.
So I spent all day yesterday installing. I got 900 mods to install, but I'm going through each one. Like, which one do I want this time? Because I'm choosing how I want the Skyrim to look. What kind of setting do I want my Skyrim to have? What kind of magic will I have in the game? What
Yeah.
kind of weapons, armor? How
Have
does
you looked at
socializing work? Do I have horses in my game or something else?
Have you looked at the project like Skyblivion and
Yeah,
Skywind? Yeah.
yeah.
Have you tried them up?
I just go on YouTube and watch people try them out. I'm not gonna. I'm not.
You're not gonna fuss about it.
You would be forever. You've heard of forever GMing, forever world building. If you're
Yeah.
doing that, you're forever configging. You're
Yeah.
you're in config state forever.
Yeah.
I can't. It takes me 3 or 4 days to install Skyrim on a computer, and then I don't want to mess with it much after that.
Yeah.
That's
I know,
why
like,
it's there's replay value with mods, because each time you start the game up, it's a different something new.
yeah. I just Skyrim. I just like the mechanics. I just like don't like the I don't like the fighting is just like too
Yeah, you
um
have to
not
fix the
challenging enough.
fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to fix the talking, the fighting, everything, all of it. You have to overhaul the entire game, because when it was released, to me, Skyrim was just beta when it came out in the stores.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do in the game.
The model. Getting like more mainstream.
And
Fucking
then
give you a game half done.
and then yeah, Fallout 4 had less stuff to do, and then Starfield has even more less stuff to do.
Have you played Starfield at all?
No,
No.
there's nothing really there to do.
Yeah, you need to wait 10 years until like all the mods are done.
Everyone who's played it says don't do any of the quests. None of the quests are any good. That's bad if the quests aren't good.
Yeah.
No one wants
Like,
to
let's say
rewrite
recover
the
from
quest.
a disease with vision. Well, I have like had a serious disease and add vision. I guess like people can mix that together. Like that's
They
also
had a
like that's
vision.
the thing. I want to keep the thing vague enough so people like can pick a few life events and weave them together. Right. That's the exactly the idea. So
Oh,
that
what if you switch religions? Is that heresy? Are you an
oh,
outcast when you
that's
do
an
that?
interesting one. Converted religion. Huh. That could be an interesting one. Yeah. Because I also have like the fate thing.
Or create your own religion? Maybe you're some weird
Ah, that's too much.
too much.
That's too.
That
That's
that would be an NPC thing then.
yeah, yeah. Or that's something like you want to do like while you're playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too big. Too big of a
Too much backstory.
yeah. Too much backstory.
I
Bring
have
them
an
to the table.
army. I have an army of cultists.
Yeah. Um. Well, maybe something like got lost in the wood. That would be, that could be got lost in the wood. That's something that can
Now,
we
how
will.
old is your character when you start the game? In
It
general.
depends. It depends. It depends. It's like it's a lot like in Traveler, right? It depends
Yeah.
like how long you want to go on the life path, how much you do,
Okay.
right? And because of I have like a number of I have a system of like background point basically that you pick, and so you have to choose, right? You're doing this build. So if you start instead of like doing the random stuff with the Traveler where there's a risk that you're gonna get disease and age, and well, you can age at some point too, but like what I do, so if you want to do like a younger character, then you're gonna be able to pick more special trait, right? So that's the young kind of like maverick, basically, like, or you can do something that somebody that's more mundane but with more experience, right? So it kind of balance out. But you know,
So
the guy that
the guy who's older, he did the same thing longer. Like
yeah,
he was a career. He
or
was a
you can do different thing. You can have like done like I done like a few years doing this and then a few years doing that, right? Uh, but
a young guy would be what do they call it? What is it called? The the guy who's not a master at everything.
jack of all
He's
trades.
yeah, jack of all trades.
Nah, like the younger guy would be more like a guy that got more innate aptitude, right? Basically, was born special a little more, but he doesn't have much experience in life. So you're gonna
Or
have like
he
more trade and stuff like that, and less experience from occupation.
or
The
he
older
he
guy,
he or she could be interested in all kinds of new things.
yeah, yeah.
But the old guy, he's like, eh.
Like if
He's
if
settled in
you want
his
to play like
ways.
an older character, a older like, well, you're probably like not very special, but you kind of made yourself special through experience, right? Just like it's
Yeah.
just like the two model, right? You either like yeah, and you can be like kind of in between, right? Oh, yeah. But it's the same thing, sometimes when you see like this kid genius, right? There's like, oh man, he's 16-year-old, but he's so fucking smart, or he's like he got all those special, like he's a musical genius, right? Just like he's born with something special. And then you got like the old grumpy musician that have been playing for 20 years, right? Or 30 years.
Or the old guy like me that's forgotten more than most people learn.
Yeah. Yeah. But I wanted to account like for those kind of two model, right? So that's how I came in with those background point. Like, yeah, you want to play the young
Yeah.
character that just like was born maybe a little more special, born with like a little more gifted. You can. You're not gonna have as much experience. You start your adventuring career earlier.
Like he can listen to a song and then play it perfectly on an instrument.
Yeah.
But then some people don't even know how to use an instrument, and he just
Yeah.
picks one up and starts doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you decide to start your adventuring career older, then that's fine. But it means that what you did before is going to be fairly mundane. Like, you work the same job for 10 years, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Or you went from one job to the other, to the other, to the other. That's fine as well. But nothing exceptional. Because, again, I want to encourage the fact that exceptional stuff happened at the table. That's a big concept there.
Yeah, I've known people who, when they were young, they seemed like they were super smart, super bright. They were going to be somewhere.
Yeah. Uh,
Most like they were voted most likely to succeed. But then you
that's
see
all.
them now, and they're drug addicts. Their teeth are
Yeah.
missing.
Yeah. Well, that's a
They
that's
burned brightly. They burn candles at both
it's
ends.
also like when you're very gifted in school when you're young, right? You don't you succeed without working, and then you don't learn to work.
Yeah.
And when at some point you would need to, you just say, well, fuck that, right? Just like, or also if you're very smart, it become like socially isolating because you cannot fucking relate to people.
Yeah, you can't relate to anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Elon Musk right there.
Yeah. It becomes very hard. So at some point it just become like hard to get a job too because like
Or who's that guy?
a job.
Howard Hughes was like that.
Yeah. 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 But
They just
and also
they
and now I
they
think
just do they just do their they just stay in their element, doing what they like doing.
yeah. But imagine like
Workaholic.
if you're like a normal guy like out there, right? Just like or fairly smart guy maybe, like I assume that my audience are fairly smart. Um, Imagine if you were like stuck all the time with a bunch of like very dumb people, right?
That would
That's
be
fucking
hell.
alienating. Like, how
That
do you
would be
fucking
hell.
deal with it? Huh?
That
Yeah,
would be hell.
yeah, exactly. But for some people, that's the reality they have, right? When you like in the
Or you,
very
you have a
far end,
you have a you have a girlfriend and all their brothers are idiots.
yeah,
You have nothing in common.
yeah. Then you go to those family meeting and stuff like that, and you're just there like, well, what am I gonna talk to those people,
Yeah.
right? It's like, and then like every time you try to talk about to them about something, they're like fucking spew out like the thing that they read online. They only read
Yeah.
the headline, so they don't really know
Yeah.
detail. The headline
Yeah.
was lying. They like or just like believing everything they read or everything they saw on TV, and just like
You could be a chameleon and come down to their level and talk to them at a party or something. But yeah,
yeah,
if they're going to be talking to you in crazy stuff,
yeah,
crazy conspiracy theory nonsense, the earth is flat. It's like, okay, well,
yeah.
I don't want to be a chameleon talking about flat earth to people.
No, it's become like a very alienating. Yeah. And we also have a society that is so fucking preoccupied, with the no child left behind, right? Always preoccupied, like, oh, we need to help the people that struggle more, than we forget, and we forget the people that are gifted, right? Instead of like elevating them and trying to give them place and trying to put them
Yeah,
like on a place of leadership. Now you say like, well,
you
don't make the
dumb
little Johnny feel bad.
you
Don't make little John
dumb
dumb.
down
Yeah,
the whole class
exactly.
just for the generics in the
Yeah.
classroom.
So now like so that's why like those fucking people like they get bored out of their mind, and then they go into drugs and shit like that, so they can maybe
Get
they dumb
through.
themselves down a bit, then they can relate to people. I drink a lot, right? Sometimes that's what it is. I just like I get a few beer in, and you know what, maybe now you don't, not so bad to talk about anymore. I can humor you. It is what it is. Yeah, I didn't drink tonight, if you notice, Shauna. Take that as a compliment. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
That's gonna be mean for the other people that come with me.
No, you're trying to do you're brainstorming right now.
Yeah. Well, I think I don't know, like, we got something there. I think we can still get more because not all of them. It's like the brainstorm thing. Not all of them are gonna survive.
But
But
is there a thing in there where you don't know where you're from? Is that a life
uh,
path where you just don't know where you're from? Typical Skyrim amnesia.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think I don't have one. I don't know if I want to have one. Amnesia. Uh,
Did you have
Well,
one
you
where
know what?
you're a
Yeah, yes,
prisoner?
yes. I'll put it in. Yes, I just got one there. Like you've been to prison. Yeah. You know what? Lost your memory. I'll put that there. Lost your memory. But I'll have to think about how that plays out, how that impact.
Can magic erase your memory or hide memory from you if you have magic put on you, a spell?
Probably.
Like, how about the player finds out that he's not really in love with some girl after all? It was always a spell he was under.
What do you do about that? Is she nice? What does it mean to
Well,
be in love? I don't know what it means to be in love, so that's hard for me to answer.
How can I translate this?
Translate that for the guy. This is more machine than man. Something.
It's like the guy has puppy love for some chick. For some reason, every time he sees her, he just wants to be with her, no matter what boring thing she's doing. You know, she's putting curlers in her hair or something. He just wants to hang out with her.
Yeah, I got that.
She's the bee's knees. But
yeah,
he finds out it's a spell. There's really nothing all that amazing about her.
Does it matter?
But if you're on, it's like the spell makes the girl who's really a 5 look like a 8 or 9 or something. Is that a thing in Magic? Does D&D have that?
I don't think. Well, I don't know.
In a spell
probably not, because like probably not.
What does charm? What does charm do?
Yeah, you just become friendly. You just become chummy with somebody.
Oh, okay. Just makes your charisma go up or something.
You really want to help them and shit like that, right? But
can you use a spell on a girl and make her fall in love with you, and so she's always
they wouldn't allow that in, like, man, those people are fucking obsessed with consent and all that bullshit. Like, it's fucking gay, man. If you ask me,
she would just be an NPC in the game, not like another character.
Yeah, still they don't want to
she would be she would just be the NPC's family member, not like a real NPC.
What you want to do? You just want to force people to be in love with you?
No, she would be in love with the character, right? And the character knows that this is what's happening. And then he eventually decides it's not fair to have this person in love with me when she in reality wouldn't be in love with me.
And then you
so then his first session of the game is trying to find someone to remove the spell from this person.
And then you do, and then she realized that she grew up the feeling organically over time, so everybody is happy.
Or she has no memory of what's been happening the last 6 months.
But why would you do? Like, is that's even worse? That's even like less kind, no? Like, the woman isn't like you make the woman in love with you because you love her, presumably, and then you treat her nice and stuff like that. Right? She's happy, you're happy, right? What's that?
But there's something in the back, something in your conscious bugging you that it's not real.
Yeah.
It's meaningless coming from her. And are you really in love with her? Because she's not the person she's supposed to be. She's a fake person that you're in love with. I've had a girlfriend say once she was in love with the idea of loving someone. Well, and I was like, okay, there's layers there.
Yeah, it's like a dependent.
When people are falling in love, they get excited about it and they love that feeling about being in love. It's like another thing. It's another layer, and that wears off. That can wear off.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm not in the mood to be in love with anyone right now.
I believe, like, yeah, I think like love is a choice, right? And I think at some point, like, I'm old school. I think, like, at some point you said, like, this person is pretty decent.
Oh, well, it's different. It's different. Each love is different with each girl you meet. It's never the same. It's always something different. So this is what happens. Sometimes you're gonna you'll meet somebody, you're friends with them, and then you start to love them. Other times, you're just hit like with a ton of bricks. Some girl walks by and you like, your eyes bulge out of your head.
Yeah,
it's love at first sight.
For me, that's
you can't block it out. You can't get it out of your mind. You can't. Her aura. She has a freaking aura. Most women don't have those things.
Is it love or is it lust?
Don't know. Lust is when you're just constantly undressing her with your mind, whenever you see her.
Yeah, I got like those women like you meet and just like man, like
But sometimes you just see
I want
it's
her.
just their voice, their face, the smile, their eyes. Sometimes just the eyeballs, and you're
Something
like,
for
who
me,
who is she?
I love like
Who's this?
it's the values,
Mickey
right?
Mickey Spillane. He did those Hammer. Was it Mike Hammer TV show things? Anyway, there was a girl on every episode of Mike Hammer. There was this girl called the Face.
The face.
So Mike Hammer, he's just some detective, some private eye. He's just minding his own business, going across the street to get a taxi or to go to a diner. And in the corner of his eye, he looks and he sees the face. And it's the same girl throughout the whole entire show.
Yeah.
She shows up for like half a second in each episode. And she turns around and she looks at him and winks or smiles. And then a big old UPS truck goes driving by, and she's gone. She's only there for an instant. And he'll say to himself, the face. And he's always wondering who she is. I don't remember if he ever meets her in real life or if it's
Is
just...
that love or is that like limerence, right? It's just like you.
He doesn't know her. He doesn't know her name.
Yeah,
He
so
just knows the
that's love.
face. And I've had that happen to me in real life. I'll be somewhere and this girl looks at me and I'm like,
But you know that's what we call limerence, right? Just like you think like you make yourself a scenario that you love that person. You don't know that person, so you just have like all those blank and you fill them up. You project what you want to see in a person, right?
Your whole future life passes before your eyes instantly.
Yeah, but that's all fake.
You're gonna meet her. You're gonna have a family. You're gonna live in this. You're gonna live on this hill up in the mountains
and
in
then
a
you
big
think,
mansion.
oh, she's gonna be a good stay-at-home mom. That she's gonna wear like those little blue dress with an apron, and then you realize like, oh, she's a career woman. She doesn't want children, right? Just like you're projecting what you want to see in the person on the person, but it's not the person that you love.
Well, see, when she disappears in the crowd, you say to yourself, she's probably like one of those typical girls anyway. Yeah. Just as well I don't get her number.
Because for me, like a woman, like it's like there's a lot of like lusting for a woman that's easy because a lot of them are good looking and
Oh yeah, just go up and down the I don't know, the boulevard. Yeah. Women of the evening. Hopefully they're not dudes.
When you meet like a woman with good values, right? That is and good values and woman with some courage that is willing to go against the world. Because I hate the world. I hate the world. Like I'm.
You have to.
The modern world pretty revolting.
That's why a lot of American men are going overseas to find these wives because they have those values.
Yeah.
Well, still, hopefully, until they get a hold of a phone and start going on TikTok.
Yeah, that's the thing too. The women overseas that are looking for an American woman, they're the women that have the more American values, right? Just the woman with the
they're conservative.
Traditional country. They marry traditional. They marry men from their country.
Yeah, they're more conservative. Their family. They God-fearing people that would fit right with the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah,
because the U.S. Constitution only works if you're God-fearing.
Well, like Max needs a woman who will rage against the machine. Like, what do we need? A woman. What? A woman is a woman.
That's a bit
like
much. That's too much.
I just want her to be a mother and a godly woman. That's that's all I need.
You want to marry. You want to be the first man. She's the president, and you're the first man.
No.
Or first gentleman.
No.
If you live in the States.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Married to the U.S. president. That's what. If she's raging against the machine, she's going to be in politics. Yeah. She'll be married to a senator.
No. What I want is pretty simple, right? Just like anyway, and also like now, like I'm currently not emotionally available. I'm not emotionally available.
Like if you go to any corporation, you see these vice presidents. They're all women. None of them are married.
Yeah.
It's like they were told, you need to do this in life. Yeah. You're not satisfied unless you're running
you just don't want to be like a stay-at-home mom. Why you don't be that? Fight against your instinct. Become a man.
Don't be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Nonsense.
Yes,
and then these women.
No. You're just like
these women hit 40 years old and they're all sad with their life.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't
Yeah.
know what to say to them. I can just smile while they're talking to me.
Well, that's why I'm being called misogynistic because I'm being called misogynistic because I told them, you know what, that's not what's gonna make you happy. Like, just have a family. Like, that's what you're born for. Like, stay in your lane. Like, do what your
Watch
nature demand. Right? It's
watch
some women
movie.
are gonna be happy in there, but for like 85% of women, that's not gonna make them happy. Chasing the career and stuff like that. Working, why you wanna fucking work in like working in a fucking office, working in a cubicle, like filling in spreadsheet. That
Yeah.
sucks. That's not
She
a great
should
life.
she could have been staying home
Yeah,
and not have to drive, an hour every day for
yeah,
years, for decades,
yeah.
and
And
be
man,
working with a bunch of assholes. She could have been
yeah,
home in a nice house,
like,
watching television, her Netflix, raising kids.
and that's the thing. Men were wired differently. Like, we want the challenge, we thrive in that sin, and we also want to provide. We do that,
Yeah,
like, sometimes even if we do the job that we hate, we do that because we want to provide, and that
yeah,
brings us enough reward. But
yep.
women are not like they're not
They don't
wired like
teach
that.
that. They don't teach that anymore.
No,
Parents
and
don't even know what that is anymore.
also, like, let's be honest. Also, like, have you worked in office and stuff like that or department where it was all men?
Um, yeah, I think 50-50.
50 men, 50 women, or
No, I mean,
oh
half of the jobs I had were all dudes. The other half would be mixed.
yeah, but it's a very different environment when it's all dude. No, is that the experience you had?
When it's all dudes, it's either going to be all nerds or all ex-military, where they talk like sailors.
Yeah,
So you have to put up with guys talking like sailors all the time.
because you're a nerd.
I
You're not the next
guess
sailor.
I'm not an ex-sailor. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't in the Navy. I wasn't in the Marines.
But like I used to when I started in the video game industry, right, in the production floor, it was like 95% men, and the women that were there, they were like the atypical women, like, kind of masculine, and they were good at their job, and they had like some drive, right? But man, things were direct, right? Would like shit would get done. If you were making a miss, something stupid, you were being told, right? And then like they
Yeah,
wanted to change that, and they started like bringing the woman in mass, right? And then like everything had to be like with white glove, and oh, you know what? And then all fucking meeting after meeting after meeting, and then like all this like organization, and man, it like work sucks. And that make fucking work suck, right? I want to fucking get shit done. Like, for like I know I'm obsessed with efficiency, right? I love when thing goes fast. I love when thing like I went to work construction at some point in Ontario. Now I live in Quebec. I can't fucking work construction in Quebec because everything is so fucking slow, because everything is unionized, and everybody
yeah,
like, oh, that's my
yeah.
job, that's not my job, and like, fuck, man, like, they take like 3 times longer to build a building than we did in Ontario, right? Because like now they have to wait, like, oh, I did that, oh, now this need to be done, but it's not part of your job, and you can do the job of the other guy, so you have to wait for the other guy to be able, like, I can fucking do that. It's like, no.
See, Walmart gets around that stuff. They don't deal with unions.
Yeah, well, in
It's like
Quebec,
the minute someone wants to unionize, they just
yeah,
replace that with a company. Walmart used to have butcher shop, and the butchers all wanted to unionize at Walmart. So what Walmart did was, okay, we just won't have butchers. We'll order meat from butcher companies instead.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So Walmart just keeps outsourcing every time a group or a department of the store wants to unionize.
yeah. No, man, I hate it. I
Oh, you don't
hate it
want to
working
you
for.
don't want to fold clothes anymore in the clothing aisle. We'll, we'll
I hate
we'll
it working
outsource.
for a
We'll
union
have
job.
we'll have people come in and fold for you if you don't
And
want to
that's
do
the
it.
thing too, like in Quebec, like you do like with those construction union, it's all about like seniority, right? You can do
Yeah.
like, you can be shit at your job, but you've been shit at your job longer than the other guy, so you're
Oh
gonna get
yeah.
the promotion, right? You're gonna get the raise and stuff like that. Like, man, I love like I'm gonna go in a job, I'm gonna fucking climb fast. I'm a climber, right? I'm a fucking like
Yeah.
I'm ambitious.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work my
No,
ass
you got to
off.
wait for someone to die
Yeah,
who's been in there forever.
yeah, man.
And
That
and
drives me
every day you see him, he's like, "Well, only 18 more weeks until I retire."
yeah, yeah,
And then he starts playing around with the idea about double dipping. That's when you can retire, but then they hire you back,
oh yeah,
so you still have your old job, but you're
yeah,
working part-time or something.
yeah, man.
Yipes.
Anyway,
That happened.
all this thing, like, I can see sometimes, like, when company don't pay and stuff like that, that fucking sucks, right? But at some point, like, I don't know, man. I don't know, like the union fucking thing is going too far. At least here in Quebec, it was very like socialist country too.
Yeah, yeah. Unions are terrible.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
I like. What was it? The what was it? Yeah. Every time I've worked with computers, it's always been guys.
yeah,
Now, when I went to school, the classrooms were 50-50. Half women, half guys in the same classroom.
yeah.
And that was back when you had to write software if you wanted to do anything on your computer. But when you could just go to the store and buy software for your computer, women figured out, hey, I don't have to learn how to program a computer. I can just
But
buy
also
the
there was a lot of
program.
like engineering women, like in the first year of college, like or university. It's oftentimes like now it's gonna be 50-50, but in the last year graduating, it's gonna be like 10% women. A lot of them like drop out. And then also a lot of them like graduate, but they go to university to find a husband, right? And then like they don't work in the field.
Oh, yeah?
They go do something else, or they go
That
work in
makes
a
sense.
kindergarten, or they don't, or they stay at home or stuff like that, right? That's a big thing. But
So I noticed
we need to
in
humor them.
startups, there's almost never any women.
Yeah,
It's always dudes living in the same room together, eating pizza.
yeah. We're willing to sacrifice.
They have a whiteboard. They have like the dry erase board in their
There you
room, and
go.
they just brainstorm on that thing all day.
I still got it. We used to joke she's here for Mr. Degree or Mrs. Degree. Miss, yeah. What is that? That's Mrs. MRS.
Masters? No,
No, no,
I don't know.
Mister, Mrs.
Uh,
Mister,
it's been a while since I've seen that. I think that means Mrs.
Mrs. Yeah, people don't use that anymore.
It's either Miss. You can't even say Miss anymore. You have to say Ms. But they don't even
Ms.
say they don't say Ms. anymore. I don't know
MRS.
what they. I don't know what they say.
Oh, so it's three letter MRS. What's the MRS then? We used to say like Madame, no? Mademoiselle
Yeah,
and Madame. Did you?
we used to say ladies and
Uh,
gentlemen. You can't say that anymore.
yeah, Mrs. Yeah, yeah. But not like it was like what
But
was
yeah,
like
women
it's
will
like
correct you if you miss. Is that what? That's not a pronoun. That's a proper noun.
what?
Miss and Mrs. and Mister. Those are proper nouns,
Their title.
not pronouns.
Their title. But
Well, they'll correct you in a heartbeat if you say Miss, and they'll say it's Ms.
yeah, that's like this insufferable woman on Twitter. Like she tell a story like, oh, I met my high school boyfriend, and he asked me, oh, so is it like Mrs. or Mrs. With her name, and say, and I reply, it's Doctor.
Doctor,
People say, man, the guy was just asking if you were married or
doctor,
not.
doctor of
Don't
what?
make a fucking fuss about it. Like, what a fucking feckless cunt, right? Just like, I don't know.
Those are the women that don't change their last name.
Yeah.
I don't know how it is in Quebec, but down
People don't
here,
do it. People don't do it anymore. People don't do it anymore.
and
Like
then the
it's very
kids
rare,
grow up
very
with two
strange.
last names,
Oh, that's even worse. Like
or the wife keeps
the wife
two
keep up
last
the last
names.
name, but like what is the norm here? The wife keep the last name or last name, but the children get the father last name. So the mother got a different last name than the rest of the family, basically.
I see that's fine, I suppose, if you're
That's weird.
if
It's a
you're in the
family. You should have
database.
the same family name,
Yeah,
right?
but here's the thing: American women,
Yeah.
for the most part, as soon as they get married, they disappear off the database. They're
Yeah.
unsearchable unless
Yeah.
they say on their Facebook page, here's my
Legit.
here's my new name, but I'm still going by this name. I'm just
Yeah.
letting you know I have two names. Otherwise, if you change your name on Facebook, all your classmates from high school won't be able to find you.
Which is a good thing. Isn't it?
Women just disappear into the
I don't know, man.
cloud.
I just think that a family should have all the same family name. That's what I'm saying, right? Like I'm taking you in
Yeah,
I'm taking you as a wife. I'm taking you in my family, right?
Yeah, but see, no one stays married anymore. Marriage is only good for what, 2 years? Not even. It's not even a 5-year plan anymore.
Yeah, man.
So
That's
what's
the
the
thing
point?
about
What's
me.
the
That's
point
why I
of
never get
legal?
married.
Don't legally change your last name if you're not going to stay married for more than 2 years.
That's why I never get married for like I'm not gonna marry with somebody that's not like ride or die, right? For me, I'm Catholic, so I still believe like marriage until death
Yeah.
do us part. All right, so you
But
don't
what
want to
if
be
you're a
you don't want
celebrity?
to be married anymore. One of us has to die.
What if you're a celebrity like Elizabeth Taylor?
Yeah.
Don't change your name because you already have a famous name. You're already a brand. You know,
Oh,
Paris Hilton. Did
that'd be
Paris
big
Hilton
though. No, that would be
did
big. No.
did Paris Hilton change her name when she got married? Now, what do you think of the guy
No.
changing his last name to the girl's last name?
Well, that's fucking cuckish behavior. Well, like, what if, like, what was it? Like, I don't know, like, celebrity people. Like, what if Angelina Jolie, she's married to Brad Pitt? What if she become
Yeah,
like, she made the announcement, like, oh, I'm going to be Angelina Pitt now? That's a big thing, right? That's a big, like, everybody's going to talk about that.
yeah,
That's a fucking, like, that's going to add to your brand. And
yeah,
then you have Miss and Mrs. Pitt, right?
yeah,
Which that's a bad name. Pitt is not a great name, but you know what I mean.
yeah. I don't even know if Brad Pitt's really his name because the celebrities have to pick a name that hasn't been used before in
Yeah.
the Actors Guild.
Yeah.
You can't have two Jimmy Stewarts. You can't do it.
Yeah, I got some credit in the Actors Guild here in Quebec. In both of them, like there's one for the English actor and one for the French actor. I got credit
Oh
in
wow,
both.
wow.
Just randomly because at some point, like I guess I was in the right place in the right moment. I didn't care for that. Just like people say, "Oh, do you want to go and be in this movie?" And I say, "Okay, why not? I have nothing better to do today." And I go, and then like at some point, like this, like I'm just supposed to be an extra in the back, but then they give me a bigger part, and so now I have to give you some credit. And it's like,
Yay!
well, I don't care. I'm never gonna do anything with that. That happened twice.
Wow.
Yeah. But so in a French movie and in an English movie. But anyway.
I was in movies, but I don't know if that counts because they're homemade movies that you
Oh
show
yeah.
off at sci-fi conventions.
Yeah. No, those were like one of the movie, like you know, the
It
English
has to
movie
be
like Dustin Hoffman and Paul Amaranthi.
yeah, it has to be a movie that gets distributed somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a movie when they went in the theater and like both movie went in the theater and shit like that. And then like I was at work and say, hey, I saw you in a movie. I said, oh yeah. That's like years ago. Like,
You should look up your scene on YouTube or something.
yeah, I don't think they're there.
Maybe that actor that scene's been posted.
Like people were telling me that, and I had forgotten. Oh, is this movie out? No, like I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I just like oh, okay.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine. He was a super nerd, and then he started doing weightlifting, and he became a supermodel.
Yeah.
He went to Los Angeles, and it was weird. I was going to San Diego. He was going to Los Angeles. It was anyway. He was an extra in a whole bunch of movies, and he would always tell me how, hey, you should come on up. I'm over at so and so's house. You're welcome if you want. I'm like, well,
That's I like man. I hate that so much. Like it's so not for me, right? Like being in movie set is fucking boring work. Like it takes forever, right? Just like I don't know if you like. You really you really need to want to be like seen and be like recognized and stuff like that. Like I don't know, man. I don't know why people do it. Or you want to be like see famous people for some reason. Like it's very monkey brain. Like that's not for me, man.
I remember I had a girlfriend. She was a computer IT corporate person, and she would always call me up and say, "Hey, I'm over here. You should come on. You should come visit. I'm hanging out with the CEO of Compaq, or I'm hanging out with the CEO of HP. She lives just right by you. You should come over. We're having drinks. Or I'm over here with the CEO of Connor. I don't even know if Connor's still around. They made hard drives.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still around. Our drive's still around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s, there were so many hard drive companies. Now I think it's just Western Digital.
Yeah.
And maybe Seagate.
I'll probably Seagate too, yeah.
But yeah, San Diego used to be a huge computer hub tech center area.
Yeah.
But then what happened? Something big happened. Oh, the Clinton administration happened. And all of that went bye-bye. It all got sold to the Chinese.
Yeah.
So all those places are vacant ghost towns now.
Yeah, man.
But it was kind of neat rubbing elbows with CEOs. They didn't know me from what they needed was what she was saying was we need a designated driver because
Oh,
she knew I didn't drink and they're
yeah.
getting stoned and they need someone to take the CEO of
Sure, you don't drink. Like you drink like a non-alcoholic beer.
near beer.
O'Doul's.
Oh, duels.
You drink O'Doul's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick,
I used to drink that
I'm
when I
out right
used to
now.
work. I used to when I used to work in bar. I used to drink that because I didn't want to drink on the job, right?
Right.
Other people would do, but like I was more conscientious than that.
Oh, when I worked at Wells Fargo, I would get slushed during lunch and then go back to work.
Yeah.
But people could tell I was slushed.
When I used to work in the video game industry, like we would go out on for lunch and we'd take like a pint of beer or two, right? Just like that's that wasn't kind of normal, I guess.
Well, in the 80s, you would go to Christmas parties with your boss and his
Yeah,
boss and his boss.
yeah,
And it's like people are getting drunk and taking off their clothes and dancing on
yeah,
tables
yeah,
on a Christmas party. It was
yeah.
it was a lot like that movie Die Hard.
I didn't go to the like I went once or twice to the Christmas party when I was working, like, and then man, that's not for me, man.
Yeah,
I
I
fucking
didn't go to those because I knew what would happen there. So of course
yeah.
the next week I hear all about people getting fired
Oh, really?
because they did stuff during the Christmas party.
Uh,
It was like,
but
man, that's just asking for trouble. But
hanging
that
out
was
with
the 80s.
CEO or like in big shot and stuff like that, that can be like an interesting experience more than with the actor, I find, because like maybe they have some like they could be like there's a possibility they're somewhat smart, so they might have something interesting to say, right? They're not just like vain people, like
Yeah, they're smart. They're there. They didn't inherit their job. They worked hard for that
yeah.
job. One of them said to me, they were doing a hostile takeover, and they said to me, "I'm not here to make friends." He would just tell himself as he's taking over another country, another company, and then firing everybody.
Yeah,
He would just tell himself, "I'm not here to make friends.
man.
This is business."
What one job I wanted when I was in the game industry at some point, like I wanted to be like the fucking closer, right? The guy that goes in the late in the project. Like I like being like early in the project when you're setting up the like, okay, this is how we're gonna do stuff, this is the technology we're gonna use, this is all gonna we organize stuff, right? I like that.
Yeah,
I hated like the middle of the project when you're just like actually doing the work, right? Just like no
yeah,
the boring fucking shit. Then, but I wanted at some point to try to be like the closer, like just the guy that go into the project. I say, okay, now like, I need to finish that thing. So okay, this get cut, this get cut. You're doing a shit job. This needs to be redone. This, it's like making the tough call, and that the guy that exactly doesn't he's not there to have friend, right? He's
yeah.
able to say like, well, this system, right? Something I was like, man, I told you I was a rigger, right? I would make those rig for 3D animation,
Yeah.
and we're working on this game, and inside the video game there was a mini game of a guy, of like a drinking mini game. Basically, the guy was like pouring a shot of a bourbon and then like downing it in one shot, right?
Yeah.
And the people working on that project, on that part of the game, they wanted to create a rig for fluid mechanic of the glass of bourbon.
No.
And I would tell them like,
No.
man, that's a lot of work to do, because we don't like I need to build we don't have the tech for that in that game ready.
Is
I would
there
need to implement something.
already water physics in the game?
Yes, but not in a way that can be controlled in that sense, right? So I will
Yeah.
need to implement something like specific for that. And your animation is like the guy pour a glass, the camera is far away, the glass is in the end, and then it is in his hand, and then he down the glass and slam on the table. Nobody's gonna fucking see that. And I was trying to explain them, I understand that for you, you want to do the best job. That's your part you're working on. You want to do the best job you can, but you're focusing too much. Like you need to look at the big picture. The time I'm gonna spend building that is time I'm not gonna spend building some other stuff that's gonna be seen more, right? And they wouldn't fucking have it.
I would
And
just have the glass as he holds the glass up. the liquid just it's just
Yeah, exactly. That's
it just disappears. It just
yeah. Like
disappears and
I say,
fades away.
I can give you something that the level is gonna stay like flat to the ground, and the liquid is gonna disappear. But it's not even necessary because like is downing it in one shot. It's so fast. It's so far.
Or
You got
just
this hand around the glass.
the
You're
liquids
not
in
seeing it.
the liquids in the glass, and then the whole thing just disappears at once. Boop, and now
Yeah.
the glass is empty.
Yeah, but like, and then like they went to my boss saying I was difficult to work with, and then I had to explain the the problem to the boss, and the boss said, like, "Why can you give them something?" I say, "Fuck, man, yes, but that's something else that I'm not gonna give somebody else, right? Good limit times, right? So I'm not gonna fucking stay over time pro bono to do that for those assholes." Anyway, I was difficult to work with. That's true, but you know, I was good at what I was doing, so I guess that's fair. You can be a little bit difficult if you're good at what you do, no?
Yeah, people get upset if they know that you can do the job better than them.
Well, yeah, I was
And,
specialized in that.
they get to a point where if they can't be fired, they get to a point where they just don't even do their job. They just say, Shauna will do it. Just have
Yeah.
Shauna go out there and do it. And then
Yeah.
they take credit. They try to take credit for doing it, but they didn't do it.
Man, sometimes like what are they gonna do? Like man, something that pissed me off. I don't know why I'm going on that trend now. I would see like
You're doing character generation right now. This is your character you're making.
yeah, exactly. Like I've been disgruntled employee. I would see like people like doing a fucking meaningless task, right? And they're gonna spend like sometimes you know like we're talking about the open space office, right? And you can see everybody is doing on the screen, and sometimes you just get a glimpse, right? And you say
Yeah.
like, man, you've been doing that the same thing, like opening this scene, saving it, closing it, like doing something, saving it, closing it. You've been doing that for 2 days. What the fuck you doing? And say, oh, I need to go change the name of that thing in every scene. I got 1,000 scene to do. And I look at him and say, like, and you're doing it by hand?
Yeah, I remember you told me this, and you made a
You're gonna fucking
script.
spend 3 weeks doing that. I'm
You
gonna
ended up
spend
doing
like
a
a
script.
few hours making a script, and it's gonna be done like overnight, right? Just like
Yeah.
like that would fucking drive me mad.
Yeah, people trying to learn stuff on the job that
Yeah,
they don't need to learn because they don't need to do it.
yeah. But I don't know. And then like, and then you don't get any like fucking I don't know, man. Just like
So what are you
I'm glad
drinking?
I'm out of it.
That looks like a monster drink.
No, it's beer. It's black beer.
Black beer.
Yeah, it's oatmeal beer. I see. I put it in the glass.
When I drink beer, it's usually Sam Adams.
Yeah.
I like ale.
Look at
And oh yeah, it's pretty dark.
that. Yeah, you can barely see it with the background.
That's what Benny Hill drinks.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
always
yeah.
dark.
Yeah.
He'll put how was that 18-ounce glass he drinks out of?
20 ounce. Yeah. Pint.
The whole he just goes whoop. He just goes in one gulp.
Yeah.
And I had those exact glasses he had when I was a kid. I would try to drink Pepsi the same speed. It would work sometimes.
I cannot drink Pepsi.
It's all fizzing.
That's too much for me.
Because Pepsi looked dark at the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it still is.
I don't know. But that's oatmeal beer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, I drink O'Doul's beer because it tastes just like Sam Adams.
Yeah. Yeah. Sam Adams is not bad.
It's a lager. It's almost like a lager.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't like beer. I don't like beer.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of blonde beer or light beer. But
And people drink beer made from rice.
Mhm.
Is that crazy? To me, that's crazy.
It's okay.
Bud Light
Sapporo.
from rice?
Is Bud Light made from rice?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm drinking drink Sapporo sometime, which is made from rice, I believe.
Well, it probably tastes better.
Mhm.
Because Budweiser
Yeah, but
spills more beer than most people, drink.
I can't fucking drink that. When I was working construction on the Friday night, on a Friday evening, they would always like bring a pack of Budweiser and a pack of Coors Light, and then it was a big divide.
They brought this where?
on the work site at
Really?
lunch. Yeah.
Lucky?
No, Budweiser and Coors Light, and it was a big divide between like the young people drinking the Bud Light,
Oh
the
yeah,
Bud,
yeah, yeah,
and the older drinking the
yeah.
Coors Light. Yeah.
Whatever you first started drinking, that's what you're gonna like. You're a loyal customer for life.
What did I fucking start drinking?
Some people like Coors, some people like Miller,
Yeah, man, that was almost like 30 years.
Bud,
Mm.
Paps,
I don't know when I started drinking, but I'm not.
Michelob. Oh,
I've been drinking.
there's
Hmm?
the other kinds like Beck and
Yeah.
Foster's.
Well, we have different beer in Quebec, obviously, right? Just like we have like the
Yeah.
Molson and Labatt.
Do you have Corona?
Yeah,
Dos Equis?
I
Dos
I
Ex.
I, I cannot stand Corona.
I didn't know if the Mexicans got that far up with their packaging.
Yeah, yeah, I cannot
Something
stand.
about I went to Mexico once and you couldn't buy certain beers down there. Illegal
Yeah, already.
export issues or something.
Hmm. But
But I tried the Dos Equis and I tried Corona and I tried the other ones, Modelo.
yeah,
They're they're just aftertaste. It's just aftertaste to me.
yeah. Have you ever
Lime,
tried like
Oh,
Guinness and stuff like that, the darker stuff?
nope.
Maybe you should try that. They're very different. They're very
I
different
just
tastes.
don't see it on the shelves.
Oh yeah, sometimes you have to go like to the special
Yeah,
liquor store or stuff like that, right?
because there's like 1,000 beer companies and there's only like room for 20 on a shelf.
Yeah, like well, this beer here is like they sell it in the grocery store here,
Yeah,
but it's not in the cooler. Like it's not like a big seller enough to keep it
yeah,
cool, right? Just like
yeah. That's like the IPAs. They're not in
oh
coolers. There's no
yeah, yeah.
room for them. Everyone and their brother's making an IPA now.
Like I don't know. Like, they still sell like Guinness, I guess, beer or Black Label. Look, like I don't know why you can like relate those two together. Black Label is like this has nothing to do with Guinness. Black Label is a very trash beer. You remember in the 80s, like I don't was that a thing in the US in the 80s
Seagram's
and
wine
90s?
coolers.
Like no, Black Label, they used to have like those very artsy advertisement, right? Like
Yeah.
very classy, very artsy
Oh yeah,
advertisement.
beer commercials were a thing.
Yeah, and now like it's just like they're just like it's just a beer for like homeless people drink here. because they sell like the big bottle like and with the stronger variety and stuff like that. Yeah.
I like the
Oh yeah,
commercials where
okay, you
they
say like Genesee. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I thought you just like misspelled Guinness for some typo. But Genesee, no, I don't know that this one. Janice? Yeah,
if I
Janice.
saw it I'd know what it is.
Mm.
I've tried all the beers
Yeah.
and I still go back to Sam Adams because there's no aftertaste. It goes well with everything you eat. Everything. It could be lobster, pizza,
Yeah.
hamburger, Italian food, Mexican food.
Yeah.
Sam Adams goes good with it.
I've been drinking a lot of beer lately, but I'm usually more like a bourbon guy or a wine guy. I like wine a lot, but
Wine's too sour. I don't like it.
I like it quite sour.
I don't like grape juice. It's too sour.
Yeah, it's my it's my
I don't
name, right?
like I don't like champagne.
No,
Your name is after a wine or something?
no, my name Boivin will literally mean drink wine.
Really?
Yeah,
Your last name is a verb?
yeah, yeah. Bois is a drink. Yeah, well, a lot of people like the last name with the verb, no? But yeah, drink wine. Yeah, that's I come from a long tradition of a wino.
Winos.
Yeah, yeah,
Now, I had a girlfriend. She was a wine cheese person. She was always
yeah.
trying to get me to go to wine cheese tasting jazz festivals. I'm like, no, thank you.
No thanks. That's pretty nice, no? What's not to like about that? Wine, cheese, and jazz. Sign
It's
me
a,
up.
I don't know, a bunch of girls in their 40s with cats hanging out together,
Oh yeah,
acting like they're experts on wine or something.
yeah.
And then they got the Chip and Dale dude who's popping the corks on all the bottles.
That's yeah. That you just turned me off. What about like the? Do you like cheese? Are you a
Yeah.
cheese? Are you a cheese amateur?
I don't like Swiss and I don't like the super super cheddar stuff.
The
The
like the
sharp.
super sharp. Oh man, I love
I
it.
don't like sharp.
Yeah, that's those my like two. I might like I love like Emmental, like Swiss cheese, and I love
I
like
like
super sharp cheddar.
I like mozzarella and provolone.
Nah, too soft.
I
Too
don't
mild.
like American. I've never liked American cheese. It tastes like space food that the astronauts would eat.
Have you ever like those French cheese, like a blue cheese or Rochefort?
I think so.
Yeah,
I
with
don't
the
know.
mold in it and stuff like that. Right?
I've had blue cheese.
Yeah,
I
a lot of
like watching
American.
the TV shows where they make the cheese and then they put it in the cloth and it ages and they open it up after a few years and then they stamp it and it's this big thing like something from Skyrim cheese.
Yeah,
A wheel of cheese.
yeah, dipped in wax.
I just want to eat the heck out of that. Whatever it is, it looks good.
Yeah, we have this saying. How would you translate? Like cheese doesn't spoil; it evolves. We say,
Yeah, something.
so
Yeah,
cheese is like cheese never goes bad. Like like sometimes this cheese went bad. No, just cut the bad part, and the rest is
yeah,
gonna be even better.
yeah, yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
But I could eat provolone all day long. Oh, I like jack cheese.
What is it? Monterey Jack?
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah,
it's got spices or something in it.
yeah. Feta is good. Feta cheese. If you want
Yeah.
something salty, all right. Feta
Walmart
cheese
has
in eggs.
Walmart has their three or was it four cheese? It's a bag. It's a plastic bag of four cheeses
Yep.
shredded for tacos.
Yeah.
So I'll buy
Monterey
that.
Jack, cheddar. What do they put there outside of that? They put mozzarella? No, that wouldn't go in tacos.
No, that's for pizzas.
Yeah. 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 I like cheese. Yeah. If they drink Chardonnay run, yeah. Chardonnay is I'm a Pinot Noir kind of guy.
Now a year ago I was drinking whiskey.
Yeah.
I was looking around on the internet for a whiskey that doesn't burn. Like there's no burn to it. So
Yeah.
after you drink it, you don't go, oh,
I like the burn. But if you want
burns.
I I told you like I drink this that's what I drink usually. The Walter Q101. I have a hard time finding it here. And it's cheap stuff, but it's pretty smooth. But you have to take the 101. If you take like if you take the one that is 40% alcohol or 80 proof, uh, it's not as smooth. This one is like stronger, but it's very
Yeah,
smooth for
yeah.
for the price, right? It's not super expensive. Probably even cheaper in the US, but it's hard to find here. That's why I've been drinking beer. Yeah, that's true. At Walmart, cheese mix mostly cornstarch to keep them. Yeah, they're full of cornstarch.
Yeah, the cheese tastes like plastic.
Yeah,
It doesn't melt. It's like ice cream doesn't melt anymore. It's like, what is it?
yeah. It doesn't make it's not made of cream anymore. It's made of like a dairy
Plastic.
product. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I remember
What else do you
apples
have for
having wax on them when I was a
what?
kid. I
Sorry.
remember apples having wax on them when I was a
Yeah,
kid.
they don't do
You
that anymore. Paraffin.
you bite into well, the wax is a lot thinner now,
Hmm.
so it's more edible.
Yeah, you have to rub them on your shirt.
Yeah. But you try to bite into it and your teeth slide on the wax.
Yeah, Nub Creek. I don't know it, but like here, it's like the selection is like also like a liquor store run by the government, so they kind of suck. Although they do delivery. Yeah, is that true? Saudi Arabia is not the world largest exporter of cheese. It's petrochemical product. Right? Oh yeah, I wouldn't call it cheese. Yeah. So what else do we have for life events?
Let's see. You put in got married, spouse died. Do you have inheritance in there somewhere?
Well, I got one about got cheated from inheritance, but I think got a large inheritance would be good as well. That's true. Sometimes like having them that works in pair like that can be interesting.
What about your character wants to travel the world?
That's like
Is
I have
is
like I have
is that a
went on a long
character
journey,
trait?
but that would be like in motivation, I guess. I
Yeah,
want to see the
motivation.
world, but I have like a trait that where did I
Or
put it? That you went on a long journey. I put it somewhere.
or the character's homesick? What
Been
would
on a
that
long
be?
journey. Want to go back home?
Yeah, what if someone hasn't been home in forever and they just want to go back home?
I don't know. I would put that.
What would that be called? Then they find out that you can never return home
Your home doesn't exist anymore.
because everything's changed.
Yeah, that's the. I've left my hometown more than 20 years ago now, right? Every time I go back, I should go back soon to see my parents. But every time I go back, it's not the place I left anymore, right? The place I left
Yeah.
doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Because I've left so long, right? It changed without me, so now the change is always like shocking every time I go back.
Yeah, every time I go back, I notice a school's missing. Or some store I used to go to as a kid is bulldozed and now it's an office building or something. I'm trying to remember what used to be here.
Gonna move to a new city. Yeah. Move to a distant land. That's it. There you go. That's interesting. That's interesting. Something that marks you in the when you're young. You move. You lose all your friends.
Yeah.
You become a stranger. Yeah. What is that? Did you get my earlier comment about it being a typhoon Mary? You carry a plague but don't get it, so you get expelled from wherever you live.
Yeah, you're a carrier.
Ah, that's interesting. It's oddly specific. I don't know. I would put that in.
People think you're cursed.
Oh,
Or you don't stay in one place very long. You're
put that
always on the move.
curse. I'll think about it later on, but I put that curse typhoon Mary, so I remember.
Typhoid.
Typhoid. Did it? Yeah. Did a typo. The O and the I are next to each other.
Are they? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to look because I don't look at the keys when I type, so I don't know where any of the keys are.
Your finger knows. You don't.
Muscle memory.
I know. I noticed that. Like I noticed when that's how I noticed when like I say like I caught somebody like using Dvorak because of that, because like I noticed
Yeah.
like those typo like that mean you're using that keyword. Oh, you're French. You're making this typo, so you're using Azerty. I noticed that thing. Those things. Yeah.
What if you're in search of someone? You're you have a bounty. You're trying to get a bounty on somebody.
That wouldn't be in life event. That'd be like in motivation or that would be like that's an adventure in itself. No, I don't know about that. I don't think it belongs in that section. But
Or
what
it's not your main thing, but it's always in the back of your mind that you're either being chased down by somebody or you're chasing someone down.
You know what? That just makes me think of something. We say like you lost a parent or sibling and stuff like that. But what if they just got arrested, sent to jail, or executed? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a maybe that's gonna be like a subsection of lost a parent. Maybe it's gonna be like he died, and then did he die of disease? Did he got executed? Did he get? And then you're gonna change some stuff like that. Maybe I can have like subsection. Sometimes I have an option, right?
Yeah,
So
they were
you lost a
killed.
parent. Okay, tell me a little more. Did he got executed? Yeah.
They were killed. They were shot in the back, stabbed in the back.
Yeah.
They were poisoned.
That's like I have like a pet peeve that I have in English, like American English or modern English, is like when people use kidnap for adult, right?
Yeah, I can
You're
see you.
abducted.
I can see how that would bug you.
Yeah, like isn't the word like abducted? Kidnaps for kid,
Yeah,
like pet nap for pet and wife nap for wife, right? You're wife napping. We need to bring that back,
yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
We go on raid and we get some wives.
Manslaughter. Manslaughter is man's laughter.
Men's laughter, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that could be more interest, more option than accident. Okay, in accident,
Now
almost drunk, gotta swim to leave.
all these things you're writing down, these are for grown-up characters, right?
Well, that's the thing.
Can you make a
Those,
kid in this game?
well,
Or do
that
you
would
have to
be
be
like
18 or older?
you would probably be like maybe like not 18, maybe like at least 14, something like that, right? You need to be like developed. You could make a kid.
Make a
Why not?
newt. Make a newt like in Aliens.
Why not?
She survived on her own.
Yeah. How did
Well,
she did? You
you
think she
put her
did
in
it
charge.
believable?
How old was Newt? 12? 13? 14? I can't
13?
remember.
No?
I can't remember.
She's probably 13.
She seemed kind of short. I remember her being short.
Why would you make her 12 or 14 when you can make her 13, right?
Well, she had to be small to crawl around in all the conduits and crap.
Yeah, but what I mean like is like usually when they write those movie like they use like significative number, no? You just don't use like a fucking random number. You don't make somebody like 34, you make him 33, right? Because it's the age of Christ, or no?
What?
You don't do that thing.
Okay, in movies, the actors are always older than their characters are.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is.
Well, because you don't have star anymore.
Because, you're playing an 18-year-old girl, but the actress is 24, 25.
Yeah. Because 18-year-old haven't learned how to act yet.
And then you have these 70-year-old dudes playing 50-year-old
40-year-old,
dudes in
yeah.
movies, 40-year-olds. They still have a sex life, really?
Yeah. But you don't have star anymore. So if you want big name, you have to go to the older folks.
Yeah, that's true. And the older folks, they have a history of working well with directors, maybe. So let's say you're Leo DiCaprio, you will always have a job if Scorsese is still directing movies.
Is he still directing movies, Scorsese? I thought he stopped.
He's doing one right now. I don't remember what it's called, though. But I don't like his movies. They're all about gangster stuff. It's always gangster stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, some people
Scorsese
say,
Italian?
it's too macho. His movies are too macho or something. Or
Is Scorsese Italian or is just pretending to be?
he's just a regular dude. He's 80 is the new 60, I guess.
That's what boomers, eh?
People live a long time now. People
When
that
like
chain smoked and drank a lot, they still live.
yeah, when boomer became 30, like then 30 was a new 20, and then they became 40, and then like 40 was the new 30, and then they became 50, and like 50 is the new 40.
Well, usually if you were born in 1900, you would be dead in the 60s because you drank and smoked and you lived rough life.
I don't know why people like I don't know, and that's a whole different topic. I don't know why people like some like
you burnt your candle on both ends. Nowadays,
at some point, like your life is done, no? Like I always thought, right? And like I don't have any children, so at some point that's gonna come to me like much sooner than most of you, right? But at some point, like I think in life, like you become adult, you have children, you raise your children until they become adult, then you help them raise their children until those children become adult. Maybe you meet your great grandchildren, and then you die. and your life is done, right? That's fine. Why would people want to fucking live forever, right? You did your job. And I look at my parents, right? They're older than bad health and stuff like that, and they don't have any grandchildren. And I know they're like they don't have much quality of life anymore, but they're afraid of dying, and so like, well, why? Why? Just like
I've seen people
I don't
that
get it.
they say they're ready to die,
I'm ready to die.
and then when it comes down to dying, they're panicking. They don't
Yeah.
want to die. They're scared. They're acting a fool about it.
I'm scared of living. Like, why would I live like another 40 year like that? I don't have any children. I don't what I'm gonna do. Like, I'm just gonna fucking fuck
Hobbies?
around and do
Hobbies.
some what? What?
Hobbies. You'll have
Hobbies?
hobbies.
At some point, yeah, I'm gonna get bored of it or stuff.
Maybe
It's like, I
maybe
don't know.
you find some old car you want to restore, and it's going to take 12 years to restore the car by hand.
Yeah, I
Instead of
might as well.
taking it to a shop, you just want to do it yourself.
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm just like a waste of resources.
You want to build a boat. I knew an old guy.
I'd
He
like to
built a
build
boat and he built a yacht in his backyard. And we were teasing, we're saying, he's waiting for the flood.
Yeah, but like I don't want to live for my own pleasure. Like, I don't know, man. I need to live like I need some purpose, and I always thought it'd be like having a family and raising my children and stuff like that, right? But if I don't have that, like, I'm just living for my own fucking entertainment. That's no life. I don't know. I
Well,
don't like
I
that.
see those YouTubers that live in New York City. They're paying $6,000 a month, and they have it's a 4-foot by 12-foot room that they live
Yeah.
in. That's their existence. No
You can still
windows.
live when you're 70, yeah, but like, just like, so I'm 68. Yeah. Yeah, but like
It's
that,
like I can't.
I
Why?
still have children. You
What?
got
What?
grandchildren too, I still no.
These are single guys living in apartments in New York City, living that way.
Yeah. What's the point? At some point,
I would go. I would go stir crazy if I was in
Yeah.
a room. If I lived in one room that small.
Yeah. I think a man need a purpose. That's what I'm saying. But maybe that's just me. Maybe
Usually your character starts out like that in the movie, and during the film, you see a woman and you find out who she is. Then you find out that there's assassins that want her dead, and you're trying to figure out how you can save her, but you have no skills in espionage or double agent stuff. You don't even speak the language she speaks, but you know she's in danger. You want to save her, protect her. Who knows? But she's like, you feel like old enough to be your dad almost. But that's part of the movie. It starts out sad for the main character, the way he exists, and then it just gets worse from there as he finds out who she really is, what it's really about. Was it worth the effort saving her or not? When you end up in a worse situation than when you started at it in your little 4-foot by 12-foot room in New York. But if you haven't lived unless what's the saying? You haven't lived until you've almost died or something? Something
maybe.
like that.
I don't know. What does it take to almost die? I had people try to kill me.
Like Blade Runner. Blade Runner, you got Deckard, he's retired, he's no longer a cop, he's just enjoying his lonely life. And then he gets called back because he needs to do one more job. There's some replicants that need to be taken out, retired. He doesn't want to do it. He almost gets killed.
What do you mean of Deckard being put in the new Blade Runner?
I think of it as just an alternate universe. It's not the same Blade Runner that I'm used to. Same with the aliens. When Ridley Scott did the last 2 Alien movies, and he's got a third one coming out soon. They have nothing to do with the original stuff.
I'm the guy that I like all the first 4 Alien. I like them all. I don't like them all equally, but I like them all.
Yeah, you like certain parts of them.
Yeah,
there's world building in each one.
Controversial 3rd and 4th one, I still like them.
I like the 3rd one. I didn't see any problem with it. It was a slow burn, depressing.
Yeah,
I still liked it though.
yeah. But all those new one, like even like Prometheus and like Covenant and stuff like that, and I can't fucking stand those.
Yeah, I didn't watch those. I just go on YouTube and hear people complain about it.
Yeah. I didn't hate the new Blade Runner movie, but this part with like Decker and stuff like that, it should have been like its own thing. It should have been like completely cut off, right? Like don't fucking bring up those old fucking actor. We get it, right? Just like nostalgia bait and stuff like that.
Yeah, nostalgia stuff.
Yeah, I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of that fucking
When he
nostalgia.
did Dune, I'm so glad he didn't bring anyone back from Dune from the 80s, as far as I know.
In Dune?
Yeah, he did Dune. He did Dune 2 and 1 and
Oh
2.
yeah, it's true. It's the like Blade Runner was Denis Villeneuve as well. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch the new Dune because like I'm such a fan of the
Oh, you haven't
old.
seen the first one?
I'm
I mean,
I'm
you
a,
haven't you
I'm a
haven't seen
huge
Dune
fan of
1?
the. I'm a huge fan. No, I haven't. I'm a huge fan of the '84 movie, Dune '84.
Okay, I think you would like the new Dune.
I like honestly every time I see like at first I cannot fucking stand Chamolet, the guy that played Paul Atreides.
Oh, yeah, that's the only thing I saw.
I can't
That's the only thing I've seen
stand
him
that.
in is that.
Like every time, oh, I've seen him in other stuff, but
No,
every time I see him,
I
like
refuse to see Willy Wonka
like I
because
want to
that
fucking
just
like yeah.
I don't want to see that nonsense.
Man, like, I don't know, man. Like this guy, like I can't fucking stand him. But every time I was also every fucking picture, like every fucking casting choice in those movie, I feel is wrong. Outside of like the gender and race swapping, which
Well,
bothers me a lot.
Who's the guy that played Aquaman in the DC movies?
Yeah, like
He's in Dune.
yeah, no, I know. For he's playing Duncan Idaho, and it's like that's such a fucking weird choice. Like
It's
I think
weird. It was weird, but once
every
it
fucking
was
casting choice, like the only the guy that they picked for Duke Leto,
yeah.
he seemed all right. I would see him, right? But every other fucking casting choice, I look at him and say like, what? That's not the right pick for that role. And I hate
Yeah.
the aesthetic of the general aesthetic of the movie. Like even the
I
Baron
think
stuff, right?
I
It's
think
like
it just I think it looks more believable in the remakes. It just the 80s was cool,
nah, the 80s, like I love like
but
the aesthetic of the movie.
the 80s had too much it had too much heavy metal in it as far as I could tell,
Well,
art
I
direction
wouldn't call it
wise.
heavy metal, but like I would much take that.
It
I
was
would
over the
much better
top.
like take the total
Things were
like
over it was over the
soundtrack.
top. Some of the 84 thing is over the
Yeah,
top.
I,
But
I, I
in the remakes it's more toned down a bit.
the '84 movie is one of my favorite movie, and the Dune book is one of my favorite book. The first one. I hate all the sequel that Frank Herbert wrote. I hate them all.
Oh, okay.
I really love the first book.
Okay,
Uh,
so uh which who's the guy that made the first Dune? De Laurentiis? I can't say his name.
well,
Dino De
Dino De Laurentiis
Laurentiis.
is the studio, but it's David Lynch that realized that directed the first Dune.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
I'm getting mixed up with producers and
yeah.
directors.
Well, actually, like
So, do you like any other David Lynch films?
yes, I quite like David Lynch film.
Do you like any other Dino De Laurentiis films?
Well, yes, of course. I like the first Conan movie a lot. The first Conan
Yeah,
movie was Dino De Laurentiis, Dino De Laurentiis as well.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Made quite a few back then, no?
Now, does that make you like the '84 version of Dune because it had those two things going for it?
No, because I like the '84. Like I saw that movie when I was a little kid, like when I was a lad, right? And I was obsessed with it. Like it was just so weird and so different than everything I saw. And I was other ones were way too young to see it, and I didn't fucking understood what was happening, but I was obsessed with it, and I kept like watching this movie again and again and again and again because I wanted to get it right. I was just like, man, that's so different and
You're
so
okay. You're okay with Jose being the emperor.
is
What
his
was
name?
his name? Jose something.
I don't know the actor, but yeah, I think the choice for the emperor was all right.
His son was in RoboCop.
Oh really? I didn't know that.
His son is the one that gets shot in the kneecaps and he's left in his apartment with a grenade
Yeah.
on his coffee table.
I thought the emperor had like a earring, right?
I think so.
I think that was weird.
He
That's
had
something I
big
thought was weird.
he had big earlobes.
Yeah, I think that was
Bring
something
in
that was
he I always remember when he says, "Bring in the floating fat man,"
weird. Yes.
or "Bring me the floating fat man."
Why did you summon me here? Oh, there must be a mistake, sir. I didn't summon you. Your incompetence.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think
and
it was great.
his ships, the Emperor's ships were made of gold.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
ships in the new movie are kind of boring.
Yeah, and like in the still suit in the original in the first movie, like in the 84 movie were looking neat. The
Yeah,
one in the new movie, like I don't know, man, it looks like too sharp and
it's
too like
everything's
trying too
toned
hard.
down. Everything's
Yeah.
toned down,
And
like
everything is gray
with
and like
yeah, gray, yeah,
washed out.
yeah.
I want to fucking pluck up my eyes every time I watch. I see like and like man, the actress they pick for Shiny. Come on now, She's-
The
so
the girls in that
yeah.
movie look too young for their characters.
Well, they're supposed to be quite young, and that's also one thing with like
But then Paul's supposed to be only 15 or
yeah,
14 or
exactly,
something.
exactly. But that's the future too.
In the 80s, he looks like he's almost 30.
No, no, no. McLaren was quite
Yeah.
young still, no. But they
He
made it
was
like
old. I thought he was old. He was in The Hidden, and he was
that.
old in that.
McLaren was the Dune movie was McLaren's first film.
It was?
Yeah, but
Okay,
he
so
was a
he must have
theater
been in
actor
the
before that.
he must have been in The Hidden after that then.
Yeah, the Eden must be after that. But he did like some theater before that. But it was the first time on screen, I believe.
Yeah, he was a pretty boy. He reminds me of Richard Chamberlain, just another pretty boy.
He was good in Blue Velvet as well. Have you seen Blue Velvet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Another like great David Lynch movie.
I had a secret crush on the girl in that movie.
Oh yeah,
What's her name? She was
I
Ingrid
forget.
Bergman's
Been a while.
daughter.
Oh wait, was she?
Yeah, it's about
Ah.
my age.
Wasn't Bergman like got in a scandal at some point? Or am I
Maybe
thinking about the
Hollywood. It's Hollywood, so
yeah?
this the Swedish version of Hollywood.
Well, I
Where are
like
they from?
yeah, it's Sweden. Yeah, I like the Seventh Seal. That's him.
Yeah, Max
Yeah.
von Sydow
Yeah, playing
was
chess
in
with
that.
death. Mm.
But
Was it the same guy playing that in Bill and Ted? No,
Bill and Ted,
Bill and
was
Ted
he in that?
in the second. Is it in the second movie of Bill and Ted?
I don't even remember the
they meet
second
death?
movie. I know I was in a theater, but I don't remember any of the second movie.
Wasn't like a weird trivia? Like the guy that played Death in the seventh scene was also playing Death, and maybe I'm just making that up. Don't
I
take
don't
that
know.
for
I
a
remember.
don't take that for fact chat.
Did you see Minority Report?
Yes,
Because
long time ago.
Max shows up in that movie too.
Yeah,
That's a spoiler though.
I saw it. I wasn't that impressed by it. I was that's all right.
I was not impressed with him in The Exorcist. People said, "Oh, he plays the priest." Eh.
Yeah.
I like the younger guy who gets his head twisted around backwards.
Yeah, that he got thrown off or jump off the stair.
He got thrown downstairs or out a window or something. I forget.
Yeah, out the window. The Exorcist is a movie I saw like when I was like way too young.
Yeah, me too. Watching The Godfather and that one
Yeah.
back to back.
Seventh Seal was pretty good. Yeah, that's kind of a movie like they don't make anymore. People will get bored. Yeah.
But then Max showed up in another movie.
Life's the
He's in
gift, not a job. I don't know. It seemed pretty much a job. It's a lot of work. Life. I find life is a lot of work.
What do you think of people that born and then they live and then they die on the same block
Yeah.
in a city? They never go like 6 blocks away from where they were born. What do you think of those kinds of people?
I used to think my view changed about that. I used to think that it was shameful, right? But no, I think maybe there's some wisdom. Like, like in a sense, like, you're born there, you live your old life there, you know the people around, you love that place, that's your home. like I'm getting older, and I'm a rootless individual, right? I belong nowhere. I've traveled all over. I went all over the world,
I've
and
been
I've
everywhere.
yes, and I've lived like for a long period of time in all kind of place, and I belong nowhere. Like I see like my like like my neighbor. Like I live in a duplex now, right? The woman that is in the other the other unit, the other apartment, I guess. I see her. She go walk to her mother, and her mother come visit her, and she got brother and whatever. And like, I don't have that, right? And she got friend from my school. I don't have that
Yeah.
because I've like always been running away. But that's the thing. The thing I've been running away from are things that are inside me. So
Is
oh,
yourself.
it's
That's
myself.
that's the oldest trick in the book.
The oldest trick
You've
in the
been
book.
running from yourself,
Yeah,
Max.
exactly. You're running for your demons that are inside you. But so that's
Well,
the thing.
did
I
you
see like
like
people
high
that
school? Did you like high school?
was okay.
I
Didn't
didn't
really
like high
like it,
school.
but
I didn't like high school at
I
all.
didn't like. I really like it, but like I didn't
It
hate it
was a
either.
it was a sentence. It was a 3-year sentence for me, and I got out. I liked college.
Yeah.
I liked college a
Oh yeah,
lot.
it's true. High school is only 3 years for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
nowadays it's
we divide.
4.
We
They
divide.
make it 4 years now.
Yeah, it's 5 for us, but because we don't have middle school basically, so um. But
Yeah,
high school
everything.
I would get into a lot of fights.
Yeah, me too.
I had friends. I was somewhat popular, but not super popular.
I was
I don't know. It was alright.
average. I wasn't famous to be in the president of the school, but I wasn't the low life drug addict.
Yeah. They wanted to make it like some people wanted me to be president of the school, and I said okay, but the school didn't want me to be president, so they banned me from it. But then people would just write me in, and I came in second. So
See, everyone was Democrat where I grew up, so I just didn't. I didn't make a big fuss about anything. Otherwise, you would get sent to the principal's office. This was when Jimmy Carter was president.
yeah.
One of the worst presidents we ever had.
Did he judge only do 1 term?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One was enough.
Well, I don't know if you were like the worst president that you ever had. There was definitely Woodrow Wilson, but
He was terrible.
he's the
He
one that
started
destroyed the country.
he started communism basically in the country.
Like Woodrow Wilson, like treating. He got you into World War One. He got a central bank created, and he gave women the vote. Country was over then.
It's very general, loose terms, but you are correct.
Yeah. Yeah. It's beginning of the end.
I mean, the other presidents that were worse than him were just adding frosting onto the cake, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Like nobody was like, how can you beat that worse than him? Yeah. Anyway.
But
like Lincoln was pretty
but
bad.
I was asking you about your high school if you liked it or not, because in this character here,
Mhm.
is there a room, an option of hated your hometown, or hated what would there be a school for your kid making your character? Would there be a school?
I don't think that's the setting where there's like formal school for everybody. I think you just like learn. Basically, you like if you're a peasant, you're gonna do what you're like your low class, you're gonna do what everybody basically, you're gonna do what your dad do, right? Just like that's you're noble, you're gonna be like taking over for your dad. You're a peasant, you're gonna be a peasant, right?
Yeah,
Like there might be like specialized school if you want to be a monk or stuff like that. Or maybe that's something.
if your dad was Eric, you are now Erickson.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's something. Join the religious order. That can be one. Yeah.
What is it called when you don't want to do what your father did? You don't want to.
You absconded.
You don't want to follow in his shoes. You don't want to be a shoemaker.
Maybe you've been disinherited. Disinherited.
Well, that could be it.
Yeah, maybe your father like fucking kicked you out, right?
Disowned. You're disowned.
Isn't that a word in English? Disinherited?
Maybe uninherited, disinherited. Yeah, I think it's disinherited.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't speak English very well.
You speak English better than yeah. What does Zonalar say there?
What, existential max? Oh no, you gotta know. Apprenticeship have been a thing since medieval age, maybe longer. Yeah, apprenticeship, but also like that's again the thing with like like I have like another section of character creation that are occupation, where you can become like a. Can I share
Like
that?
in the 1700s, you would probably get stuck working with silver, making spoons and forks and stuff,
Yeah, if you're silversmith.
making candlesticks.
Yeah. What's a candle maker called? Is there a name for that?
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. A craftsman.
It must be a specific name, no? Like
Like you had the guy,
like,
some
a
guy who would.
shoemaker is a cobbler. A barrel maker is cooper. Is that it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
A smith? No, not a smith.
Well, a smith. Everybody's a smith.
What was it called? There was a name for guys that made
a chandler.
teacups.
Chandler. There's a town nearby called Chandler, which the woman I love live in, actually. But she doesn't love me, so. Story of my life.
You ever think of using one of those AI girlfriends they have now?
What's the point? Like that's the thing. That's the thing with me.
When I was your age, I think guys were falling in love with girls online.
Yeah.
That used a little avatar of some hot chick.
Yeah.
And they would fall in love with that avatar, and they would think that the girl they're talking to was that person.
And then it was a fat dude in Philippines or in Turkey.
It'd be Girl 19. You know, her login name was Girl 19. You're thinking, oh, she's 19. I'm 21. No, she was born in 1919.
Yeah.
Or
they would say like a ASL, age, sex, location. You go and chat.
Yeah, when they started, I left those sites when that's the first thing out of someone's mouth is ASL. I always thought it was age, sex, and language.
That's what it was. Age, sex, location.
Yeah, I always thought the L was language at first. I thought, they want to speak French to me.
Yeah. Do you speak French?
No, but then I found out recently. I found out recently that L meant location. I mean, what? Yeah. You're on the internet. What difference does location mean?
Well, it's just local.
Unless you want
maybe it's a hot single in your area.
I'm not typing to anyone who's out of 50-mile radius of me. Yeah. I thought the L meant language. Like, do you speak, some Cantonese? Can you speak Cantonese? Because that's my natural language.
Candle maker is a Chandler. Yeah. People like Dice Tale is confirming here. Yeah. But like the AI girlfriend, I don't see the point because I'm not a lonely guy. I'm not there like crying myself to sleep like, oh man, I wish I had a girlfriend. So, like,
you're alone, but you're not lonely.
But it's also like it's not a girlfriend I want. I want a wife and a mother. I want a mother for my children. Like I don't want a girlfriend, I want children, right?
Oh, I see. So the AI, you need the AI wife and AI children.
Oh, gotcha. maybe
let's sign up Max for that.
But then again, I don't want them like to talk to and hang out with and like.
How was your day?
What did you do? Well, they're
AIs. They're AIs.
Pass my jeans down, right?
They're AIs. They know more about you than you know yourself because they're AIs. Yeah. They're not just going to say hello. How are you today? No, they're going to have true emotions for you. But here's the thing: they're hooked up to the cloud. They're fucking hooked up to the cloud, stealing your identity, your life data, selling it to the Chinese.
Yeah. Like
Max likes to eat. Max always eats macaroni and cheese on Tuesday nights. Well, the Chinese are going to know that because you told the AI that.
Yeah.
And AIs remember everything you say. Remember this.
No,
When
but
I'm
that's
long
the thing.
gone, when I'm long gone, remember this, Max. The AI remembers everything you say to them.
Yeah, we were gonna make an AI Shauner so we can keep terrorizing the people in the hobby.
Yeah, before you die, set up your AI account on YouTube and it will generate videos the way you made them
Yeah. Or we're just
using
gonna, yeah, exactly. We're just gonna have the AI like scrub up all your video, and then like,
yeah.
like they do with the celebrity now. Like they bring them back from the dead. Like, oh, we were gonna add them in the movie. Like,
I could be in a live stream. My AI would just show up in someone's live stream and talk about whatever my character would have said.
yeah, died
Yeah,
and
but that
raised by
makes
an
sense
AI.
though. That makes sense though. The AI girlfriend, that's not wife material.
Yeah.
Unless, do the solid holograph nonsense like in
Or
Star
well, now
Trek.
like, or people like talk about artificial womb and stuff like that. Like I'm very traditional. I want my children to have a mother. I
Well,
want to have
see,
like
I would, in the
this
old
small
days,
family.
in the old days, 30 years ago, I'd say, just adopt a kid. You want a kid, just adopt one. But now you can't even do that.
Yeah.
You have to be a certain skin color to adopt anything now.
Yeah.
And then you have to vote a certain president to even adopt anything now.
Then I'll ask, you don't marry mother,
And
you marry woman.
and then you're not going to find a mom anyway for the kid. It's easier to find another dude than to find a wife.
Well, now and you get bonus for adoption now. They want to fuck up those kids. What do you know about fatherhood until you're raising a one? I feel like
Okay.
putting the cart before the horse. Well, that's the thing. Like when I say one, like a mother, I want a woman that is mother material, right? That I can see become a mother.
Yeah,
And what
that
do I know
sounds
about like a
creepy. Yeah,
fatherhood?
yeah,
What?
marrying a mother, that sounds
No, no, I don't want.
mother. You mean marry a woman with already kids?
No, that's something I don't want. I don't want to fucking marry her. Like maybe if she's a widow or some exception like that. Like because it's not their
Yeah,
fault, right? Your
yeah.
fucking husband like got hit by a truck and died, right?
No, they
Okay,
got
like
they got killed in Iraq somewhere.
no, that'd be like that. You chose to marry a military man. You're not good for me.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
that's one. What? Hey, put that in your character sheet thing then.
What?
Your
But
character has certain loyalties or certain beliefs or certain
oh yeah, I got section for that.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm seeing. Like I see like if I'm considering dating a woman, that's like for me like the big thing is like, well, would I see her becoming a mother for my children, right? That's like basically the one
Yeah,
criteria.
that's what I did in the 90s. I'd date some girl and I'm thinking, would she make a good mom? And most of the time they're the first girl on the block to want to kill their kid if they ever get a kid, abortion and stuff.
Yeah,
It's like you don't want to marry some woman who's just doing abortion stuff.
yeah. And I still say like a word of advice from an old dude: look for someone who complements and completes you. If you find her, the children will naturally flow. But that's the thing too. Like I got like an insane personality. Like I'm a very
So
disagreeable
yeah, but
person.
your kids look on the bright side. Your kids will only be half crazy. They only take 50% of you, not,
Yeah. But the woman that would marry me and have kid with me would probably like be somewhat crazy as well, no?
then your kid is like a psychopath.
Yeah. But they're gonna be ruler of men.
What's that movie called? Rosemary's Baby? That's what you would be having.
Could one of my son be the Kwisatz Haderach? That's the whole
No.
question. No.
There's no spice. Are you kidding? That's 10,000 years from now still. We haven't even found
more than that.
Arrakis. Where is
More than that.
Arrakis? Do we know where it is?
No.
Like
Dune
there's a
is says that
sci-fi,
in
there's a
the
YouTube channel that shows where all the sci-fi planets are in relationship to
Oh, really?
our planet. But I don't know if they have Arrakis
No.
on that video yet.
yeah.
But they know where the alien world is, and they know where
Marry a
Blade
mother
Runner
so you can
stuff
ask
is.
your mother may I question. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some people won't do that. Some people they want a girlfriend that's
Oh,
gonna be their mom as
I've
well.
heard of guys marrying women to be their mom.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like some people
That's
like do
so
that.
creepy.
Yeah.
When I heard about that in the 70s, I thought, oh, that's creepy. That's like
You
psycho.
got an
That's like
unresolved issue, right? Just like
you want someone who makes you lunch and dinners and stuff.
yeah. Yeah, I had a buddy like I like
Does your laundry?
I like my woman somewhat young, but also because I want them to have children and stuff like that. So I want them to be still fertile,
See,
right?
the mistake I made was I wanted women who were strong, independent.
I don't want that.
And guess what? They don't want to get married.
No,
None of them want to get married.
no,
But I like the idea of a woman having a job,
I don't.
uh, not just not just be the a boring. At the time, I was brainwashed in college, so I
Yeah,
thought women staying home
yeah.
would be boring. Would be come home to
No,
a boring wife
no, that's what I want.
telling
Stay
you
at home,
about.
raise the children, but I'll also stay at home. So just that's
But yeah, if I knew back then what I know now, I'd probably be married and have a bunch of kids and
yeah.
grandkids by now.
No, that's like I love to have a woman that want to be a stay-at-home mother, because then you know what, like take out the kid while I work on my stuff. Then if you want to work on your own stuff, like you have a creative endeavor stuff like that, that's fine. I'll take care of the kid. But then you know what, we'll go walk the dog. We'll go do some canoe. We'll go. Because I don't have a job too, so there's that, right?
Yeah,
I'm
I was
retired.
always, I was always, I always wanted the girl that I could just call any time of day and say, "Hey, let's go to Puerto Rico or something," and she's like, "Sure, let's do it, let's
Yeah,
go," and we're going.
yeah.
Instantaneous. Is that what it's called? Being instantaneous,
Spontaneous.
spontaneous. Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
girls that were spontaneous.
yeah,
I didn't want to. Some girls like, oh, I have to go to work and I have to my mom I have to take my mom to the dentist today and then
yeah.
I have to
But
do
like
laundry
also
and then
like
I have to do my hair. It takes 2 days to do my
kind of like
hair.
my traveling days are over. I got it out of my system, so I don't want I see those women like, oh, I want to travel and stuff like that. I say, yeah, no, I'm kind of done with it now.
Yeah,
Unless like
because you've
maybe,
been there, because you've been everywhere.
yeah, I would consider relocating in Brazil, but wouldn't just be like a trip. Like I would say like, oh, let's go there for 4 year, right? Let's go spend some year there.
Yeah.
Uh, because that's one of my favorite places in the world.
So why
But
did you go there in the past?
I had girlfriends from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So is there something we can add to this sheet about, I don't know,
I had like a bunch of things
the
of
the
like
character the
get
character
married, spouse
the
died.
characters thinking about their future,
That would be like in different section, looking in the
a
thinking of
different
the
section?
future. This should be about the
Is that
past.
like another goal thing then?
Little like what are little mundane thing that happened? Well, let me look at chat. People say like at Mr. Max, at
Because you
Mr.
said
Max.
4 years. In 4 years you can always change your mind and come back home.
Yes. There's another thing. My dad used to be an insane guy too, rock and roll party and motorcycle. Yeah, that used to be me. Mr. Max, you may find it surprising when you find a woman who is attracted to you. Yeah, that I would be find it very attractive, very surprising.
Yeah, the
Like this would
girls.
be very different than you.
I had a weird pattern. I would always find girls that were hot messes
Yeah.
that I would say to myself, I can fix her.
That
And
like
then I
I
would
have
fix
that as
them.
well. And
Once I
then
fixed the women, they weren't interested in me anymore.
yes, I had this problem so often. Yeah, that's the problem I had a lot. Like, you know what? Oh man, you're a fucking hot mess. I can help you. And then like she get better. And then like, well, no, I'm done
she
with you,
she
right?
gets a
Yeah.
job, she buys a
Yeah.
house.
But I also had the problem where like women that are attracted to bad guys, and I kind of like this bad guy look and attitude. But I'm actually a very decent guy. I'm actually very nice when you talk to me and stuff like that, right? I'm a very nice guy. And then they get bored, right? I said, "Oh man, I thought you were a bum because I got tattoos and I got like I used to ride a motorcycle and I got like, like I'm always dressed in black." I say, "Oh man, this guy he's a bum. I'm attracted to that." And they're like, "No, I'm actually like a pretty normal dude, right? I go to church every week and I'm always helping my neighbor." And you're just like, I'm basically like Ned Flanders.
Yeah. And then I for a while another decade I picked only women that like to just stay home.
Yeah,
Their ideal night was to stay home, watch some Netflix, get popcorn,
yeah,
don't have to wake up super early the next day. And then that got boring because that's all they want to do. I said, let's
yeah,
go somewhere. Let's go to San Francisco. Let's go to Mexico. let's just get on a train and just ride it and see where the train ends up at. Let's go to, British Columbia or something, and or Vancouver or somewhere. And it's like, she's
Yeah.
like, no, I just like this. I just want to stay in. I don't know. I want to watch this. I'm gonna binge watch whatever show was coming on back in the 2009s or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, kill me now.
I don't mind if they want to stay home, but or like not go around, but it's like
Every
let's do
day?
something, let's be active, right? Let's go, like I say, like let's go walk, let's go hike,
Yeah,
let's go on a canoe trip, let's go do some ski, let's go
yeah.
ski, or let's work on a project together. Let's write a song, right? Just like I mean, big into music as well, right? Just like let's do something like productive.
Yeah, one girl I taught one girl how to paint.
Yeah,
And then when we
I like
broke up,
good
she
while
stopped painting. She stopped painting when we broke up. She was only doing it because I guess I liked painting.
Huh.
But she was good at it. Yeah, she was
Yeah.
really good at it.
Huh.
She did the still life things. You put like
Yeah.
grapes and bananas and apples on the kitchen table and you paint it with the
Yeah.
natural lighting and it looked just like a photograph.
Yeah. I haven't been drawing in a while since I
mean, it was digital. She was doing digital for the most part, like Paint Shop or whatever.
It's not ours. His
Photoshop.
dad lost his leg in a drunk motorcycle accident. Met mom in hospital recovery. Oh, that's interesting. Married at 6 children. Oh man, you have 5 siblings. Became an engineer to work Grum, I guess on or from computer. Grum computer. Am I missing something? It's possible you're only one drunk driving accident away from having 6 children, Max. Well, I guess I'm gonna take my car later on then. Yeah. I don't have a motorcycle anymore though. Man, like I'm struggling with like I want to buy one. This summer, like I got the itch, right? Every summer when the summer come, like I got this itch, like and I'm looking at them, I'm shopping around, I say, I should buy a motorcycle again. That's a great story, probably one of the few people who is glad he lost a leg, considering what I gained. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Robert De Niro just had a kid at 80. Yeah, but also like I kind of want to be able to raise my kid and run around with them, right?
Yeah, see that
Yeah.
Randall guy. What's his name? Tony Randall from The
know that.
Odd Couple.
Oh,
Do you remember?
and
You remember
not
the TV show Odd Couple from the
no,
60s?
I remember the Honeymooner.
Yeah, there's Tony
I like
Randall.
Honeymooner.
He was 90. He was 92 when he had a kid,
Oh.
and he
Wow.
died like a year later.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Like I want to raise them, right? Just like.
but he married someone who was like in their 30s or something.
Yeah. It's good differential. My wife is very strong and very independent. She need to be to stand up to me. She needs to stand up to me, I guess. I'm a tough road to
They're
hoe.
both stubborn people.
Yeah. That's something like I got to admit too. Like I said, like I don't want a strong independent woman, but I don't want a doormat either because like I have a very strong personality.
Oh, I
And like
can't stand. I can't stand doormats or women that act like mice.
Yes, like I don't want a woman that's gonna be like always gonna try to have the upper hand on me. But if it's a woman that is like too delicate and too meek, I'm gonna step over her without realizing it because I have like this big fucking personality, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm a loud
Or
mouth.
women women today.
Yeah.
They're demeaning.
Yeah.
That's their big problem right now.
Yeah.
They want to put the man down constantly because that's what they're told. That's what they're taught.
Yeah, what I want basically is what we used to be the norm like 100 years ago, or like not even that long ago, like 60 years ago, right? Just like what used to be
60 years ago is what? The 1960s? But what about the hippies? The 1960s had hippies.
Yeah, but what used to be the norm, right? Not what.
That was the second wave. Second wave feminism was happening in the 60s.
Oh yeah.
No bras, not shaving their pits, that kind of thing.
I'm okay with that.
Having sex with everybody.
Yeah, that's no though.
Wife
I'm a bit of a hippie
swapping.
myself, right? Just like in case people don't realize, I'm a bit of a hippie myself.
So you mean like when Kennedy was still president?
Man, I wish that could have gone true.
That would have been the dad works, the mom stays at home,
Yeah. Yeah.
and you can frickin' buy a house for only $15,000.
Can you imagine if Kennedy could have like a state president a little longer, right? Just like Catholic president. I want to go like against secret
Yeah, but
society, questioning the central
he had
bank.
the same problems that Martin Luther King Jr. had. He was a
Boring around.
woman. He was a womanizer.
Organizer. Well,
They were conservative for Democrats and all. I mean,
that's not why he got killed.
Martin Luther was a Republican, but Kennedy was a Democrat, but he was a conservative one.
Yeah, but that's
But he was a womanizer.
He got killed because he wanted to go after a central bank and the secret society and the hidden power.
There's all these things about him, but if he was in there for another term, that stuff about him being addicted to heroin or whatever Dr. Feelgood kept pumping him shots with every week, steroids or whatever, that would have the media was protecting him. They weren't. None of that stuff was getting let out onto normal television.
Yeah,
I mean, Democrats were still controlling TVs back then.
yeah, I think it was the best shot.
Nobody knew. Nobody knew he was a drug addict. And for him to stand up and give a great speech that we all remember him doing, his speech about going to the moon.
Yeah.
He was given a shot right before that speech.
But I think
otherwise he could not get out of bed unless he had his shot.
Wales good that you got ever since, right?
Huh?
What other good president did you had since? After Kennedy?
Oh, after Kennedy?
Yeah.
There wouldn't be another good president until Reagan.
If you count Reagan. Which maybe I don't.
Well,
not a big fan of Reagan. I'm also not conservative in the same way as you are, but
well, I'm American. I don't know if I'm a conservative, but I'm definitely American.
Yeah.
So Ronald Reagan was American.
I'm very like socially conservative, like much more than economically conservative, right?
I mean, some people back then, people were saying, Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But he was governor of California, and he made California the best state on the planet. Not only in U.S., but on the whole entire planet.
Well, yes, but also the worst state on the planet, because like it's under Reagan that the Art Seller Act passed, no?
That what happened?
Art Seller Act.
What is that?
Oh, it's when it's basically what changed immigration, and that's why you have like so much third world immigration nowadays. It was a big immigration reform.
Oh yeah, I think what was it? There was like 11 million illegals.
Yeah, and
he wanted to say, okay, you guys are citizens or something.
Yeah,
but no one really remember. No one.
But not only that, but also like the Constitution used to say that immigrants need to be like what did they say, like white Christian men of good standing, something like that, and then you got rid of that, and then they say like, well, everybody can come, and then like instead of having a European immigrant, then you started having like all those Mexican and third world country immigrants.
Yeah, no, at some point anyone can just come into the country, and it used to be
that's under Reagan.
You would get vetted, like, what do you do? Are you a doctor? Are you an engineer? Are you a scientist?
We're talking about the Art Seller Act. Just he's gonna know about it. Yeah.
I had an idea for your list here.
Oh, really?
Maybe the character is jaded. The character doesn't have a belief in anything anymore.
Oh, Lust Fate, that could be interesting. Lust Fate, I'll put that. Yes. Yeah.
Like they don't see what the point is.
Yeah.
They're a lost soul, maybe?
I need to find something like regarding that, like an event, like what's something that not just a consequence. I need to think about event, like something that happened and this was a consequence. Lost Fate, right? Yeah.
Or they've been lied to their whole life. They have trust issues now, abandonment issues.
Lester was saying life changed. You decide to move to Brazil. I was I was looking at and buying a little vineyard in Brazil in 2019, but then the COVID fucking shit happened, right? And that put that plan on ice. So, but yeah, it could have been like a. That's what I could have
So
done.
so what you're feeling now, what is that called?
What, depression?
Depression? Okay, would that be a character thing on here? Depression?
uh,
No one wants to roleplay a character
no, no
that's
one.
depressed though.
No, well, some people do, but I
Are
don't
you
want to
are you
encourage that.
is your game mostly about heroes? Hero characters?
My Okay, that's an interesting question. My vision of heroic character, right? Like, I'm a guy that dislikes superhero because I think like superhero oftentimes are people that are special that are doing stuff that are like, mundane for them, right? They're What I think a hero is somebody like normal that is doing something that extraordinary, right? So that's what I want my game about to be about. I want people to be like fairly normal that do outstanding thing, and that
Okay.
make them hero, right? You're not a hero because you got bitten by a spider, right? You're not a hero because you were born on a different planet and then on this planet you're special, right?
Yeah.
You're a hero because you're a regular guy that's going the extra mile, that's doing something more.
Yeah,
So,
but can't you say that about magic? I mean, your character has magical powers.
but that's also, you're not born with magic in that game. You have
Oh yeah.
to work for it, and also magic work with tests. Work with it's magic is a skill test, like everything else. Everything is a skill test in that game, which you would like, but it's also a dice pool game, which you would hate. So
Depends on how many dice, I suppose. More than 4 dice, that's a bit much.
yeah, sometimes you can get more than five, more than four, but it's kind of rare. But it depends the power level you play, but because everything is algorithmic, so basically you can go off as far as you want because it's all math. But uh, but yeah.
Remember,
So
Grim Jim
heroic,
did a review of a game last week, and he said the mechanics for it were pretty crappy.
yeah.
So
What was
I
really?
put the mechanics in Python and ran it, and yeah, he's right.
What,
The roll is just everywhere on
what
the
was the
map.
game?
It was the game where they were playing furries last
Oh,
week.
yeah. I remember like seeing you doing, but it's rare that people do the negative review. Like fucking people in the RPG sphere are so afraid of something saying something
Yeah,
negative, right?
but as a GM, he had trouble predicting results from die rolls because you're rolling D4s and D6s and D12s and
Yeah.
D10s together.
All together.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you have a skill of 8, so roll a D8 and then add, oh, you have this modifier of a D6, add that to your roll. Oh, you have another modifier, a D4, add that to your roll.
Yeah,
Try to graph what that looks like. It's just hate, it's just chaotic.
yeah, yeah. Like I do like I use all the D4 to mostly D12. Like you could go to D20, but you know I don't expect people to. But it's if you roll like you always roll the same dice, right? In one roll, right? You're not gonna roll like D4 with D6 with D8. You're gonna roll
Yeah.
D8, or you're gonna roll D6, or you're gonna roll D4, right? So, but I don't know. I think the maths are not that complicated to figure out in that game.
What if your character, do we have this on the list yet? Something about your character has a quest already, like major quest.
I
Like
Sean,
they're seeking they're seeking knowledge of some kind.
Sean, can you talk to the chat for a minute? I need to go piss.
Okay.
I'll let you in charge. I'll leave you in charge.
Can I
I'll
can I
you,
click on any of these things? No.
no, you can keep talking. I'm hearing you though. Okay.
I'll just read from the chat. Let's see. Depression is a debuff, not a character trait, says Zonalar. What's this one? So Zonalar says, that's always the question. Do you want to create an RPG for a specific purpose or to sell the most copies possible? I'll answer for Mr. Max. His game is to set a higher standard for all games that come after it. The lowest common denominator usually sells the most copies. You think so? Should I surprise Max when he comes back and sees Zonalar in the stream? But yeah, the lowest common denominator, does that always sell the most though? Games that are mostly just Mother May I and Patty Cake? Patty Cake games, do they sell in the droves? I mean, they are party games. Party games sell the most.
What do you call it by party game?
A party game like Patty Cake.
Patty cake? Is that a game that you can buy? Patty cake? Patty cake is just like
Patty Cake is girls doing this, you know.
yeah, but that's not a game you can buy, so it doesn't sell.
But it's a memory game. You have to be hand-eye coordinated for it.
Yeah, which
You
is
do
great
it
for
faster.
children.
You do it faster and faster. But in the RPG, Patty Cake is when you have certain players at your table that do the fancy voices and they talk back and forth for 20 minutes at least, and they say absolutely nothing. And they wasted 20 minutes of your game session because they're doing idle chit chat with each other. I call that Patty Cake.
Yeah.
And they're talking about nonsense like, oh, I need that recipe for that cake you made the other night.
Yeah. Chit chat. Like I'm not like that's something we talk often. Like I'm not opposed to like chit chat if it's like building something, right? You're making a plan or we're getting to know something important about your character, stuff like that. If you just like, well, let's have like a
These,
what kind of cake do you like? Oh,
I
I
like
like those. I like pie better than cake. Who the fuck care?
I like the brown plates, but the blue plates are better.
Yeah.
You know, NPC talk is Patty Cake.
Yeah.
Hello,
But
how are you?
most people are NPC in their life, so
I heard there were wolves up ahead.
Yeah. So
I hear Helgen got burned down by a dragon. You know, that kind of
Nonetheless,
nonsense.
say you want to do a pilgrimage to Japan. Did you read that? But I'm away at least another pound. Least I need to burn away at least another pound. Yeah.
I read the ones he posted about if you're selling a game to make money or selling a game that is to create something great, something better than yourself.
Well, that's like I always.
I answered for you.
What do you say?
I said you're going to create an RPG that everyone has to then try to exceed or do better when they release their games.
Well, like I'll often say that because like Bastard Story is going to be like a little more on the crunchy side than the game that we usually play. But what I'm trying to do, what I also often say, I think, can we have a game that is a little more crunchy, but where the mechanics and the crunch serve role play instead of working against it, right? So
Who would your game be for?
What do you mean?
When it's published, who's your game going to be for? For any noob who's never role played before, or is it going to be for a specific group of players?
No, I think, like I want to make it
the general masses
for anybody, like for role player, but I want to make it like so that if like because like, like in combat, for example, right? I made the language and stuff like that. That even if you just like use the mechanical term, right? And you just like the guy that's on the table, like you're a very 2D player.
Yeah.
What you're gonna roll your dice of combat, you win the exchange. Your description, what just using the mechanic term is gonna say like I move one step inside the range of combat and I get in the range of combat with my sword and I hit him. Like, so you're already like describing much more what you're doing, because all the term of the game, all the mechanical term of the game are like oriented toward that. If you just use the mechanical term, you're actually making sentence that describe what your character do, where your character
Oh,
is,
okay.
you know what I
That
mean?
makes sense. Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm saying a 2D player would play this game, play it raw, and just use the without any thought, and then you would listen to it and say like, yeah, I get what you're doing. You're not just using fucking like cringe ass mechanical term that mean nothing, like,
Right.
oh, I use my three of the small, right? Just like, no, you're I grab the guy and I skewer him with my dagger.
Yeah.
Then that's two mechanical term. The grab is a move you can do, and the skewer is a move you can do. But just saying that for like an outside ear sound like, oh, that sound like a cool description. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
It,
trying
it
to.
also it also sounds like as the player grows in role playing, the rules will still be usable.
Yes. Yeah.
They won't become obsolete.
Yeah. That's what I want to do. I want like that. That's what I'm saying. I want the rules to work with role play, not against it. Right. Not cross them. I want it to serve. And also like the description are meant to be like something I need to explain and express is like in combat. Like you can say like if you win the exchange, like, and then you roll some damage or something like that, and you can say like I made a big hit, and then you have some mechanical stuff, right? That you say like you got like 5 success on your damage roll or whatever. But then like the description of the result is meant to be shared a lot between the two participants, so that the other
Yeah.
guy say like, and then the hit land on my armor, and then I get a new. It's mostly block my armor, but I get a new hit, and it's still minor, right? Just like, but
Yeah.
it still depict an image of what is happening. All
Yeah.
using game term, but
I tell my
mhm,
players, don't tell me what you rolled.
mhm.
just just start describing
Yeah. But now
the
like also like
result of your roll.
if you play online and or if you play at the table and you can see the result of the other person, then you don't have to tell what you roll, right? Just
That's
like,
true. That's true.
yeah.
See, I
So
wasn't
that,
using I wasn't using Sophie's dice until I saw Rick using it in one
mhm.
of his games almost a year ago. Before that, we were all using real dice on our mouse pads.
Yeah, like I'm okay. Like, just for me, like just seeing the result of the dice doesn't bother me too much, because that happened. Like if you do it like discreet enough, it's okay. But if you don't have to, that's fine too, right? Just like just like now with the on screen, you can just see it, and or if you're
What
at the
irks
table
me
and you're close
what
enough.
irks me is when someone rolls their dice and their big old head is blocking the dice behind them.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I always put mine in front on the front layer.
Yeah.
The dice can hide my head. That doesn't matter. Yeah.
Hey, the Tomb of Lime Gaming is in the chat.
Yes, I'm about to. I like that. You say, "Hi guys, we make a new game because we aren't satisfied with all the one that already exists to some degree, but any game supplement that you reckon are good and worth taking inspiration from." I never saw your name before the Tomb of Lime Gaming, but I'm not really the right guy to ask for because I'm usually pretty fairly against supplement.
Yeah,
I'm
I have all the GURPS books.
Yeah,
So I use those for ideas.
yeah, yeah. You use those for idea, but like I'm usually I'm the guy that's like in games. I'm usually like fairly against supplement. I say like if your core book, and I might do one with Bastard Sword because Justin is bullying me into it. But like usually I say if your core game cannot stand on its own, then it's a bad game. So if you need supplement, and usually like I also often found that I get a game I like, then I buy some supplement for it. It always make the game worse because it make it more clunky, it add more mechanic, or it's trying to tell me a setting and then I've already got my own thing going because I started playing with and I made my own setting, right? So I always found like supplement. I'll almost like ignore them, or if I try to incorporate them, then it's like well, you know what, it was better without. That's my experience with supplement.
Well, supplements usually would add martial arts.
Yeah, and then like, but in the most retarded way possible, right?
It's like an afterthought. Oh, here's some
And
rules you
and
could use when you happen to
super
be in.
overly complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now like now all of a sudden like, oh, now we added this whole like new system of martial art, and you not need to be like super realistic, and it takes like fucking 3 rolls to solve one action, right? Just like stop it.
Or what if
Get
the
something else.
rules added horses to the game, so now you can ride on a horse?
That like that should be in the base game, or it's not important enough for the game that I can just like, oh, okay, you have a riding skill, then roll your riding skill if you're doing something odd with the horse.
Yeah, you have like
No?
horse handling skill or something. That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's usually I find like supplement and I'm also like a big guy, like a big into like make your own setting. Like I don't like running module and stuff like that. I'm just like make your own adventure, make stuff up as you go, right? Just like so all this kind of supplement I can write off. I just say like, you know what? Don't need that. I got the rules. I got everything I need, right?
So in your history of gaming,
Yeah.
do you remember reading a splat book that you liked?
Uh all right, maybe okay. I remember like in Werewolf the Apocalypse, there was a splat book of the Fomori, right? And in I told you about Werewolf a bit before, right? Like they have there's this the worm, which is like corruption and decay
Yeah.
and stuff like that, right? And then there's some werewolf that been corrupted by the worm, but there's also like this other creature, like human being that get corrupted by the worm, and they just become like weird mutant, and that's what they call like Fomori. And the book of the Fomori is like allow you to play those kind of character if you want to do like an evil game where you play like and those are the kind of splat book maybe that just like it doesn't add rules really because you played with the same rules. It just add new character type, right? For a
Yeah.
completely different type of game. You're not gonna play like if you play like a Fomori game. We all gonna play Fomori. Maybe one of them is gonna be a Black Spiral, which is like the evil
Oh, you mean
werewolf.
so these books would be powered by the bastard sword system?
Well, in that case, it was like by the wall of darkness, but like, that kind of thing. Like maybe like not like I told you, like I had like those 9 playable rays, right? Well, maybe if I want to add like 3 more playable rays, but then that's like you're playing like those 3 extra rays. That's what you're doing. Don't mix them, match them with the other
Yeah,
stuff, right?
they're in their own setting.
Yeah. Like I would
Like
do like
here's some
a
Star Trek characters. Run them in a Star Trek setting.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I would do like a maybe a setting book for a if I want to say like, oh, okay, let's take the same rules but apply them in the but then it's almost like releasing another game using the same system, right? If you say like, but now it's all gonna be historical and it's all gonna be like in 17th century and it's all gonna be like real world stuff, right? Just like and you just like use the same rule for a new game basically. Is that a supplement at that point? I don't know.
Three Musketeers.
The Three Musketeer, yeah, that kind of stuff. That would work well, right? But
Yeah, when you write a setting book, you're thinking, is this just setting, or should it have the rules in there somewhere,
well,
or should they own the core book to play this setting?
that's the big thing with the OSR thing, right? Like OSR game, like at some point you get OSR fatigue. Like I get OSR fatigue. Like how often can I buy the same fucking game, right?
Right.
It's all the same rules. But the way I see it is like those game, they're basically like setting book, right? It's the same fucking game
Yeah.
in a new setting. But
Yep.
because the rules are so light and so simple, it's like 12 page. Well, you might as well include them,
Yeah.
no? So I don't need to bring like 2 books at the table.
Yeah, that makes
Like
sense.
people that do like OSR game, like and just not just a setting book. You need to have like old school essential to play it. Like the fucking page like fit on 12 page. Just fucking add them. So I don't need 2 books. I don't know.
Yeah, with the Morrow project back in 1984, they included 4 pages or 6 pages of Call of Cthulhu rules
Yeah,
because that was the mechanic that the game used for the die rolls, the D100.
yeah.
And it was just an insert that would fall out when you opened up the RPG. So, oh, here's some pages. These are the actual die mechanics.
Yeah.
Use these. Because the Morrow Project RPG is just a setting book.
What is it about? Cthulhu thing or?
It's like 1960 and the US has built fallout bunkers everywhere and they're looking for scientists, engineers, military dudes to freeze themselves down in these fallout shelters because World War III is going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah.
And then they'll be woken up soon after the war is over to rebuild society. Well, something happens and none of the fallout shelters are sent the wake up code until like 150 years after the war is over. So now civilization's totally gone. Nothing's left. And it's just barbarians, zombies, crazy people running around, warlords, tribal warfare. And these guys wake up and they're just getting obliterated because the bandits look for these fallout shelters to steal all the stuff.
Are you playing with one of the scientists or?
Yeah, your character wakes up and you start the game waking up from your vault and going outside.
Mm.
Thinking that it's only, I don't know, 20 years after the bomb hit.
Yeah.
And then you find out it's been 150 years after the bomb hit.
Mm.
Nothing's been fixed. Everyone you knew is dead. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Great time.
It wasn't a very popular game because by the time the game had come out and matured as a rule set, that type of story was overtold. It was boring. No one wanted to hear about it.
What Zonarar say here is very interesting. You see what Mr. Max describes on like a burning wheel, your trait and virtue inform your action, yet the player elect to skip the role playing so they can roll dice. Like I said a lot too, that Burning Wheel is one of the, like, even though like I'm not a big fan of the game, it's one of the most influential game in my game design because they were touching on something and there was a lot of good idea that have been poorly executed. And one thing in the Burning Wheel is that this fourth generation kind of game, right? They try to gamify everything. Like it's like they realize, like, you know what, we're playing role playing game, but there's no rule for role playing the game, so we're gonna make them. But in the 40 role play thing we do create rules for role playing. But and Shauner contributed a lot to that. Is like, don't ask questions to the GM. That's a rule for role play. Say what where your character is, what your character does, what your character say. That's a rule for role play. But they went a totally different direction. They went to say like, oh, we need to create rules for role play, so we're gonna gamify the role play. So now you're gonna, and I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake they did. What do you think, Sean?
Well, that's why I try to avoid dice pools because to me those are for the players that just want to roll dice and they like lots of dice in their hands.
Yeah. Well, I like a lot of dice in my end.
But the mechanic, see, how many times can you sit in let's say your game's 3 hours. Let's say, okay, we've been at this for 4 hours, 15 minutes. Yep. Let's say our game session lasted that long.
Yeah.
You're in character the whole time. At what point do you start getting cabin fever because you haven't been rolling dice enough?
Oh, that's not something that bothers me though. I'm not somebody like, oh, I need to roll dice all the time, right? No, I'm fine with rolling dice like a few times during a session, right?
So you're that guy on the beer commercials who says, I'm not a man who likes to roll dice, but when I do, I like to roll dice pools.
Well, what I like about dice pool is like there's a connection between, like, if your character is good at something, Then you get a handful of dice. It feels powerful. If you're shit at something, you get just like a few dice. Then like, there's this connection between like, if your character confident about what he's doing gonna do, you feel it in your hand, right?
Yeah.
There's this thing, and also like in Bastard Sword, a big mechanic that is very central to the game is the spirit mechanic. There's a lot of things that can drain your spirit. Like the spirit is a mix between your stamina and your moral, and there's a lot of things that can drain your spirit. Uh, but you can also spend your spirit to get bonus dice, right? So there's that thing as well. There's always like this push your luck, are you gonna exert yourself a little more? Well, you're gonna spend some spirit, you get some bonus dice, but then at some point also, if you run out of spirit, then that limit the number of dice you can roll, because you cannot roll more dice than the number of spirit points you have. So there's always like this push and pull, like am I gonna try to push a little more? But then if I need to do a roll later on, I'm gonna be screwed, right? So that's
What
also
if
why I
what
wanted
if
the
you
dice pool.
what if you call out to your spirits or whatever in vain?
Yeah.
How does that, will that mess up your dice count later? You were using your spirit in
Yeah.
vain on your last attempt at something.
Yes, you can spend spirit point and then you still fail, and then you just like spend some energy doing something and it didn't work, but you're still tired.
Because otherwise you're like, okay, I'm awesome at doing what I'm doing right now, and I have the spirit backing me up. So I'm super, super good.
It's not spirit in the supernatural sense. It's spirit in the sense of your mental, basically.
Oh,
Have
okay,
you have you
okay.
done a lot of sport thing?
Gotcha. So
When
you're you're
when you do sport, you prime yourself, or you
yeah, you have to psych
and
yourself up and
yeah,
stuff.
and that's what also like it's like a mix between your morale and your stamina, because like that's the thing as well. Like like you can
Oh,
run
okay.
at a slow pace, or you're gonna put a lot of effort and then you're gonna be tired, right?
Yeah.
And that's what it represents.
Is it moral or morale?
And like the one that is like values, like the not values, the one that is if you scared or stuff like that, or if
Yeah,
you
that's
is
more. That's
demoralized.
morale. That's morale.
I always miss, I always fucking
You said moral, so I'm thinking your soul.
no morale. Sorry,
Okay.
I always mess them up.
Okay.
And then I think in my head, like, man, always mess them up. I need to do it right, and then I mess them up again.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I would get the two mixed up, but I would do it in reverse. Like
Yeah.
the guys fighting in the trenches, they have to have morals to succeed, otherwise they go into a panic.
No, I meant morale. Yeah, I meant morale. Always, I don't know why. Like, at some point, I hope I'm gonna learn it, but I meant morale. Uh, thing it like I know is the one with the E. I just don't know
Okay,
the.
what about sanity? What is
I don't have a
sanity
sanity.
based
I
on
don't
in
have a
your game?
sanity. I don't have a sanity thing.
Why
But
not?
if you get what?
You should
Why not?
add it in now, because then your mechanic will have it when you decide, oh, I should have added a sanity mechanic in my game.
No, because like that would be like another thing to keep track of, and that's the thing. If you meet, like, if you find something that like scary and stuff like that, that can affect your morale. So it's gonna go in the spirit. The spirit kind of take
Because
care of, like, it's kind of a cash out.
some people will say they're superstitious. Some people will just say, oh, that guy's just crazy.
Yeah, but no, like at some point I need to pick and choose what I want, because otherwise the game's gonna become too clunky.
As long as it doesn't have secondary attributes. I don't like games that have secondary attributes.
I don't. I don't. But one thing I do though, the
A lot of
skills
superhero
are
games have
all
those.
linked to two attributes instead of one. So
Is one a default, or they both are equal?
they're both equal. So, but sometimes they can be paired with, like, an attribute can be paired with itself. Like if you're trying to use your lifting skill, then that just strength, strength with strength.
Yeah.
But if you try to intimidate somebody, then it's gonna be your strength and your persona, right?
Yeah.
So
That
yeah,
makes sense. Like if you're going to bribe somebody, you should have wealth.
yeah, wealth is not an attribute though, but yeah, I like that would be
Like a status.
yeah. It would be.
Your
I think this one is that would be like that would be influence. I think
your
it's personal and
social
wisdom.
maybe.
Yeah, but and that's why also like in the combat skill, oftentimes it's gonna be like strength and agility.
Yeah.
So so you're not locked in doing one type of character. You can play around with stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to do that with Traveler with players. The players
Yeah.
they have gun, they like gun skill. Most 1D players think, oh, I'm good at shooting a gun. But gun skill comes in handy for when you're buying a gun.
Yeah.
You know something about guns. You know how to fix guns.
Yeah.
Just you're a gun nut, not just somebody who can shoot straight all the time. You actually know stuff. You know how to modify guns.
Yeah. To clean them.
You know what kind of bullets it uses. You know, that kind of stuff.
So Nara said the first victim in a game at a table is roleplay. That's true. Did you watch the? I'm going on. Did you watch the Ginger Harmony interview with Jeffrey Johnson?
Oh yeah, I saw it live.
You saw it live?
Yeah.
What do you think of it?
Jeffro is still Jeffro after 20 years. He never explains anything.
Yeah.
He wants to keep what he does a secret for some reason.
For some reason.
He doesn't want anyone to know what he claims that he knows.
He's gonna talk about then he can claim that he know more than he does.
And then he always answers with, "Well, you guys should all know it. You read the same books I did. You should know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's in the book."
Talk about dancing.
And then he talks about dancing for 10 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Which has nothing to do with anything. He's dodging her question. She asked a simple question. What do you guys do? What's your game makeup, your player makeup like? What player types do you have in your game? What style of games do you play? What rules are you using? And he's like, well, that's a very complex question you just asked there. There's only 8 people on planet Earth that do the 1-to-1 thing. That's smaller than our group. You got the 1%ers, less than 1%ers, which is us. And then you have an even smaller 1%er, which is the 1-to-1 people. And then you got the 99%ers in between. Our group and the BroSR. The BroSR group is so much smaller than ours.
But I find one thing that I find interesting is like the BroSR. At some point, like it's almost like they identify the same problem that we do, like like oh, people are not are not engaged, players are not active, and stuff like that. But they went like the complete opposite direction, like that we did. Like we would say, like what we need is more role play.
Yeah, we're after role play.
We need less role play. We need to bring back D&D to be a war game.
Yeah, BroSR is trying to do play-by-post nonsense.
Yeah,
and you text on your phone to Jeffro, I guess he's the GM, and you say, hey, my character is going to march from this hex to this hex. How long is that going to take? And he says, oh, that takes 4 days for your character to march that far.
Yeah.
And the guy's basically like, okay, well, I'll see you in 4 days then when I get there.
And he talks about like his contribution to the hobby and stuff like that. But like
there's no role play. Jeffro's not a role player. He's a blogger.
Lobby is like bringing D&D back to the war game time, right? Just like he keep talking about like this those Braunstein game, which he pronounced like Brownstein, which fucking make me want to strangle him.
Yeah, that drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's not like we're not talking about fucking some random Jewish guy. It's fictitious town in Germany. That would be like Braunstein.
So you got
right?
a referee basically who is the arbitrator of what all the players are doing in the war game.
Yeah.
The players describe to the referee what it is they're trying to do, and he comes up with the magic target number they have to roll, save roll or target number they have to roll.
Yeah.
And then they do the thing, and then they come back and they say, hey, I got another question. We're going to now attack such and such. We got this many units. They're skilled. Some of them are veterans. Blah blah blah. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, like it feel like just go fucking play like a Napoleonic war game, right? Just like no.
Now, I guess the advantage is if your character is marching somewhere for 3 days, oh, you basically have to have another character ready
Yeah.
to role play
What do you
somewhere
mean to role
else.
play? What do you mean to role play?
ROLL.
Yeah.
ROLL. When I say role play in the context of D&D, it's always ROLL.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
But he only has 8 players. And here's what happens when you say, "Oh, it takes you a month for your character to do something." Oh, you're
yeah.
building a house? You're going to be building a house? Okay. You can take another turn with another character because now you've locked that character in for a month doing something. Do you have
Yeah.
another character that could be doing something
And
now?
also like they're always like very jokey in their game, like with the Muppet thing that they add, or like the
They
it's
goof
the
off,
growth
they
and
tell
the
jokes,
yeah.
none of them have their cameras on. And
I'm gonna
then
give like a name of the '80s wrestler to my character, right?
yeah, they're it's like the worst. I mean, it's like the junior high kid who I'm going to name my character Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Great. Nothing in character is ever said. Yeah. And then the other thing is, let's see. It's on the tip of my brain still. Oh, I'm forgetting. He would see Jeffro would he doesn't role play at all. They talk out of character. They joke around. Oh, this is what it is. They say 1-to-1, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, your character's doing 1-to-1. So your character's out in the Amazon jungle, going down the riverboat ride. That's going to take 3 weeks to get to wherever it is they need to be. So it's going to be 3 weeks before that player can do anything with their character.
Yeah.
They call that 1-to-1. So if it takes 3 days in the game, it takes 3 days outside of the game. So you have to wait 3 days in real life. Anyway.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. When they do actually play in the game, because they're not doing anything like that in the game, they're not 1-to-1. They're not 1-to-1 when they're playing the game.
I never saw any other game.
They're only 1-to-1 when they're out of game. For every game day that passes, 1 day in real life has to pass. So
that's the thing in the 1-to-1 thing. Like people think like you can still go more than 1-to-1 during a session, but then just like you have to wait until you play this character in a session again until the real world timer caught up, right? It's caught up.
Yeah, like the GMs won't do the hand wave where they fast travel you. It's now a week later. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah.
He'll say, "Oh, okay, so I guess I see you next week then when you guys get to the tavern."
Yeah.
But then when they play in so-called real time, the players are doing combat. They're playing 1 to 30. They're not playing 1-to-1 when they do combat. They're playing 1 to 30.
Yeah.
So 1 second, 1 minute of game time is 30 minutes of real time.
But with the 1-to-1 time though, like I also understand like the idea, like because that's something we talk about as well. Like the world is not on hold while the PC are not around, right? Just the world still keep going on. And I think that's
something I've said since the 90s. My game world is in motion.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the issue they try to solve. They just go at it with a very different way, very different.
They saw Gygax or somebody write something on a page in one of the books, and it's got these 3 sentences.
Yeah.
1 hour takes this long. 1 minute is this one. They have this little scale thing, and at the bottom, the last line of that sentence contradicts everything that was said before it, and no one seems to ever point that out.
Well, that's Gygax, right?
It's just poor writesmanship is all. The
Well,
gelatinous
editing was
rube.
much harder back in the days, right? We didn't have like the
It was typed on a typewriter, and you'd send your manuscript somewhere, and they would
you cut up and then you
they do the layout and do the kerning on all the letters and print presses and stuff. And
yeah.
there was no. It was a printing press. It wasn't just on a Xerox laser printer. There was no such thing yet.
I think Ginger Harmony did well. Or it was her first. I think it was her first stream, no, our first interview.
She had patience talking to that chucklehead for an hour.
Yeah, I wish she come talk to us so one day, so we can talk about roleplay.
She reminds me of I don't know. She reminds me of somebody who is like a scribe. She knows. Like if you ask a monk, what page is in the Bible, what page is that on that you wrote? And the monk can go and find the scroll and you know, these okay, do you ever see Book of Eli?
Oh, like yeah, I've seen it like where it's like new in VHS, right?
The blind guy, the blind guy.
Yes.
Who's memorized he memorized the Bible or something.
Yeah. The Bible is in Braille.
So yeah, because the guy's like he wants the Bible, right? And so he gets it and it's in Braille. He can't read it. Anyway, so
yeah.
That guy memorized the Bible. To where he didn't have the Bible anymore. Or no, he told it to the girl or I don't remember. Was there a girl in that movie? Anyway, she had to end up telling the guy what anyway. The same ending is stupid in Fahrenheit 451, where people just had to memorize the books.
Yeah.
Because they all got burned. And for whatever reason, people were able to memorize word for word what a book said.
Yeah, I can do that.
But it's a movie. You can do it in a movie. Anyway, so Ginger reminds me of one of those characters. She's memorized the D&D books.
Yeah.
The good ones. She can recite chapter and verse rules from the books, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a cool party trick.
And she can she'll know what book to look up for what rule that she remembered reading once.
I don't know her that much. I've saw her like a bit on. I had some interaction with her on Twitter back when I was.
She shows up in other people's streams.
Yeah, but I don't watch other people's streams.
But she doesn't stream on her own channel.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know
if in my stream one day. How many Ginger? She's not gonna watch that like fucking 4 hours and 30 minutes in. But if you got in with her, tell her she come to my stream.
Anyway, she's real big on world building.
World building is fun.
She did the domain play to create the world that she's running for her players now.
Yeah.
I think. Did you see that video? Because you did a domain session.
Yeah, we did a domain. We did a Terror of Your Skin domain play.
Yeah, well, she did a domain play just that same week on her.
Already.
On one of her friends' channels. I
did
a video. Let's watch of it.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
3-hour video where I'm just watching her explain to somebody else how she world builds.
Yeah.
She was getting it. She knew what she was talking about, but the other guy.
I like how we do it, like with when we do it, like we did it for the Rising Sun. We do it like as a group, right?
Yeah. As a group, she gets with her players and they talk about what are the races called? What are the religions?
Yeah, and you keep it like big line, and then you can fill in the blank, right?
Yeah, you fill in. Yeah, when you role play a session, you're actually filling in the small details.
Yeah, and
you pick and choose the era, the location,
and we riff on each other, right? Also, like you add something, and then like I go along with it, and then I add on that. You know, that's cool, right?
I may have mentioned the Microscope RPG because that's what Microscope is meant for. Yeah. It's like $9 on drive-thru or $10 on drive-thru.
Yeah. So good news, Mr. Max, that linguistic, I guess, tick You can blame the French for it. Fucking French. Yeah, well, yeah. I always have the excuse. I make a language mistake, but I'm speaking my second language, guys. Yeah, Zunaga got the same excuse, I guess. I rolled to this bar maiden. Yeah. What dice pool I roll in Bastard Sword? The type of dice is determined by the attributes, plural, uh, controlling the skill that you roll. So let's say if it's a skill that use, let's say like stealth, use your agility and your wisdom. So you add those two together, you get 8. Then you can roll 8-sided dice, and the skill level determine the number of dice you roll. So that's how the dice pool roll mechanic roll. That's why I call it like the SDA, like a skill determine the number of dice, D for the dice, and A for attributes. Yeah,
Well, that
and
reminds me. Does your character have literacy?
yeah, kind of, little bit. Like if you're not like if you don't play like if you like,
A scholar?
if you don't play a scholar, you know how to read, but you're not great at it, right? Just like
You could read the paper.
you can read the paper, but you don't. You need to. You probably move your mouth when you read.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's no novels though.
yeah, exactly. You didn't get many books. Like it's like you probably like read your standing for the Bible.
Your Bible. You read the Bible.
Yeah.
Cause that was the only book. Or you had a field
Wait,
guide.
oh man, like I need to think
You
about
had
that.
combat training manual.
A big difference is if the printing press is invented or not. If the printing press is invented, people have much more access to books. If it's
Yeah,
not,
they have Bibles, but if not,
yeah,
they have to be rich,
yeah, they have to be rich.
and the Bible is under glass on some
Yeah,
sort of papyrus paper, or you
yeah.
have stones. You have something engraved in stone.
But like even in some past, like in the past, a lot of time period, people were quite literate, but they also have those clay tablet um, that they would write on for notes, and then they would just like
Yeah,
write them up.
merchants would write down how much stuff they need to order.
Yeah,
Doing inventory stuff like that.
yeah, and even like the Viking, like they found like a bunch of sticks
And the
that had
bankers.
rune carved upon it, and it's all like meaningless stuff. Basically, it's all like little thing, right? Little like
Yeah,
notes, and like
yeah,
so that's the sign of like, well, people were literate. They were and the
yeah,
rune alphabet. They're like there's no like a horizontal line. It's only like vertical line or diagonal line.
yeah.
Because horizontal line, because a lot of it was carved into woods, and horizontal line would get lost in the grain of the wood.
Right.
So that's why the alphabet does not have that, right? But they found like a bunch of sticks with carving in there for like mundane stuff that everybody like jokes and like insult to somebody else and like grocery list and stuff like that, basically, like
Yeah.
the equivalent of. So that point of like people being like quite literate. But so this whole myth of like, oh, people back in the days, like nobody could read, which it's bullshit. Although I think that most people shouldn't be taught how to read nowadays. I think that's a mistake. Yeah. Another say 1-1 is yet another buzzword marketing trick to fool people into the hobby, not on your own table, that are a superior gamer, and they should join his table because they got a spot free. Well, do we have buzzword? Or 40 is our buzzword. Yeah. Well, Justin, say I'm playing 80 as D right now, and I know that the crappy mechanic around training is annoying a few of the players in the group. Well, do you do the 1-1 time though? Maybe that's the problem. If Jeffro was to tell you, the problem you have with AD&D is because you don't do 1-1 time, and you're not playing raw enough.
Well,
Yeah.
Jeffro says that if you play with the same players for 7 weeks. It takes 7 weeks before you start to notice domain play is happening in the game.
Yeah.
Big fucking deal. I can do on the spot domain play without having to wait 7 weeks for it.
Yeah. But also,
But
like, we would do
that's his
we
goal
would
is
do,
to do domain play.
but it's domain play like it's spreadsheet shit, right? Just like we would do domain play in much of a different way. Like when we did the for the Terror of Your Skin about domain play, we say like the first thing we say is like stay in character.
Yeah, you
You
domain
want this
play.
weapon, your character needs to talk to other character,
Yeah,
right?
in his case, domain play is factions, building
Yeah,
factions.
exactly. And it's building faction and it's like attributing resource. It's like worker placement board game.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I want to help fight the good fight. Oh, good, because they're looking for strong young men to fight in the battle.
Yeah.
If
John
you're
Arrowson just not
you're
ask what is
able.
always the constantly spot free on his on this awesome campaign. I think also like they play with much more player though. So maybe I don't know.
Well, if Jeffro's playing by himself, basically he's built the world. He's playing on himself. He's got NPCs that can keep him entertained at 1-to-1 time, I guess. And he just wants people to come in once in a while and try their luck at Jeffro's 1-to-1.
I don't know. He said in Book Eli, he brought the Braille Bible to his place so they could translate the book back from Braille to normal English to spread throughout the post. That's a good goal. It's been forever. Yeah, me too. It's not the kind of movie that you watch like every couple of years. No, just like I saw it once. I remember it.
No, you see it once, and then you see the spoiler.
Yeah. I'll say I've seen that domain play video commentary from you, Shauner. That was frustrating to witness.
Yeah, I don't remember if. Sometimes I watch these videos, these let's watches that I do, and I'm okay with it. But then other people watch after I recorded it, and they're in agony. They're in
Yeah, but I think what I find frustrating is not your part of it. It's like what you're commenting about, right? Just like, my God, people like you open my eyes and like I always assume people like would kind of play kind of like me, you know. Maybe sometime like just like some difference here and there, and then you watch like those people and just like on a table like and nobody's saying nothing, and the GM do all the roleplay for everybody, and it's like, what the fuck are those people doing? People enjoy that as a hobby? I don't get it.
Yeah, Andrew. Every week, Andrew's got players in his game, and they're sitting there for almost 45 minutes, not saying a word. In the
Nice.
the game is only an hour and a half long, and already half of the game's used up, and the player hasn't had a chance to say anything yet.
Not gonna comment on that. I like Bear, right? Just like as a person.
Maybe he's nice as a person.
Yeah.
Then there's who else is doing that kind of stuff? But yeah,
The worst I've seen was like Ethan Dog.
Yeah, Heathen Dog. What did he do? He gives the players he gives the players a Monty Hall questionnaire.
Yeah.
You can choose door number 1, door number 2, door number 3.
Yeah, and he does like the idea roll, and then like if you roll well or not, it tells you what your character think.
Yeah, and yeah, he rolls. He's rolling for the players. The players don't even get to roll their own dice.
I don't know what they do.
The players don't get to think what their character gets to do. They're told from a multiple guess what their characters can do.
Yeah.
Ay.
That was
and then he asks, he'll ask the player, "What's your strength again?" 30. And then you see dice roll across the screen that are not theirs. It's the GM. It's the keeper rolling the dice. It says, "Oh, you're unable to fight the guy. Oh, you're almost dead. Oh, you take 10 off your health points there."
Yep.
Gee, thanks.
Yep.
It's like these aren't players. These are volunteers. Anyway, so Matt Crafty, he's so proud of his game session with Heathen Dog. Like, oh, really? He went online saying, "Hey, I role played in Call of Cthulhu." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" So I had to go watch.
Yeah. Well,
If they don't say they're role playing, I don't come after them.
but that's the thing. Like people don't understand. Like I don't know. Like they like I said, like I said earlier. Like you ask them like what role playing mean to them. Like they don't have a
They
definition.
they look at you like you should know what you're asking already.
And I know what I'm asking. I want to know if you know.
It's not a trick question, but it is a trick question.
It is a trick question, but like, I want to like, okay, tell me what it means to you. Like, oh, you just play a role. Like, okay, can you have like a non-circular definition? Well, I don't know. Well, there you go. Like, I can tell you.
Well,
I can
it says role play in the title of the game. In the
yeah,
box, it says role playing. It's a
yeah.
role playing. And if you say, "Well, you guys are just playing a game, though. You're not role playing," and then they'll say, "Well, it says on the box, it says role playing game. We're playing a role playing game."
It's like man, you fucking like you play Pictionary, a picture drawing game, and you never pick up the pencil.
Yeah,
Well,
someone
you're
else
not
is drawing
drawing.
for you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If it's always the same guy, like doing the drawing on the board, right? You just go and tell them like maybe tell them what to draw. I'll draw a car. Draw a circle. And it's like you're not playing the game. Right? You're not drawing anything. Anyway, just like so. Now I say I have a domain play campaign at 2. I wanted to use MCDM Stronghold and followers to supplement D&D for domain play, but I feel at fault. Never read the book, so it's on the back burner. I'd be curious to have your take about that. I'm not confident about like MCDM's product.
Yeah, I didn't know he had one.
Oh, he had many. Like he did put some product out, right?
So I didn't know that MCDM was a thing
Yeah,
other than this new stuff he's working on.
yeah. No, he
So
did. He did
I
put
didn't
some
know he
stuff
used that name
out.
before.
Yeah, he did put some stuff out. So there's at least that for them, going for them, right? But this new Kickstarter, man.
Yeah, I was saying to people a year ago that game won't be out until 2026. And people are panicking. They're saying, "Shauner, you don't know what you're talking about." And here we are a year later.
Yeah,
And he still doesn't have a game system written down.
doesn't have like a basic dice mechanic.
No.
Yeah, I'm
It's like,
like my game is much more advanced than he is.
yeah. You're able to say what your die mechanic is.
Yeah, and a lot of mechanics, right?
Every time
My
Colville
game is
comes out
actually
with a
like
video, his mechanic
playable now,
changed.
right? I like I have some chunk missing. Like character creation is one, right? That I'm still working on. But I could give you a pre-gen and we could play the game, right? But not he is. I guess he did some playtest. He said like General I really want to use the world without number for the faction turn system, but none of my player want to use the world without number system. Oh,
Yeah.
because it's not D&D 5e, right?
Don't tell him it's a world without
Yeah.
number
Maybe I
system.
just do it without telling them. Yeah. Just bring back the that is human nature, Mr. Max. They must think just like me, right? Exactly. That's true. We all do that. We all project our own thought. That's the default. Like, well, I'm human. They're human. We must think the same. No. Yeah. Yeah. To my German friend, I always say it's a role playing game. Play a role. Yeah, but what does play a role mean? Oh, I'm the fighter. I'm a level 1 fighter.
You're playing a class instead of a character.
Yeah. Playing a role mean you are a substantial influence what you're trying to achieve. So what I'm saying influence the story. Well, influence the story would be a good way to put it. That's interesting already. Stronghold or flower is a supplement to put price on castle, temple, towns. Yeah, every D&D class, and also like to get henchmen. And every D&D class gets its own version of a castle. Like the warrior can have a stronghold, the wizard a wizard tower. Yeah, it's more like spreadsheet stuff. Spend your money that you earn when you go into the dungeon. Anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap that up. Sean, thank you for joining me.
Yep.
We did a lot of like shit talking, going on all kind of. That's the most fucking random stream I might have had.
They're my streams are the same way.
Yeah, but it was fun. We had fun. Thank you,
Yeah.
John. But also,
I had-
also think
I
that
had fun.
we did get some. I did get some valuable notes put down.
No, sometimes staring at a white screen like this, you start to lose the forest from the trees or whatever.
Yeah,
So
I'll
you have
take
to
that tomorrow.
talk about random stuff and then come
Yeah.
back to the list with a set of new eyes.
Yeah, and also like, even sometimes those random stuff would sprout out something, right? Just like
Yeah.
But I have to look back at that tomorrow, try to classify that, order that, see where I'm going with that. I don't need like 1,000 thing either, right? I just need like give you some, and they're have them broad enough that you can like flavor them as you want.
Yeah,
but-
it has to be broad.
Yeah.
You don't want
Alright.
stuff that's too specific.
All right. Thank you for people that join in chat for this like kind of random stream. And if anybody like watch that on replay, well, and go all the way to the end, good on you. All right. Thank you, Sean. Talk to you.
You're welcome.
Talk to you later.
See you
Take
later.
care.